how Jews should react to the modern era, and that's what
Turn your shitty bots off. You are such a plague. Yo, thank you, your boy Wiggle. The West Side.
But let's go straight to the introduction.
Turn your shitty bots off. Thanks, dog. That was really cool.
And they're having a conversation over the table here. The elder and the younger stuff. But in many ways, the conversations I'm trying to say are sort of repetition or reiterations or just modernized upgrades of major conflicts of worldview. Use a German word for Weltanschauung, way of looking at the world.
Your boy Wiggles, you made my day.
Three figures in particular exemplify this three-way evolution. You have from the Hasidic movement, I could have really included Baal Shem Tov, but we don't have a good picture of him, so I'll choose one of his later students, really a student, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Riyadi, known to his followers today as the Alter Rebbe, also known as the author of Tanya and the spiritual father of the Chabad Hasidic movement. Contrasted to the Alter Rebbe is the great Elijah of Vilna, who is known as the Vilna Gaon, the great Magdic bishop, who bitterly opposed, and particularly his students, bitterly opposed the innovations that were proposed and acted by the previous figure in the Hasidic movement. Although, as we shall see, after about 50 years of intense battle, they managed to find a modus vivendi with each other. More difficult, however, is this figure, Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn.
Can't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Turn your shitty box off. Oh, calm down.
To gain from the outside world in terms of its science, its culture, its literature, poetry, and so on, and the Jews should fully engage in outside society. His movement was directly opposed by both the Ismaili and the Hasidic, as we shall see, but we're going to let that unfold over the last couple of weeks. And as I mentioned, these arguments find their expression even in contemporary days, where on the left here you see the elder Shtisel, Sula, and the actual, not Haredi actor, I should say, John Glickman. Although on the surface, one sees on the left a figure like the Hadras Man, the big full beard and so on, but the worldview can be expressed precisely in a Shiloni individual as well. Same with the younger Shtisel, Akiva, played here by Michael Aloni. I really didn't have to show you these two pictures because I already made my point with the previous one, but I couldn't resist it because I find that I'm often mistaken for Michael Aloni. When I'm walking down the street, people say, "Hey, isn't that Michael Aloni?" Now, if this were an audience actually in a room, I would hear you laugh and I would know you thinking, "What would you know that I was joking?" Somehow we'll get used to this. So this long 18th century that represents the debate between these three fundamentally very different ways of looking at Judaism is really expressed in contemporary Israel. Let me now turn you to a little bit more about the structural nature of their disputes, and then we're going to go into history. So, this is a little bit experimental for me. I know this is something new for this particular lecture, but one way I think that we can categorize
turn your shitty box off.
Types of rebellions, and I would like to say that as much as
won't stop.
To say that they are really
Rockefeller.
representing tradition, that they are representing something which has a long background in Jewish history. They are each rebellious in their own way. They are each presenting innovations. Even the Misnagdim, who are arguing that they are hewing to the well-trodden path of Jewish practice, they are nevertheless reacting to the innovations of the Hasidic movement and absorbing some or transforming some to themselves as well. So they really are three rebellious movements, but rebellious in different ways. Let me share with you what I think, one way I think you can understand this. First off, you have the Hasidim who are involved in a rebellion of discovery. And what I mean by that is the Hasidic innovations, which were really quite significant in the middle of the 18th century. There are a lot of things that they initiated regards to traditional Jewish practice that the Misnagdim thought were absolutely heretical or immoral, way too radical to be accepted. But the Hasidim, of course, didn't look at them this way. They looked at their innovations to Jewish practice and thought as discoveries of modalities of thinking and behaving as Jews that had simply been lost with time. They thought that they were discovering practices which went back centuries and had fallen into disuse. This is, in fact, something we see the precedent for this in the Talmud as well, where there are discussions about, for example, the Paleo-Hebrew script, which was, according to the Talmud, forgotten and then reinstituted. And all kinds of things like this are common in Jewish history. So Hasidim did not see themselves as saying, hey, here's new stuff we're doing that's totally different from everything we've done in the past. They're saying, oh, how wonderful it is that these wealth streams of knowledge have been opened up and we have discovered these practices. So they perceive their innovations as restorations. They're simply bringing harmony back to the universe. I'll give you one example. The tremendous inclusion of Luria and Kabbalah in particular. A series of ideas that were promulgated primarily in the 16th century in spots with the work of the great Kabbalist Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and then his student who later eclipsed him, Rabbi Isaac Luria. The expanded explanations of the Zohar and the discussions of key concepts like tikkun and various rectifications for the world, and the drama of the Zoharic universe as understood by Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, the Ari, as being of a divine cataclysm that has to be held off by the behavior of the Hasidic Jews. And so by going back and finding Kabbalah and bringing it into contemporary practice, both in terms of study and in terms of actual behavior, the Hasidim were like engaged in a rebellion of discovery, finding the old ideas, implementing them into the new world. We'll talk much more about this, God willing, next week when we focus on the work of the Hasidim. By contrast, you have the great opponents of the Hasidim, and in fact, that's exactly what the term Nagdim means. They are opponents. They define themselves literally by opposing the new Hasidic movement. They could have been called easily traditionalists or something like that, but really they found their identity most sharply defined in opposition to the Russian popularity. So when you look at their rebellion, once again,
look at this move. Look at this footwork.
Began to do after they became conscious of the reality of the threat of Hasidism for the loyalty of the masses in Eastern Europe, they argued for some new stringencies and some new practices, but argued that they were in fact reifications of old practices, not always necessarily precisely the way they described them. And whereas the Hasidim viewed any new innovation, such as the introduction of study of Kabbalah for people under 40, whereas the Hasidim viewed that as a restoration of a prior practice, the Mitnagdim viewed any such change as antinomian, which is a fancy word meaning against the law, against what is acceptable. I'll give you a different example. The Misnagdim are very particular about times of day for prayer. Right? There is slot of time that is associated with the Shacharit morning prayer, time of day associated with the afternoon prayer, and the time of day associated with Maariv, the evening prayer. And all of these times of prayer, of course, are associated with the position of the sun relative to the horizon, right? And certain windows of time. If you've seen any synagogue calendar, there will always have precise times when the Shema has to be recited in the morning, or you can't say Maariv until a particular time, things like that. By the way, it reminds me of a joke. I can't help it. I have to tell it to you. First Jewish clergymen in outer space. They have a special ceremony. They put a rabbi, a priest, and a minister on the space shuttle. Not an offensive ethnic joke. And then they go up and they orbit the world several times, and they come back down. They land at Cape Canaveral, and the journalists are all crowded around, and they say, "So, you're all holy people, men of the cloth. What did you think of when you were in outer space?" And the Roman Catholic priest says, "I thought of the magnificence of God's creation." And he asked the Protestant minister, he said, "I thought of the humility, the tininesss of humanity, the scope of such." And he asked the rabbi, and he said, "Who had time to think? Shachas min kamara, Shachas min kamara." Hopefully you're laughing to that. I can't hear you laughing. All I see is the screenshots. But whereas the Litvaks, also by the way, Misnagdim, as we shall see at the end of this lecture, they're associated primarily with the cultural region known as Lithuania, which does not precisely conform to the political boundaries of the country, known sometimes as Lithuania, but they're called Litvaks. Litvaks are typically distinguished from other Jews by their cold wit, their scintillating sense of humor, their superior fashion sense, and many other features. So the Misnagdim have these very precise periods of time for prayer, and the Hasidim say, you got it all wrong. It's not about the exact time of prayer, the time that you pray. It's about the nature of your relationship to God in prayer. And if you need more time to sleep and prepare yourself in the morning for prayer, then you can just slide right past those regular times. The most important thing is the communication with God, not the communication with your phone. And so the Hasidim had much different times of communal prayer. The Misnagdim said that's totally unacceptable. It's antinomian, and it represents a type of heresy of practice. So there's very dramatic conflict set up between them. We will outline many of those next week. To give you an example of how innovation was perceived as antinomian by the Misnagdim, we go to a 19th century figure here, a very influential figure, named Rabbi Moses Schreiber, known popularly as the Chassam Sofer, the signature of the scribe. That was his, the name by which he was known. And he instituted a saying, which is a little bit complicated to express. If you're not familiar with the background, but I'll try anyways. There's a type of wheat that may not be consumed until a certain stage has passed in the agricultural calendar of this year. That type of wheat is called chadash, new wheat. Right about this time of year when it becomes very significant. So the Talmud says, Chadash asur min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. Not allowed to eat it until after a certain date. Then you're allowed to eat this wheat, which is called Chadash. And the word Chadash literally means new. So Schreiber, Sofer, famously said with regards the Hasidic and more importantly the Maskilic innovations. He said, Chadash asur min Torah. And what he meant by that was not to translate it as the new wheat was forbidden by the Torah, but anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. I mean, we may only rely on things which we have already done in our lives. So that's like a really strong statement of this rebellion of tradition, saying we are going to stick so hard to the past, even more than the past stuck to the past. That's the sense of Chadash in the source of Torah. So that's two rebellions there. The rebellion of discovery, the rebellion of tradition, which is their opponents in nostalgia. And then finally we have the rebellion of expansion. And this is associated more with the Maskilim, the so-called enlightened thinkers who were following they argue that the Ashkenazic culture in particular was excessively rigid and small. That for hundreds of years, perhaps since the Crusades in the late 11th century, Ashkenazic Jews had regarded the outside world as something very dangerous and to be avoided, and as a result, they had developed a very unhealthy insularity that Judaism, Jewish culture kind of folded within itself and became self-absorbed and ignored the scientific and cultural and literary advancements that you saw happening all across Europe. And so the Maskilim said, it is time for us to expand our horizons and to look at the achievements of non-Jewish culture, to evaluate those achievements, and to participate in their continuing expansion. In order to justify this behavior, Maskilim in particular tended to look to certain golden ages, like the golden age of Spain in particular, shown here in this famous representation of a Jew on the left and a Muslim playing chess, which is kind of like the oft-repeated motif of what they call the La Convivencia, the living togetherness, the coexistence phase of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. It was not necessarily quite so golden, but nevertheless it did represent all of them. And they see any kind of innovation as a type of correction, as if to say, hey, what's going on here in East Central Europe in the 1700s is all wrong. We have really messed this up by not engaging in the intellectual debates of universities, by not engaging in culture, by not challenging the political status quo, by not getting involved in society in general. We have lost it. We've been stuck in our own historical rut and our own intellectual rut, and we lost our life. So the Maskilim said we should expand ourselves. We should become more like the Golden Age. We should correct our flaws that have developed over the last centuries, and we should move in this modernizing direction. Their key example, or the person they look to the most, would be someone like Moses Maimonides, who was, of course, a brilliant scholar of Torah. He wrote the commentary on the Mishnah, he wrote the guide for the perplexed, the classic of medieval philosophy, and he wrote the massive and extremely influential Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a repetition of the entire Torah, written and oral. And at the same time as he was doing that, he was also a world-class physician, treating the royal family in Cairo and dealing with and publishing, by the way, in Arabic, tractates on allergies, and diet, and anxiety and depression. And he was like a well-known, world-famous physician at the same time as he was a world-class scholar for the ages. And the Maskilim said, we have got to correct ourselves to be more like Maimonides. We have to go back to that kind of way of thinking. And only then, by jettisoning our obscurantism,
their back, fucked up their back at abortion. It was really sad because they fell down at TwitchCon because of the ball pit. So yeah, no, it's negligence. Exactly, it's negligence. If you want something to happen, Chris, you should reach out to senators and congressmen. Honestly, I bet Ted Cruz would. I bet he would. I don't know if he knows. I think he's got to know something about this, right? Like, he's pretty plugged into this kind of stuff. I don't think I can can I DM him? I don't think I can.
Why the 18th century? So let's take it back a little bit to
I can't
the
DM him.
17th century.
I tweeted him.
That led Jews to this unusual point. one of the most important developments that took place over the course of the 15th and 16th, and especially the 17th century, was the expansion of the Sephardic diaspora. I'm sure you're all familiar.
So I like this beam. I do want another though, because I'm gonna like extend my stuff, I think.
Many of them made their way.
And then we're gonna do the yard at some point. The yard we're gonna have to wait for a minute on. We don't want any of this. Bare bones this shit. We don't need it.
Although the experience of Portuguese Jews is rather different in many key areas. And that is that most of the Jews who fled Portugal were, in fact, the overwhelming majority, were in fact already baptized as Christians. And this had very significant impact on the entire population and world tree. Not only
Yeah, that's gonna be better. This is gonna be the bathroom. This is gonna be the laundry room.
Basically, the story was like this.
Problem is that I can't even really do anything until I have the ability to like build my own walls and break my own walls down.
There was a
Kinda sucks.
wave of forced conversion and forced conversion is kind of like a difficult topic for the church to deal with. On the one hand, officially, the church has always condemned it.
Yeah, I feel like I've gotten pretty much everything I can get out of here.
Baptism and
A couple things here and there that I missed. Not too concerned about.
it loses value.
Rid of them to keep the guitar.
So the church has pretty much, for most of its history, condemned forced baptism. Still, they have
Should pick up some trash around the place. Make sure we get all that noise.
And the other
Best thing we need is for there to be trash all over this place.
they have already been subject to this forced baptism. At this point, the church was not very clear or consistent. In many cases, the church said, well, we didn't like the fact that someone went ahead and explicitly baptized, for example, the son of the rabbi of
Okay, here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm gonna level this out to the rest of the house, break down this wall, and then keep this one. Otherwise, I might keep it as like a lowered section and like have like a little dining space or something over here. A cute little bar or something, like right over there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Just, we just gotta get through it, you know? There's so many options. There's so many possibilities. Okay, there was some trash. Alright, it's just gross in here after that. So I'll just wait until later. It'll be fine. Until then, sit on the floor and get to the next house.
Formerly Jewish, who still consider themselves Jews, associated with Jewish community.
I found if we do it like that house just one part at a time, it's not as bad.
Forcibly baptized, and yet they were free from all of the disabilities that were associated with Jews. They could attend colleges, they could take any kind of job they wanted, they didn't have residency restrictions, and since they were typically literate and numerate, urban, they had a significant advantage over the vast majority of the Spanish population in terms of advancing within the social and economic framework of the Iberian Peninsula. So over the course of 100 years, Jews who were newly baptized, as it were, they had their new driver's license that said Christian on it, and they could go anywhere with that, even though they still behaving like Jews otherwise, eating kosher food and so on. They had to run Spain in ways that they didn't have ever before. And so that's why the Spanish crown brought in the dreaded Inquisition that strove to examine those Jews who were actually literally who were still behaving as Jews and to persecute them, to try to get them to either behave properly or they were, so to speak, relaxed, as the term goes. They were relaxed to the secular authorities and even burned at the stake. Ultimately, Spain couldn't, the Spanish crown came up with the idea under Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, that one of the main reasons that this was going out of control, there's a lot more to say about why it was out of control than for today, the reason why it couldn't control the problem was because the non-baptized Jewish community was still present. And so these newly baptized Jews still had lots of sources of information on the Torah and how to do kosher and all of these various practices. And so that's why Torquemada made the suggestion, and the Spanish Crown accepted it, to expel the Jews in 1492. The Jews who were not converted. And that's what this map primarily shows. In Portugal, it's a slightly different situation. They initially accepted the Jews. They didn't have a lot of choice about it because they were overrun by illegal immigration. And they let them be for about 5 years with some persecution trying to get them converted. And then finally, in 1497, they forcibly converted for all of them. And they imposed their own inquisition, which was even harsher than the Spanish one, and lasted for centuries. So this gave even more impetus for these Portuguese Jews, who were now technically Christians, but really wanted to return to Judaism, to leave Portugal for the New World, for different parts of Europe, and in many cases to resume their Jewish identity, but not necessarily giving up the privileges of being able to travel and do business like Christians. I know this is I'm giving you a long preface here, but why is this important to our story? Primarily because they're carrying a totally new set of ideas. One of the classic examples of this is the man portrayed on the right here. Uriel da Costa was his name. This is a painting from the early 20th century. Shmuel Gershenberg's amazing works. He was associated with the Tzalal art school in Israel. Acosta was one of these Portuguese Jews who was raised as a Christian, and like many of these Jews, he was not even told that he was actually Jewish by his parents until he was a young man, because parents were always worried of having their children, and the children might tell other children the position beyond him. So he was delighted to hear that he was actually Jewish, and they fled Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam. But when they got to Amsterdam, he was really upset. Among other things, he found that the Jewish community was not living up to the standards that he expected of them. He had only encountered Judaism through Christian texts. Hebrew texts, rabbis, Jewish educators forbidden in Portugal. So he had read the New Testament and the Old Testament, and he figured that's what Jews should be like. And he was disappointed to see that Jews sometimes did Lashon Hara, that sometimes Jews don't behave properly. He ended up denouncing the Jewish community in Amsterdam multiple times because he was kind of like, a Baal Tshuva who says to people, hey, don't you have to bench after you eat that cookie? Things like that. He was like so difficult and irritating to them in the Amsterdam community, had other concerns. They ended up ritually, they excommunicated him 3 times, and unfortunately he ultimately he chose to commit suicide, leaving behind an 11-page suicide note that described his religious frustrations. But he brought with him a very critical eye towards Judaism that was born from love. Meaning he was not an
The only thing we have to do now is just the movies, I'm pretty sure, which is
he
good.
was a Jew trying to discover
Yeah, that shit's
Judaism
annoying.
and saying, wait a minute, why are we doing it this way? Why aren't you behaving the way the Torah requires me to behave? He was having an insufferable internal problem. Sitting on his lap in this fanciful portrait, it is unlikely that anything like this ever happened.
That's a follower only on fucking Kick because my god, those fucking annoying messages are gonna keep popping up today. I don't understand why people do that. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. That's some nice sticks. Look, a stick. A nice stick. Playing like
influence modern academic study of the Bible and erode traditional Jewish beliefs. So the Portuguese diaspora, which is spread now throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, Northern Europe, in Brazil in particular, eventually it'll make its way up to New York, which is Amsterdam time. They're carrying a whole different sense of what Judaism is, and they are open to new thoughts. They're not deeply rooted in the past, so they expose the population of Islam with a broad view perspective on Jews. You add to that the tremendous demographic upheaval that's happening in the eastern part of Europe, specifically in Ukraine, where you have a massive peasant uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the Ukrainian Zaporizhian Cossacks. This is a famous painting of the Cossacks. They were kind of like outcasts of society. They were unhappy with the feudal status that they were stuck within in Ukraine. They were dissatisfied with the Polish overlords, and they were deeply angry with the Jewish leaseholders called arrendators. And so they rose up against the Poles, against the Jewish employees, and there were horrific massacres throughout Ukraine, Poland, even reaching north toward Lithuania. It's hard to get a really good number on how many Jews were killed. Reasonable estimates put it at about 50,000, which is a massive number for this period of time. And this also caused a significant demographic shift of a lot of Jewish refugees who moved to the West. So you have incredible change going on in Europe in the 17th century. The intellectual challenge posed by the Sephardic diaspora, especially the Portuguese diaspora, and the uprising of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, middle of the 17th century. One last detail that's so important. The hunt for heresy was really engaged in the 17th century, primarily as a result of this man, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was well regarded as a youth. He was somewhat of a dreamy individual, used to like to go off into the forest, meditate on his own. He had a beautiful singing voice. He was sought after rule, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later in life when he went through a series of rather strange marriages, including a marriage to a Torah scroll at one point. It's, older historiography tended to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of villain, some kind of charlatan, that newer historiography in the later 20th century suggests that perhaps he was suffering from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive kind of state. At any rate, as he became older, and again, it fits roughly with the age the onset of schizophrenia common for young men, he began to experience what he called illuminations, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate. He believed that he had grandiose powers invested in him, and specifically when he connected with one individual named Nathan at Gaza, he believed that he was in fact Mashiach, the Messiah. Nathan Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to parlay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi into a Europe-wide movement, which all over the continent, particularly incidentally in Amsterdam, where we lived a few minutes ago, Jews sold all of their belongings, sold their property at pennies on the dollar in order to follow Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan, who controlled Jerusalem, and said, okay, here I am, I'm the Messiah. It's now time for you to keep Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I keep Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of death, Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam along with his wife and many of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, if Shabbatai Tzvi is Mashiach and the Messiah is converted to Islam, must mean that Jews must also go through Islam in order to bring about the final era of redemption. These Jews, by the way, were well known right up into the 20th century. They constituted a distinct group in Syrian and Turkish politics called the Turkmen. But most Jews realized that they had made a mistake by following Shabbatai Tzvi. They returned devastated and penniless back to their homes in Europe, and there was a very sour taste in the collective heart of European Jewry over any kind of this Kabbalistic Messiah business. So you have a few surfaces of this. For example, in the Emden Ivershutz controversy, in which one famous European rabbi accused another famous European rabbi of secretly being a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. And as his proof, he adduced several of these kinds of documents. This is a Jewish amulet known as a Kameya that were written for various mystical purposes, to bring about healing, to arrange a match, or some other theory of war. And so there's a lot of fighting. People take the side of no, he's not a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. Others saying, so what if he is a follower of Shabtai Tzvi? We had a lot of conflict over it. It even affected some of the great classic thinkers of Judaism, such as the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, known as the Ramchal. His book, Mesilat Yesharim, is one of the most widely accepted books among all three groups today. Hasidim, Mistagim, and the Haskalah all love the works of Ramchal, but in his lifetime, he was mercilessly pursued by people who assumed that he was, in fact, a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. Many of his writings, in one of the trials that he endured in Frankfurt, many of his writings were lost forever because in a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the community there, the Jewish community, he agreed to give up his writings, which were in a sealed chest, and the rabbi involved in adjudicating the case ordered that they be buried, and they never found again. So some of the, this is one of the greatest stylists and thinkers of Jewish history, and somewhere his writings are buried underground. Perhaps one day that's kind of like the intellectual environment in the 17th century is like everyone is looking over their shoulder for possible heresy, for the lingering shadow of Shabtai Tzvi, and there's the demographic of evil, there's like challenges to really fundamental basic things. Questions like, who wrote the Bible? Like, wow, that's the kind of thought that's coming out of Spinoza. All of these things are swirling around Europe when we get to the period under discussion. Let's have a look at this map and try to understand where
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
Period, and specifically where these movements drew their great demographic resources. This map shows you the growth of the Jewish population between 1800 and 1850, which is really more towards the end period.
Look at this move.
The reason I like this map as opposed to another way from this wonderful history, International Institute of Genealogy, is that it shows some growth, the larger orange circles on top of the green. So here's a rough map of Eastern Europe. This large sort of beige color is the Russian Empire. The Austrian Empire, the German Empire. First we have the area that is associated with the Hasidism, typically southern Poland and western Ukraine are the areas where the Hasidic had its historic strength. Although the influence extends far beyond that narrow area of the Hasidim there are even Hasidim in the Lithuanian region. In fact, Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement, far from the center as it's established in the Baal Shem Tov. Then you have this overlapping region that is associated with the traditionalists, the opponents, the so-called ground zero of that name, of course, is Vilnius, right? The great home of the Vilna Gala, and but the idea is nevertheless will prevalent throughout the region, extending down reasons for this split. We should discuss next week on the conflict between the two. Is that
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kavod Machto Le'Lamed.
Only was taking care of their spiritual well-being until the Baal Shem Tov. And in the third group, the ground zero for peace actually Berlin. These are the Maskilim, the adherents of the Haskalah. They tend to have much more impact towards Western Europe, but nevertheless, huge overlaps in this kind of Venn diagram of Jewish thought and spirituality. Huge overlaps with those regions that are dominated by Mitnagdim and by Hasidim. So it is into this maelstrom into which the tectonic plates are all shifting with all kinds of brand new ideas. And in a threatening environment where there's great demographic upheaval, population movements, political change, that's when you have these three rebellions get underway. And that's where I hope we will turn. God willing, we'll meet again at 7:30. So with that, I'm going to my presentation. And hopefully we can send you questions.
Or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports. Get more Chargers analysis and breakdown of the Petros and Money Show. It's the best thing to do. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make two presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570.
Where we left off last week, we looked at the 18th century as the locus of three contemporary revolutions, three movements, intellectual, spiritual movements that had dramatic impact on the way Jews thought in the 18th century. And I would like to tender for your consideration that we are still thinking in those ways right now, even in the 21st century. So my goal last week was to give you some of the precursors to that tumultuous century in terms of Jewish intellectual and spiritual history. Today, I'd like to go a little bit more deeply into the details of how the Hasidic movement was born and how the Misnagdim movement was also born in reaction to the creation of the Hasidic movement. Ironically, even though the Misnagdim, the traditionalists, if you will, known literally as the opponents to Hasidim, that's literally what the word Misnaged means, one who opposes. Even though they are kind of defending the status quo, their vision of the status quo had to change because of their encounter with Hasidism. So even the traditionalism that they claimed to be defending was now becoming reformed or revolutionized as a result of their contact with the Hasidim. So that's my goal for today, is to look at the rather nasty clash between these two movements in the late 18th century. Next week, when we conclude our series, we're going to add to the mix the Maskilim, the Jewish enlighteners, who are primarily based a little bit west in Berlin, and bringing a radical challenge to both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim that will really...
Folks, look at this Athleta. So it's really unprecedented legislation. 10 seconds for station identification.
Okay, so let us start by beginning with the very basic question. What exactly is Hasidism? What does it stand for? What is so revolutionary about it? So if we try to distinguish Hasidism from the religio-cultural milieu from which it emerged, it becomes actually increasingly difficult to really pin down what is precisely different about Hasidism vis-a-vis Misnagdism, the traditionalist background that Jews came from. Just to give you a couple of examples, if we make a little chart here that has on the left practice or belief, and then we put in the next column what the Misnagdim believe, and then finally what the Hasidim believe. One of the most basic elements that divides Jewish movements is their relationship to the number 613, which of course is well known to Orthodox Jews in particular. It refers to the traditional count of the commandments, referred to in a Talmudic passage without necessarily enumerating these 613. It later becomes a major point of discussion in the medieval period as the commentators strive to actually figure out what are the exact 613 commandments. Related to this number 613 is this notion that all of the commandments both those that are explicit in the text of the Torah and those that are explained in the oral Torah, like in the Mishnah, for example, come from God. That is Torah from Sinai, or Torah from God at Sinai. The concept of Torah Sinai, Torah coming from a divine source, the text of the Torah being perfect and accurate, and so on, that's pretty much a standard core belief for Orthodox Jews. How do the Misnagdim and the Hasidim feel about it? Well, identical, right? The Misnagdim certainly believe in this idea of 613 commandments coming from God to Moses in the form of the written oral Torah. The Hasidim believe it identically. Maybe we could argue about which customs were added on, but even the Hasidim who practice those customs do not recognize them as being a distinct commandment. So they're definitely right on par with this core theological belief. And if we break out of those 613, the three basic groups of commandments, which are really considered sort of the sine qua non of traditional Judaism, then we get maybe a better sense of how they differ. So, for example, the observance of Shabbat is really crucial. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim adhere to the notion that Shabbat begins at sundown and ends at nightfall, and that there are 13 categories of prohibited activities and so on. They may disagree on a few details, like, for example, the Hasidim would like to add a little bit more to Shabbat in general, taking it out later than maybe the Misnagdim do, but it's a detail. They certainly agree that Shabbat is sacred. Kashrut, same kind of thing. Both of them agree that kashrut is mandatory, keeping kosher. They may disagree on the precise details of how one slaughters an animal according to ritual law, but they agree that one must slaughter an animal according to ritual law and so on. And finally, the laws of intimacy, or taharat mishpacha, the laws of family purity, which is a euphemism for private family life. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim are completely on board with this group of halachas as well, as they are with all 610 other mitzvot. So what exactly separates them? There's so much that they have in common, yet when we see them, we tend to be able to distinguish, well, that's a chassid and that is a nagel. Much like one can recognize Christ and Lahavdil of sin. So I would like to tender that in many ways it's really a matter of style. That the Hasidim have a distinct vector that they follow with their style that expresses itself in so many different areas where there is room for interpretation in how one actualizes Jewish practice, but it is not a theological game-ending kind of controversy. Let us recall that the Hasidim are engaged in what I termed a rebellion of discovery, meaning that they're looking back in the tradition, particularly to the Kabbalistic tradition of Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ari of blessed memory, and they're trying to find details and nuggets of practice and of thought that are embedded in that mystical tradition, and to bring it to the fore. They're not inventing things out of whole cloth. They're discovering things that are already present in the tradition. And it is new in that they are adopting behaviors that have not been seen before, but nevertheless, it is not ab initio creation. The rebellion of tradition is what the Misnagdim will be exemplifying, in that they're going to try and hold fast to the tradition as they understand it, although, as I mentioned earlier, by the very attempt of forcing tradition to be reified in a model that they understand to be a historical reality, that in itself represents some change with regards to itself. So I would like to argue that the style vector that the Hasidim follow is that they are Jewish, but even more so. What they do is like Jewish plus. You see this actually in the name that they use to describe themselves. The term Hasid is hard to translate technically into English. It's associated with the word chesed, which means like kindness, sometimes translated as loving kindness. But the root idea behind it is just like a kindness is different from something which is righteous, right? The word for tzedakah, for charity, is righteousness because it's the right thing to do, right? If someone has a lot of money and someone else has very little money, then it is incumbent upon the person with a lot of money to help out the person with a little money with regards, the basic necessities of life. That's just called tzedek, or righteous. Chesed, however, is going beyond that, saying, okay, I have helped you out according to what the dictates of the law require. Let's say I gave my 10% in my maaser, my tithe, to the rabbi to distribute to the poor. I get it. I'm exempt. But I see you, and I've already, even though I'm not exempt, I want to do more. That's chesed. It's extra. It's Jewish plus. And we see this idea of this chassidut, this extra, expressed in so many ways in Hasidic practice. I'll take one. For example, the visible chaos, the growing of the hair by the temples, which is codified in the Bible, but it is sort of in a negative way. It says you're not allowed to shave the sides of the head, but it doesn't say anywhere that you have to let it grow until you want. You're just not allowed to shave it. So the tradition that still do was to have haircuts like everybody else. But under the influence of the Iranian God, we said that it has unrealistic to allow the curly hair to grow long, because the city said if we're not allowed to shave them, we're not to have the long curling locks by the size of the head. The Yemenites also follow this particular practice, but it is relatively new in Jewish tradition. It's about 500 odd years old, which is like yesterday in the Jewish tradition. It's kind of ironic, I know, to show you this picture of Rosh Dizel, because they're very glued on falsely payos. They're not even a real thing. They're actors, but nevertheless, you get the idea. Now, just to illustrate this, so this illustrates the idea of being a chassid means seeing what I can do and doing more extreme, more demonstrable, more visible, more in depth. It adds a tremendous amount of life and as well a tremendous amount of behavioral restrictions because of this thrust of this approach to Judaism is so prevalent in Hasidism. But let us not forget that the Misnagdim are also affected by this, because it's not like it's off the rails, it's just not common. So even the literature payos, that is the payot worn by Lithuanian Nagdim, also is affected by the fact that the Hasidim are dwelling. So if you know many yeshiva boys from other places like Beis Medrash Kabbalah in Lakewood, or the Mir, it's very, very common for these traditional Nagdim establishments to have lots of young men wearing payot, but like, for example, tucked behind their ears. It is a Lithuanian adaptation to a Hasidic adaptation, which is an illustration of how it's a rebellion of tradition, but also represents change as a result of this content. So that's kind of like the style of what Hasid is all about, and that's really what defines it at its root, is that everywhere you look, you find Hasidim just kind of pushing the envelope of what one made you Jewish always in a more involved fashion. How did this movement start? Well, there are many, many different approaches in historiography. I'm going to take you through very quickly 6 basic approaches to how Hasidim got so popular. The first great historian of the Hasidim was actually one of its opponents. He actually will be part of our discussion next week as well, because he was an important misnaged, or an opponent of Hasidim. He kind of regrets writing in German in the latter part of the 19th century. Many of you may have on your shelves the great 6-volume translation of his World History of the Jewish People, translated by Henrietta Zold, incidentally. And he had a very, very different view of Hasidism. He felt that it was obscurantist and backward and illiterate, and it represented all of the worst things about Judaism, going in the opposite direction of what he wanted to encourage, which was more engagement with European culture and society and language and so on. He felt that the Hasidim were like hopelessly superstitious and backward, and he was embarrassed by them. They were the Eastern Jews that were so different from the kind of Western modern Jews that he was trying to approach. On the other hand, Shimon Dubnov, who came from Eastern Europe and remained there, the great historian martyred by the Nazis, one of his last words to his students as he lay dying in the street in Lithuania from a gunshot wound was "Schleid Schleid," right on the core, the words that resonate in the minds of all historians of the period since then. Dubnov felt that even though you could level some of those accusations of superstition and illiteracy at the Hasidim, he felt that it was actually a genuine expression of a Jewish Shvadavivra, a joy of life, Simchas HaChayim, that was an honest and valuable expression of the Jewish life in Eastern Europe, and it was in many ways a rebellion against the oppressive conditions of Martin Luther, not strictly speaking.
What up, Retrograde?
Philosopher, rather. Nevertheless, was.
How you living, pimp? Yo, you're muted and deafened. I can't hear you. You're deafened. You're deafened. Nobody can hear you. What are you doing? You're deafened. Retro Raid, you're deafened. Retro Raid, you're deafened. You're deafened. You're deafened. You're deafened. Hey, can you hear me now? What the fuck, man? Well, dude, I was yelling you're deafened the whole time, so I didn't really get a chance to listen to it. Play it again, son. It's pretty. Did you make that? Very good. Did you see that Reddit? Did you see that Reddit thread I sent you? No. Let's see. Yeah, why wouldn't you just send it to the account from which I sent it to you? Oh yeah, you did send it back to me. I can't believe I didn't see this. Apologies, my man. Okay, so what did you do? Wow. So you pulled out all your. How'd you? How did you? So you're done with it? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's good, man. You've got a child. You've got a relationship. You got to invest in that. Not saying you don't, and I'm not saying you can't have a good time. But if you're gonna have a good, you want to do it on something where you have some legitimacy in winning. Like when I saw that thing on Reddit, I mean, the first thing I thought of was you. And I'm like, man, my man plays this game and he does really, really well and then blows it on this. But I'm glad to know that everybody else does too. Okay, well, whatever. If that has an issue, what makes you think that Limbo doesn't have an issue? Right. I get I get that. If I were you, if I ever if I were ever um gambling, I would just always when if I gamble ever online, I want to have a screen recording going all the time, every single time. Because if something goes wrong, you need your evidence, and you can't just be like, "Well, I think it was at this time," and they're just gonna be, "Okay, we'll look into it," and then they never do. Can you imagine how much money Stake is stealing from people by just having these little glitches? I mean, like perhaps millions of dollars. I'm sure it is. There was somebody on there who was like, I bet that I I don't know if I wanted to take them seriously, but they're like I've put millions of dollars through Stake, and this is a constant issue that I have. Whenever I contact support, they say, "What time was it? We'll look into it." And they even I who puts millions of dollars through there doesn't I don't always get my money back. And in fact, it's very rare to get your money back from them. And then they just can very easily say, "Well, it was on your end. It was a Wi-Fi issue or an internet issue," and then you're fucked. And you go from perhaps being up thousands of dollars to nothing. I mean, that in some cases is life changing money to people to some extent. I mean, if you're going to make $16,000 on just one go of this game and it goes away, then I feel badly. So I'm apologies I did not see this message or I would have responded or um told you like that's excellent. All right, so you had a net gain overall on Stake of $1,235.10. Is that correct? Yeah. And you have absolutely you have 7 wins versus 799 losses. Yeah, but shouldn't you have like I'm just shouldn't you have more wins than that? Like 7 to 799 is like 100 to 1 win to loss rate. Yeah, right, right, right. Overall, sounds like Do you think you're up overall or down overall? Down overall? Wow. Yeah, exactly. Put it into a spreadsheet and then just total it. All right. Well, I'll show you how to do it. Okay. So take that data, Control A, put it into Excel or Google Sheets. You'll be able to remove. Okay. So just select that. That's fine. Put it in Google Sheets. Yep. And in the upper left corner, just hit paste. You can just hit Control V or just and edit. Oh, there you go. Okay. Are they in different cells? They're all in the same cell. Okay. Um, click open, file, open, and open the yeah. Excellent. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So like it's too small for me to be able to read, but wherever the remove all of the well, put all the deposits in one part and all of the withdrawals in another part. Okay, it should just add it for you at the very bottom. Yeah, just click the column and the bottom, like right above your start bar, it should total it. What's in there? Do you see a number? That's okay if you don't. Okay, so what you do is um just in a blank, just in a like in row B or column B, yeah. Press the equal sign and then the letters SUM, so like sum. Yeah, and then just go from A1 down to whatever the last row is, and then hit enter. If 224 is the last one, yeah, it should be in there. Let me see if I can make it. Yeah, okay. So the way you do it again. Delete what's in B1. Press equals SUM, and then click from A1 and drag down to all the way to the bottom of the A's, whatever the last entry is. Yeah. But just the A column, not the whole thing. Yeah, just the A column. No, no. Okay. So here's what I want you to do. Where A1 is, you're gonna start there and you're gonna drag down all the way to the last A. What's the last entry in the A column? What's the last entry in the A column? Like, is it A10, A20, A30, A40, A50? What is it? Do you hear me? Okay, so what you want to do, what's the last column in the A column? What is the last row, I should say? Okay, exactly. So what you want to do is in B1, press equals SUM. And then what you want to do is click on A1 and drag to A224. No, just A1. Just A1. Not the whole, not the whole row, just the cell. Yeah, but just the cell. No, just the one cell. Just the cell. No, just left click on it. Okay, left click on the. No, okay, so A1 is a cell, not the column, not the row, just the cell. That one, yeah, exactly. And then what you want to do is just pull down all the way to 220. Yeah, there you go, just like that. You got it. Okay. And then press, it should be still in your B1. Press enter when you're all the way at the bottom. Yeah. Now you can just press enter, I believe. Okay. So did you press? Okay. No, it needs to be in that cell. That cell's okay. So just equals sum, and then start up at the top at A1, and then just drag down to A220, whatever. Yeah, and then just pull down. Okay. Yeah, you click something else though, but you should just be able to click enter. What's it say the total? Okay, so that's the deposits or withdrawals. Okay. So now get your withdrawals out. Okay, we can double check your work. Do you see, go up to A1 again? Now click on A1. Now drag down to A2. Okay, yep. Okay. Now you should see it on the very bottom of Google Sheets, the numbers adding. Yeah, you should see a number changing, and that should be all of them adding. Another thing you can do in the bottom, I believe in the bottom right corner, depending. Do you see a plus? Bottom right corner. No, that's okay. Just take column One, copy it, the whole column, and then just put it in ChatGPT and ask it to add it for you. You don't have to log in. You don't have to. Just it says continue as guest. Okay, that's fine. And then at the end say add these. So it equals. So let's make sure you have your numbers correct. Are you sure that it's not putting in there your withdrawals and your deposits? Okay, then it's 19,000. I could easily see that. I've seen you put in at least 4. That's a car, son. Yeah, let's go. Okay, well, just grab the column with the numbers, copy it, and then paste it into ChatGPT. How much is it? How much is it? I can't read it. Okay. Now do Okay, so what you want to do is add up all those and then put it in your tool. Okay, so you've lost like $3,000. No, it's not. It's a lot better than it was looking. Yeah. It is wild. All right. So all in all, you were down $3,000 lifetime on stake. Don't. It is not. Don't touch it again. Yeah, you can always use a VPN though. Oh, okay. Check that. Check. Do the same thing with that one. That's true. Why did they keep deleting your account? Find out your totals first. Find out your totals on that account. Yeah, that should tell you everything you need to know about it. I mean, let's think about it. Steak is the biggest company that does this. They do the most advertising, they have the most users, and they have these issues. So, can you imagine what this one that no one's heard of has? If I took 100 Americans right now, less than 3 would know what the fuck you're talking about. Um, I would take it in roulette, put it on. Why not? Super scammy. Can you play blackjack with no dealer? Scam. Take it. Yeah, but dude, those move so quickly. You can't keep track of what's going on with those. I mean, do whatever you want to do. Do what makes you happy.
SoCalOilChange.com. Scoreless after one. In the first play of the second quarter, the Saints had a 2nd and 9 at their 40-yard line. The pass in the middle of the field, and ball is out on the ground, scooped, and the Chargers have it. Caleb Murphy just to avoid me. Murphy flashed last week, and he does it again here today. The Chargers' 6th takeaway in 6 quarters in this preseason led to a 44-yard field goal by Cameron Dicker for a 3-0 Chargers lead. Another sack by Caleb Murphy helped force a punt on New Orleans' next possession, and then the Chargers took over at their 15 with Trey Lance at the helm. They did an 8-yard pass to Rondé Gadsden. The second, Naheem Miller-Hines had a 9-yard one. Up until this point, the Chargers have been 0 for 4 on 3rd downs, but that changed. They converted a 3rd and 2 on an 11-yard pass from Lance to Raheem Rocket Sanders, and then on a 3rd and 7 from the same 36-yard line. Lance would scramble for 14 to pick up the first down. He would then, on the next play, run for 16 more, help it lead to a first down, making a 3rd down and goal for the Chargers on New Orleans' 5-yard line. Empty. Lance gonna take off, and here he goes. Lance to the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers. 5 yards. Trey Lance covers the final 35 yards. The Patriots. Chargers went for 2 and failed, so they led 9-0. But then New Orleans brought Tyler Shuck in at quarterback, and he led New Orleans 52 yards in a minute and 33 seconds for a field goal, and made the halftime score the Chargers 9, the Saints 3, as they outgained New Orleans 81 yards to 29 yards in the second quarter. Stay tuned as Matt Money Smith, Daniel Jeremiah, and Shannon Barrett send the second half of SoFi Stadium after these. The halftime score of the Chargers 9, New Orleans Saints 3, the LA Chargers Football Network. Los Angeles Chargers football has a new home. The Chargers broadcast have moved to KFI AM 640. This is a new era. And after listening to the games on KFI AM 640, or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports, get more Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petros and Money Show. It's the best thing to do. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make your presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports. Hi, I'm Keegan Campbell. Winning a world championship is incredible, but nothing beats needed dad's career with our child. Making sure she has a strong, healthy start means being present, playing, and staying patient, even when feeling challenging. First 5 California is my go-to for tips and supporting her growth and well-being, so she can thrive no matter what challenges come her way. Learn more at first5california.com.
Eric Dixon here, with my favorite spot in the town, Spotlight 29.
When you're in the Coachella Valley, nobody brings you fun and excitement like Spotlight 29 Casino. Pay that in hundreds of new slots and find treasures locked exclusive to Spotlight 29.
And the best lineup of entertainers.
Go to spotlight29.com for details.
Plus, the gaming age is now 18.
So get to the Coachella Valley.
Great show, bright lights, and big wins. Spotlight 29.
Coachella's best bet.
Popsicles, sprinklers, a cool breeze. Talk about refreshing. You know what else is refreshing this summer? A brand new phone with Verizon. Yep, get a new phone on any plan with Select Phone Trade-in and My Plan. And locked on a low price for 3 years on any plan with My Plan. This is a deal for everyone, every brand new or existing customer. Swing by Verizon today for our best phone deals. 3-year price guarantee applies to new current base monthly rate only. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Right here on the home of the LA Chargers Audio Network.
Chargers. Central halftime coverage is always by Isaac Lowenbrook. As it'll be New Orleans ball to start the second half, watching some youth football. They're at the halftime here at SoFi Stadium. Shout out to right behind, sort of an acquaintance, I should say, but two-time back-to-back U.S. Open Surf champion Brett Simpson. 09 and 10, knocked off Kevin Slater both years. And his daughter Paige was out there throwing it. It's kind of fun to see that. And no red zone TDs, and that picks up where Jesse Minner left off, TJ. Chargers number 1 in the league. Just 45% conversion rate from the red zone on touchdowns. They had a goal-to-go situation from one. They stoned them, and then they're on the 2-minute drill, able to hold them up for just a field goal.
Something stood out to me about this defense through 2 weeks of the preseason, or a game and a half, I should say, is the tackling's been excellent. And these aren't obviously frontline guys, but that shows you that they're, whatever they're teaching, it's connecting, it's working.
Yeah, I mean, last week it was Nico Reed. Today it's Caleb Murray. We're talking about some of these Japaneses. You're talking about Marvel Blacks. He's been able to see it. Mickey's with another just perfect tackle last week.
Yeah, Williams has had a nice
Yeah.
tackle.
Well, I think that speaks to something we're well aware of, and that is that it's not just Coach Harbaugh. It's not just, your coordinators, but man, the coaches Mike Nelson on that D-line, Blake Scale in the secondary. And I'll tell you, if you lost Russell Leary, he did an unbelievable job with the safeties, especially with Elijah Golden last year. But you go out there and see Coach Floyd, it's intense, man. He is not messing around. Might be the most intense guy out there. Of course, tomorrow they'll do the linebackers. It's a heck of a staff. That's not taking any away from the offense. It was a lot of fun to see Sanjay Lawton with these wide receivers as well.
I'll tell you what, the first half story to me is Trey Lance. Just the way he operates this offense, using his legs, the athleticism. It's fun to watch 2 weeks in a row now, making plays.
Taylor Heinicke, 1 of 5 for 8 yards. Trey Lance, 3 of 5 for 26, with 4 carries, 36 yards and a touchdown. The rest of the team, 12 carries for 41 yards. It's just that weapon, ability to catch your defense off guard a little bit on those broken plays. And when you got speed like that, holy cow. So Dicker will kick it off left to right from where we sit. Chargers in their powder blue top, white and powder blue sock combo. Reverse of last game. Simple side. Dallas Jones to return here for the Saints, and he will not return it instead. It's going to be taken off. Just a tackle there. Run just shy of the 30, though. Yes, that was taken by Jay Price. Shannon, what do you got down there?
Tackle David Sharp signed just yesterday. It was later after the season they wanted to bulk up the O-line room. I asked Mike Devlin, the O-line coach, what he liked about him. He said, well, he's played 9 years in the NFL. I like that. I also like his legs. He made stops in Houston, Washington, Baltimore, Carolina, New York Jets after being drafted by the Raiders out of Florida in 2017. Mike Devlin with him there, several stops, several teams along the way, guys.
Yeah, since there's later a lot of people looking at that free agent list, and they're hard-pressed to find some tackles. As they open with a handoff to Akers on the lead. That was Stanton with the ride. Caldwell's out there. Mark Caldwell, no pain. That's tackle. So the shut stays in for the second half. Probably going to be his the rest of the way. As Spencer Rattler had the first half. 9-3 Chargers. And backfield is Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Shut the throw. Looking to his left. Throwing to his left as his tight end. There's a beautiful tackle. And that's by Philadelphia.
I'm excited to see Caldwell out there.
Yeah. Oh, man. You keep flashing that ball. How big you thought? That's a game just once and up very high. Caldwell got upfield on a few of those snaps.
It's slippery. I've used the term slippery for a big man.
Yeah, last week, 25 snaps, 2 pressures. Marlon Wax direct the trap. He's on the line of scrimmage. And they're going to rush behind. Shuck almost walked into a sack, and eventually he's dragged down 27-yard line. It seemed like every Charger was in the backfield, and Caleb Murphy's the one that got him around his legs and dropped him.
So there was a lot of pressure, and I felt it was 96, I think. So
Now it's 96.
Dallas Chargers football has a new home.
The Chargers podcast have moved to KFI AM 640.
This is a new era. And after listening to the games on KFI AM 640,
Or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports.
get more Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petros and Money Show. That's the best thing to do. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make two presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. Throws his line, and he's going live.
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that Roadrunner's got some serious power.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad, manning the grill. He grabs some bugs from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota.
See you participating Toyota dealer details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, lights go places.
Santa Monica College, the #1 college in transfers for 34 years in a row. Looking for a great job or boost to a top 4-year university? SMC is the perfect place to get you there. Enroll for their fall semester at smc.edu. That's smc.edu.
This summer at the Peterson Automotive Museum, we look at coolest cars of the 80s and 90s. See things like a Rover, semi-electric, and Diamond, arcade nostalgia. Over 400 rare and iconic vehicles, all in one place. Tickets at peterson.org. That's PETRSN.org.
This is your home. This is your home on the Bulls on the LA Chargers audio network. Chargers.
Disaster averted. And the Hines lost his second punt return of the day. He'll be back on it. Save it for the Bulls who start this drive. Early 22 Trey Lance out there offset eye. Kamani Vidal, Matt Locke in the backfield. Tucker fist down in motion, right to left. Lance under center, takes the snap, hands to Vidal. Vidal finds the crease, dives forward past the 25 to the 26-yard line for a gain of 4. Shannon, what do you got there?
So coming out of halftime, Jim Harbaugh, my buddy JD, works for K-Cal. She asked her, what do you like to say? He's like, come off the rock. Come off the rock. We're like, huh? He's like, come off the rock. Block some bodies. And that was his message to his own line. Come off the rock, guys. Block some bodies.
It's about to get off the bus. Coming off the launch. Tucker Fist took that to heart on that last point. Nice block. Championship started by Baby Macho. The game with our friend Snow Eagle. Dan Fouts over there on CBS. Jamil died for Savory. Jamil. Oh, and wow. That was unblocked. And unfortunately, Isaiah Stalker found Kamani Vidal 6 yards in the backfield. And he brought all the lumber. Talk about timing it up perfectly. That one I believe was on Goldberg. We didn't see him. 3rd and 12, Goldberg at center. Rookie on a barrel and undrafted free agent. And 36 snaps last week, 0 pressures. That was unabated. Now, 3 of 7 on 3rd downs. 3 of their last 3. See if Lance can keep that going. Shannon, what do you got down there?
I got two. How you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Good. Had a good time with the family. Was good.
Oh, yeah.
It's weird seeing you out here and not seeing you get some right in the face.
Yeah, me too. I was kind of hoping to play this week, but whatever goes to Boston, you got to
How does that work? You say, put me in. I gotta go. I gotta hit someone right in the face.
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of doesn't happen. That's just the instinct, I guess.
What do you love about the linebacker room, the defensive side of the ball? It's just building off last season, it seems.
You said it. We were good enough last season. Everybody's flying around, going around. Like, everybody understands the defense a little bit more. And we're out there, people play fast, play free, play physical.
Are there any games where you look at the schedule and you get extra excited or you're extra hungry for it?
I say all of them. I think we had a great schedule. We had some really good opponents to go against, and it's a great opportunity for us.
And Khalil, still learning from him?
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean,
quickly take 10 seconds. First station's joining in themselves on the LA Chargers Football Network.
This is the flagship of the LA Chargers audio network. KFI KOST HD2 Los Angeles, an iHeart radio station.
Here in the game, Shane had a chance to catch up with Keenan Allen. It was fun. Get number 13 back in. We got a big ovation when they showed him on the sure he did. Well, it wasn't too hard to find a number 13 jersey in the audience. They're everywhere. Denver Crew. Yeah, that one, that drive, unfortunately, before it after a solid first down by that second down. 6-yard loss. They hand off to Vidal. Running back room going to be interesting, especially with Najee not looking like he's going to be ready anytime soon. Sanders out there now. Miller Highs has been great. Today has been interesting with these two up fronts. But you don't get the sense that Darius Davis is giving up that job.
Yeah, that's the number one job there. You put that on the ground once, you get a little concerned. You put it on the ground twice, that ship kind of sails.
Exactly. Especially when you got a guy who's going to roll with it. And get you a first down every time he touches it. You look at seats, the lowest prices, access to exclusive members only events, merchandise discounts, and more. Visit Chargers.com/tickets. If a Chargers season ticket member today, then yeah, get your tickets now. See King play Denver.
That was a very popular moving fan base.
Without 93 Chargers, 11-16 left here. Neither team able to do anything with their opening possession of the second half. Tyler Shuck in the midst of the quarterback battle for New Orleans.
Fascinated with his good-nosed approach, and he followed it up by translating many of the Hasidic stories that he encountered. It was slightly tendentious editing, trying to locate the beauty of Hasidism and its appeal in the narrative power of its stories that were such an important part of Hasidic teachings. But nevertheless, like Dubno, arguing for a kind of natural wellspring of Jewish wisdom expressed in Eastern Europe. Gershon Sholem, the great expert of the Kabbalah pioneering researcher, he said essentially, in a negative way, that Hasidism was the kind of hangover of the followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, we discussed last week, the disgraced false messiah of the 17th century. And many of Shabbatai Tzvi's ideas and attitudes and approaches to Judaism were captured by the early Hasidim and regurgitated in a theologically more acceptable format. So he definitely had kind of a negative approach to that. Ben Zion Diener, an Israeli scholar, fascinating approach, essentially argued that it was essentially economic in nature. Because of the structure of the Jewish community, you frequently had corrupt rabbis who could essentially buy their position in order to live off the tax receipts for kosher meat and candle tax and so on. And the Hasidim, by following charismatic leaders that were separate from the main community, could avoid paying the taxes to the town rabbi. And this created an alternate revenue stream and an alternate power structure that allowed Jews to seek out the spiritual leaders they really wanted. And finally, in this kind of rapid tour of some of the major approaches to how Hasidism acquired such momentum in Eastern Europe, the thought of Ada Rappaport-Albert is especially fascinating, looking at the gendered aspect of Hasidism. This is an area of research that requires a lot more study, especially because, for the most part, Hasidism is a male venture. We talk about the Rebbe's are almost completely male. There are actually a few really remarkable female Hasidic leaders in the 19th century. And it's almost always about male Hasidim going to visit their Rebbe's and hearing their teachers. And you don't hear a lot about the women, but Ada Rappaport-Albert really pioneered the study of the impact of modernization and women's thought on the field of Hasidism. Too much for us today, but fascinating insight into their work. So, as you can see from this quick look at 6 important historians, there's no real
Range raging.
on a single simple cause for the rise
I got
of
back
classicism.
information.
By the way,
Like I went to open up
especially
the game
that
on the day of the update, and like a pop-up came on my PC that I had to accept, and it was by Ricochet, which is what they should have done 4 years ago, is installed anti-cheat software onto our systems, but they didn't want to be invasive. So I'm like, dude, get a light!
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, they need to fix this botting situation. It's a literal one account going around and just botting people. I'm great, Rally. Raging on range. That's what my title should have been. How exciting.
Who is a great historian who did what was largely impossible for much of the 20th century, which was to get behind the Iron Curtain and actually look in the archives and see what was going on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at this time when Classicism was born. So the problem is that for researchers of Classicism, until Professor Rothschild did much of his research, we were limited to the literary study of the lives of people like the founder of the Hasidic movement, Israel Ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. We had very hagiographic books like this one, Shikfei Hadesh, which means in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, which was kind of like a melange of good historical data buried within miracle stories and legends and some obvious falsifications or fabrications, especially because this went through several editions and you usually see layers of editing material that was added. And it was really difficult to tease out who exactly founded the Hasidic movement. And there were even some scholars who doubted whether this Israel Ben Eliezer was a real person. But when Professor Rossman made it to Poland and got into the archives there, which had been largely closed to Western scholars during the bulk of the 20th century, he not only discovered that there was a real Baal Shem Tov, but he even found his tax returns. Amazing. What we're looking at right now is just one of many fascinating documents that we found, in which there is a kind of like a property evaluation and tax remittal document that was prepared in Polish for the Polish crown. And you can see that in house number 93, it's kind of like enlarged here. In house number 93, there was a man living called Baal Shem, and in other documents it's spelled out more clearly. Baal Shem Tov was his name, and he was exempt from paying taxes. Now, what Professor Ross discovered is that yes, there was a man named Israel Baal Shem Tov, and he lived between 1699 and 1760 in this town of Medjugorje, and that he had a tax-free existence. Not quite as a rabbi. Sometimes in the documents he's actually called in the sense of a professor rather than necessarily a physician. The provision of amulets and spiritual guidance to the people of Medjugorje. Services rendered in return were provided with he was provided with a salary for himself and his dependents, and a free house in which to live, like a parsonage, as it were. So he was a real figure, and he served in a quasi-rabbinic fashion, not precisely a rabbi in the sense that we've seen in other contexts, but really as a proto-Hasidic leader. So let's try and understand the Baal Shem Tov within the context of his precursors, to try to understand why this middle-sized village would hire a person like the Baal Shem Tov in face of the possibility of non-traditional rabbinic leadership. This is a photograph of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Yochanan Koslovsky Stern, in his youth. This picture was taken in Kiev in 1992. He was one of the first people to gain access, just like Professor Moshe Rothman, he was one of the first people to gain access to Soviet archives working in Kiev, and he especially worked in the Vernadsky Library, where he discovered the writings of one person called Hillel Baal Shem. The term Hillel Baal Shem turns out to be extremely important here. The person that we associate with the foundation of Hasidism is called the Baal Shem Tov. His proper name was Israel, but Baal Shem Tov literally means master of the good. That's a literal translation, but actually an accurate translation. A Baal Shem means master of God's name in the sense of someone to write a good. Amulets were incredibly widespread in 18th century Ukraine. These were kind of like written petitions for theurgic purposes, meaning asking that God affect some change in one's life, ensure a person a livelihood, ensure health, safe delivery, conception, marriage, all kinds of things. You would go to a person who is called a Baal Shem, a master of names, the name of God, and that person would write out a document for you, sometimes illustrated with mystical symbols and things like that. And then that would be sort of like your Jewish prophylactic to protect you against danger. This sounds very foreign perhaps to a 21st century mindset, but if you go next time to your local Judaica store, you may find like this little rack there with these laminated cards that you can put in the crib of a newborn baby, or a little Birkas Habayis, a blessing on the house that you might take home and put on your wall, or a special prayer for one's practice, one's business, one's medical profession. These are all essentially in the category of amulets, the Hebrew term or Aramaic term is tmeot, that were professionally produced. And as you might expect, many of these Baalei Shem were essentially snake oil salesmen. They were, charlatans who were producing these things for money. And they had no special training, and they were just, it was just a business in people's hopes, fears, desires, and so on. The Baal Shem Tov, by the way, Hillel Baal Shem was perhaps the most famous of these tens of Baalei Shem that Dr. Petrovsky Stern discovered that were wandering around Ukraine at this time in the early 18th century. Hillel Baal Shem is one of the more interesting ones in that he left behind a large manuscript called Sefer Shek, in which he wrote down all kinds of samples of legitimate amulets with instructions on how to create them, how to manipulate the divine names with various spellings and so on, when it should be used, when it should not be used, and so on. And he specifically directed that his book should not be published. He did not want to make that big trip from manuscript to book because he felt that the printed book would be too widely circulated, and these were secrets of the Torah that should be preserved only for legitimate people. So that's the cultural milieu from which the Baal Shem Tov emerges. He is known, however, as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name. And there's a question about what is the Tov referring to? Is it referring to the name of God, the Shem Tov, or is it referring to the good Baal Shem? When you look at all those other charlatans and snake oil salesmen and late night TV salesmen, this is not like that. The Baal Shem Tov is really distinct from it. But ultimately, he is performing the same kind of function in 18th century Medjugorje and is highly valued for this. It is important to note that a lot of this comes to light only in the late 18th century as book culture really begins to take hold in Eastern Europe. Much of the wars that I'm going to describe now between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim circulate and are amplified by the statements that appear in print, as opposed to a much more humble, a much more localized manuscript culture that occurred. And Hillel Baal Shem is an excellent example of someone who recognized the implications of book culture, which, if you want to put it in modern context, the controversies over books in the 18th century and turn of the 19th century are like the controversies we have today over Twitter. Right? Someone writes something on Twitter, and there's a huge explosion as a result of it, and it's like lots of heat, but very little light in a short period of time, and then it dies down. So book culture was like that then. That was the social media of the day. Dollars. So let's look at we looked a little bit about what Hasidism is, how we believe it started, and the fact that there was really an originator. Let's try to understand how this new burgeoning movement interacted with the traditionalist Lithuanians and how they opposed it. So much of the research that has been appearing in the last 20 years has been arguing that the Hasidim did not see themselves as a movement in the lifetime of the Baal Shem Tov. When he died in 1760, he was just viewed as being part of a continuity from the past in terms of those amulet makers who were popular leaders, very charismatic, and wonder workers and so on. And in fact, even through the next generation, the Baal Shem Tov himself had two highly distinguished pupils, one of whom went on to have 5 more of those highly distinguished pupils. They also didn't regard themselves as being part of a distinct tradition. It was only when they met the opposition from the Misnagdim that they began to coalesce around the idea that Hasidism was a thing unto itself. Now, I mentioned that the Baal Shem Tov had two distinct, very important Talmidim, or students, Yaakov Yosef of Cornelia and Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich. Dov Ber is, for our purposes, much more significant because, unlike Yaakov Yosef, Dov Ber assembled 5 really important students. And it's also clear from the research into his work that it's not like he was trying to establish a school. The 5 of them really only met with him very infrequently, and some of his most important students, like the Shneir Zerman of Riyadi, actually only met with him in a very limited fashion. But nevertheless, these 5 disciples, who are kind of like the intellectual grandchildren of the Baal Shem Tov, they are the founding dynasty. So everything comes really from these 5 students. I'm going to identify one in particular. We could certainly speak about the other 4 in great length, but for tonight, and given the scope of our talk, we look at Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Liadi, who is the founder of the Chabad Hasidim, very important Hasidic movement in America and around the world today, and also very much involved in the conflict with the Misnagdim. This map here from Marcin Botinski's amazing historical atlas of Hasidism gives you a sense of the spread of the Hasidic movement from Mezrich as a result of the work of the Maggid. As I mentioned, the self-consciousness of the Hasidim saying, hey, we are a thing, we are a movement, really begins right around the death of the Dov Ber, because that's when they begin to feel the real weight of the opposition of this man, Eliyahu of Vilna, known as the Vilna Gaon. The Vilna Gaon, whose years were 720 to 1797, was the unparalleled spiritual king of Eastern Europe. He did not, strictly speaking, serve as a pulpit rabbi. He rather spent much of his time learning in seclusion. He composed a tremendous amount of commentary on the Talmud and on Kabbalistic literature as well. And he began to react to reports of the behavior of these followers of the Maggid of Mezrich and others, and news began to circulate that he was going to support a ban, and Karen, that is formal repudiation of these rabbis and their students, and that this would have tremendous implications for the functioning of this nascent movement. What were the main charges? Well, I'm going to list a few of them in order here, and I will unpack them in pieces. One of the first charges, what was wrong with these procedures, especially because we saw in the very beginning of this lecture that there is so much right.
You lose the numbers?
This is what they do. This is not a really clear cut thing. But one thing is for sure, they're organized in two separate phases. This has tremendous significance because these were organized
I'm fine, you gotta go there. No, I might have it. 1 second, give me one. Let me cut.
Given synagogue in the town, this represents a fraction of often not a large population. It was transgressed the rabbinical commandment, but it's kind of an exhortation.
I have it. That, I feel like that's too short now. Right?
As we saw earlier,
I feel like that's too, those corners are too short. There's a power drive. There's no way that's it. This sounds like street.
Economically support this
Great hour drive.
do it by not spending money.
Unless.
Tax revenue goes to support the counter on that represents an economic challenge. Related to that, a little bit more holistic in nature.
One second, child.
Earlier, I talked about how the Hasidim are like Jewish entrepreneurs, and this appears to be more of a clear violation of halakha, but the reality is a little more complex. Let's say, for example, the discussion in the Talmud is it better to say Allah than someone else, or
Oh my God.
The answer, of course, is it's much better to say less prayers.
Yeah.
But really mean them.
We got summer.
That's an operating concept. So the Hasidim would argue,
That's why
what good is it to rush to shul early in the morning and have an chance to wake up properly, and you're not going to be able to focus. You're just going to rattle off the words. Won't mean anything. Much better, much more important with this idea of the Kavanah. Wake up on time. And moreover, although it's not the God that you should take care of your own stomach before you take care of the Creator. They would say, look, that idea is bad. You should be able to settle yourself, focus, and offer, for example, metaphors like you go to a forest and cut down a tree. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Jake, look at your fucking case now.
Like that famous statement, which is attributed to
Look at your case procedure.
if I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I would spend 1 hour cutting, about 5 hours sharpening the axe. Right? So this is the reason they would say
So these are all what you're achieving.
prayer times, and they would down the sharpers a little bit later in the morning.
Yeah, you're glad it goes.
What difference does it make? I would have done better. Just that more
If I get an apocalypse, is there some break?
clear break. It's kind of like bending the rules to make this more rich spiritual experience. He said they're separated. Notice that all three of these things refer to separate from food. They stopped saying the traditional Ashkenazic prayers in the Siddur that was used in Ashkenaz, and they started using a prayer book that was inspired by the Kabbalists, the Arizal, Isaac Lurie. They fourth they also separated by maintaining separate kosher slaughter. And it's not that they're saying that the regular slaughter is not kosher. They would just like to be more careful. And they specifically had a dispute over whether the blade of a knife should be sharper or should be more perfectly honed. The reasons for this, I think, will take us a little bit beyond where I want to go. But basically, they argue that the knife should be handled a little bit differently than it used to be handled. But they all agreed on the laws of slaughter. But this also meant, of course, the revenue streaming from the kosher meat would no longer go to the traditional town rabbi. Now it would go to the Hasidic slaughterer. The Vilna Gaon, of course, is the master of the Talmud. He says the Hasidim are just not studying. Not surprising, given that where they come from, there are no great yeshivot like there are in northern Europe and Lithuania. But nevertheless, he argues that they're valorizing prayer in particular over study of the Talmud, which is a slight difference in emphasis to the Litvaks. And instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying the Kabbalah, which is like something which is so outrageous because the Kabbalah should only be studied after you've already mastered the Talmud. The Talmud is considered the revealed Torah. The Kabbalah is considered the hidden Torah. So when you study the hidden things before you get the revealed things. And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about their raucous, unruly, drunken behavior, their emphasis on camaraderie, and yes, alcohol is an important part of the Jewish culture. And the argument is not a schedule for sober an expression of the Aleichem, as cold as a little finally, there's a discussion to argue about the behavior. There's a certain amount of discussion that they practice it's not a really kind of standard acceptance that from the Frankist movement, which definitely practice these kinds of things, and that is a highly dissident movement that kept converting to Christianity, and of course, Sabbath businesses. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, and ultimately it was going to be released in 1772, the Alter Rebbe, we mentioned earlier, and we're not familiar with the text, tried to go to the Vilna Gaon to have a discussion with him, but it seems that the Vilna Gaon did not want to remove himself from Vilna in such a way that they could not have a conversation with him. This is something that lives on in the
I'm so mature. I got me a therapist to tell me there's other men I don't want none. I just want you. If I can't have you, no one will. I'm just finishing the list. I haven't seen any of the producers of Atlanta yet. I just got it open. I just got it open. Yeah. I might kill love. I so love you. Rather be in town than alone.
not only identified specific no job.
It all is over.
But specifically forbade non-Hasidic Jews from associating with Hasidic Jews, not maintaining friendships with them, not doing business with them, not eating the kosher slaughter and things like that. Really found benefit to anyone. But probably the darkest moment in this period, when it got way out of control, was in 1794, when a Islamic rabbi lost his job, and he went to the government. He argued that Hasidism was anti-Christian and anti-government. And
Check and see it, bro. Fucking call me. You need to use your brain, bro. You need to go for the houses. Bro, you need your shit cut down. You
the battle was really set.
Sorry, guys, we don't have no active one right now. We're doing something.
Where we are in terms of our story is that literally,
sorry, guys. Sorry. Can we just get a bunch of love bots in the stream?
It's not the masculine, the enlightenment. The picture, and that's what we're going to talk about next week. Before we leave,
I think I joined just before the Game Live Pro Comedy. That's going to take off that me for when you get the title. I'm so fucking excited. I'll send you a music at the end to them.
It's not in many ways conscious, but is viewed obviously by historians and specialists. This is a picture of the famous yeshiva of Volozhin. It is the most important institution of learning established in Lithuania by the Vilna Gaons understood with the highest of Volozhin. And this represents in many ways the reaction to the Hasidim that was expressed in terms of a revolutionary tradition. First of all, the Hasidim were criticized for their textual study, so the Lithuanians doubled their attachment to textual study. In order to see just how far they were from these Hasidim, who instead of engaging in study, which by the way, there is definitely some grounds for that criticism in the 18th century, but as we look into the 19th century, it disappears pretty quickly, and the Hasidim are also being involved in study. But the Lithuanians, they redefined themselves by saying that we are really whereas before they had people like the Vilna who was the pinnacle of it and the representation of it, the Lithuanians internalized it far more studying the text with philosophy and intensity that was unrivaled in prior generations. Another example of this evolution of tradition, the Talmud specifically became their bailiff, and they studied it more deeply than any other group. I wish I had more time to talk about the contrast between 15th and 16th century modalities of study in this part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the Litvaks are totally doubling down in the way they study the topic. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Vilna Gaon himself was a master Kabbalist, and so it's not like they can say we're against the Talmud, against the Kabbalah, against mysticism. The heroic lead figure of the Stagnim was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they said was they carefully parsed out who can study it. It remained solely for the elites. And barriers were created to try and socially ostracize people who study Kabbalah too early. And those, by the way, linger right into the 21st century, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi Rothschild, the great teacher of the Arizal, said that people should begin studying Kabbalah at 25 years of age, but that was pushed back to 40, pushed back to people over 40, the Talmud, the Poskim, and so on. There was a back on popular Kabbalah, the time of the book called Nefesh HaChaim, the life of the soul of life, which essentially is Kabbalah for this is the Kabbalah that regular Messiahs are allowed to learn. It is a remarkably powerful book, but fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing the Kabbalah as well as studying the Talmud. Finally, just to give you one example that I think you'll see more somewhere else, one of the ways I diversity in some of the one of the arguments against the Hasidim was that they inappropriately idolized their charismatic leaders.
Welcome. How are you, Nando? All right, Pimp, what's good in your neck of the woods? You sling a dick like it's going out of style? Baller. How you feeling? Why is that? Okay. What are your thoughts? Like, let's do process of elimination. Do you want to be a marine biologist? Okay. Do you want to be an astronaut? Okay. Do you want to be a professional athlete? Okay. Do you want to be an exotic dancer? Okay. Do you want to have anything to do with the adult industry? Okay. So how about like working in technology? Well, in time, but I mean, starting off like a developer, project manager, and then working your way up. Okay. Well, the way that you start is you get a certification, and they're pretty cheap and inexpensive. And then from there, what's the daily work look like? Generally, at any large organization, it's going to be something like, let's say you're going to work 8 to 5. You'll either be in the office or remote. If you're in the office, you get in at 8. Basically, you'll check your email for the first hour, see what kind of problems happened overnight. You'll prioritize your different issues. You'll work on those from like 9 to noon. You'll take lunch from noon to 1 or so, and then 1 to 5 ish. You'll continue to work on projects and push out your projects for other people on your team, and then do the same thing 5 days in a row for like 30 straight years. Yeah, it's fun though. It's fun. I mean, they break it up. It's not that bad. And it's not all hard work. And if you're working remotely, it's even better. You could do it in your pajamas. You just wake up, wash your face, brush your teeth, shower. You don't even have to shower, just get in front of the computer and start going about your day. Then you don't have to commute. You don't have to put on business clothes. It's a good deal, and you'll make 6 figures easily. Yeah, that's why you do it. I am. It's my last name. It's a big family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, about 10,000 of us globally. So it's a big family. No, we started at the Bible even before then. I can trace my lineage back to the Bible. Word, dog. My grandmother's grandmother, her name was Matilda Zegelmeyer. The Zegelmeyer family is from Betzazel, who was the chief architect of the Mishkan in the Bible. Zegelmeyer? Zagel is the Yiddish, the pet name of Betzazel from the Bible, and Meyer means enlightened. Dog, why are you looking up my grandmother's grandmother? Yeah, that's I don't know who that person is. That's not it. My grandmother's grandmother was born in Germany, United States. Yo, dog, how did we get into my lineage? We're helping you with finding a job. Maybe one of the reasons why you can't find a job or you don't know what you want to do is because you can't focus. Okay, well, you need to overcome that and you need to be able to focus on your priorities. You came in here with a problem and we're coming up with a solution. So, the first thing that I would tell you is to get a certification. Do you have a college degree? Dog, what are these questions about me? I'm a rabbi and I'm also a certified project management professional. Now, back to you. What is your degree? Yeah, like IT security or like standing around making sure people don't get into a bank security? They give degrees in security? Yeah, but that's not a 4 year. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't have a 4 year degree. I believe you. It's just like, what do you learn for 4 years aside from firearm safety, how to walk around a warehouse, how to lock a door? Okay, I get that. So why don't you work in security? Yeah, it's boring as. All right, well then work in IT, dog. Okay, well that's a different story. You can be remembered for a lot of things. Do you want to make money or do you want to be remembered? Okay, that's what you want more than anything. Do you have the ability to be a live streamer? Okay, well why don't you live stream? Well, then you don't have the ability to live stream. I mean, you do, but not. You want to make money doing it. It takes a long time to make money to do it. So you need. So you need a job. Okay, so I can tell you that a Salesforce entry level position pays $120,000 a year. All you need to do is get a Salesforce certification. Word.
Practice something which the Misnagdim decried. That is this concept of Mesirat Achshava, the transference of thought, where a typical pasuk would say, "Who am I to pray to God? I'm not holy at all. Let me pray that my prayers will be remembered by the Rebbe."
I love it when it takes to
His prayers will be accepted.
I'll ask him
So
what's here to do it.
Scotland said, that's actually idolatry. Every Jew has the right
First take in the world,
to
bro.
directly before the temple.
Yeah, one real house.
And this idea of praying that your prayers including someone else's prayers.
The real deal, man.
So they criticized heavily what they felt was the excessive veneration of the Sabbath, but they also began to absorb that value, and the figure of the Rosh Hashanah suddenly acquired, gradually acquired many of these characteristics. If you don't believe me, have a look at your local Judaic bookstore in the biography section, where you see these biographies of Rosh Yeshiva that are absolutely unbelievable and they fit very well with the bibliographic tradition of Hasidic historiography. So that's basically what happened in the late 18th century with the birth of the Hasidic movement and the reaction of the Mistagdim. I'm going to wrap it up here. We have time for some questions, but next week we'll go on and look at how the introduction of the Western influence dramatically changes everything around you. Thank you for your patience and your endurance.
This is talent. Damn, girl. Like, why isn't this woman at the top of the charts? She's wearing a bikini. She was.
So-called components of the Hasidim, and even the name itself, Naged, in English pronunciation, refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Rebbe Gaon, define themselves by their opposition to the Hasidic movement, and so these two revolutions, so to speak,
Stroud.
Today we're going to speak about the entry of the third simultaneous intellectual and spiritual revolution that affected the Jews of Eastern Central
Yeah, restart. We're gonna play this one.
The mix of these three groups really came together to form a broad swath of Jewish identities and prevalent in So let me start by going to the root of the Haskalah, which we only touched on briefly in the last few lectures. The term Haskalah, it's related to the word for intelligence, and it was used as a translation for
Is it all caps? Okay, all caps, Reggie. I thought it was lowercase. The fucking code won't let me see it, bro. I don't know.
The popular term used to describe this kind of movement that eliminated much of
I don't know. It's try it. You put lowercase. All right, well, I don't fucking know. I don't know if it's lowercase or but there's so many words.
Contribute to this idea of increasing emphasis on humanism, the power of being specifically a man, because they're not quite able to consider women in the same but nevertheless still strive forward in that regard. That men could somehow
At 11 minutes, I'm starting.
be locus into, they could translate that somehow to the political, social, maybe the personal sphere. Just one example with the Lockean concept of tabula rasa.
Get this spammer, get him.
Tabula rasa is a blank slate. The idea that human beings beings are
I'm
born
gonna have an aneurysm.
devoid of any data, like slate, like a black boy is devoid of
It's still
any
doing
data.
it. Why?
And when you write on that,
Yeah, just restart. Just restart. All right, we're going Utopia.
education, experiences, and so on.
Just restart and see if
That's
that
what
works.
it
USA got it. I don't, he was doing the same thing to him.
this kind of idea of the
Go Utopia.
and the potential that it represented is the beating heart of the enlightenment and also of the Kabbalah. And when it encountered the Hasidic movement and the Islamic movement, there was quite an eruption because not all three movements saw this time to the last seven exactly the same thing. Let us go back a little bit and explore some of the Jewish intellectual roots of the Hasidic. We could actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this easily. I pick out two figures, for example. One of my favorite, very amazing figures, is the guy of the Restream, who lives in Georgia, Italy, and 28 out of those person, he was essentially a tutor for Asian publishing industry, copyist, but it happened in the 1970s. There was a dramatic break in Kabbalah, and fled with much of the Jewish community that lived actually in a lowland very close to the river, and they were worried about the buildings collapsing. So they actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors, a little bit like my shul during the COVID condition. They spent a couple of weeks living outdoors with the non-Jewish citizens of Ferrara in an unusual kind of environment where all of a sudden, they're all in the same boat. They're worried about what will happen to their city and during this literally tectonic change.
If you're downed in extract, but not full killed, then yes, you'll be able to extract. But if you get knocked and then full killed, you stay in the ring.
And they were exchanging all kinds of ideas, and this led to kind of an epiphany to Barry Christians and Florida. And also, he ended up writing a very important work called Medio Enlightened, the Enlightener of Eyes, and it really took a different approach to the entire way that Jews appreciated the world. It was
it's getting too challenging.
Because of two things. First of all,
And then these controller things where the fucking aimbot is just, it's so stupid. They need to fucking nerf the shit out of that. The aim assist is just stupid.
Have that kind of, instinctive rejection that we see in the church about challenges to the
forget about timeout
it's not the center and the center revolving around it. There are a lot of things that we could get from
This is like, I couldn't even see the fucking guy.
the specific conversation about the way was starting in the first place. Starting from philosophy, which is really good. The second thing that was really important about Joe Russell, perhaps even more important, is that he was completely willing to engage in frank and open dialogue with Christians. And this was something that was not as common as one would think in the 16th century, even after the Renaissance. So, in many ways, we see this trend going back much further. You see it, for example, Maimonides' famous comment that occurs in his introduction to the book, like in 8 chapters, we should accept truth from whoever speaks it. Perhaps anticipating the huge challenge that is tied to the complexity of his Mishnah Torah would be. He speaks in the 8 chapters about how this commentary based on rabbinic sources, scriptural sources, and even philosophers, and even Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers, because you have to accept truth from whoever speaks. And these ideas, the implications of modern science, as understood within Enlightenment kind of framework, and the grand possibility of figuring out everything in a Newtonian model, where if we just get the laws of the universe right, we will be able to figure out everything that ever happened in history, in the future as well. And at the same time, this kind of community of scholars, this idea of the tolerant university in which Jews could exchange in the marketplace of ideas with the same facility as non-Jews. That's something that the real city embodied. These are kind of values. And again, we can't trace these much further back in Jewish history, but they become especially important in the 18th century associated with Haskalah. Now, let's not forget one other element which I touched on in the first lecture, and I personally have to be quite fascinated with lately, the impact of the Portuguese diaspora, which is shown in this map here. You will recall from that first lecture a couple of weeks ago that Portuguese Jews were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either in the first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition. It was especially fierce in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's licenses to get full pass into secular culture. And even though when they got to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example, or New Amsterdam as well here in New York City, they could shed their external Christian identity and resume their Jewish identity. By the time that happened, they may have been 2, 3, 4 generations deep in Christian education, having gone to university and studied Christian thought, and having a somewhat attenuated idea of Jewish values, norms, history, and so on. So they're walking around with a totally different intellectual bag of tricks than the typical Jews in Europe, and they're spread a lot of fascinating ideas, many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo. People like Spinoza, who spoke about in the first lecture. So these things are coming together, and in the 18th century, we see them expressed so well and so powerfully in this thing called the Haskalah. Definitely the hero, someone who's called the grandfather of the Haskalah, is Moses Mendelssohn, shown here. Moses Dessau, as he was originally known. He was something of a child prodigy. He came to Berlin, where he made much of his fame, and he distinguished himself in so many areas of intellectual inquiry. First and foremost, because he was able to shed the Yiddish tinged German that most Jews spoke. That is, their Yiddish was overwhelmed their German skills, and frequently, were parodied as country bumpkins, speaking some kind of bizarre, old historic form of German with a lot of strange words in it. But he learned, the Hochdeutsch, the really refined, perfect contemporary German. And not only that, he was quite an able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the salons of the day and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thought, the expansiveness of his comprehension, and his fluency with the materials. And I mean, it sounds strange to us now, speaking in the 21st century, but in the late 19th century, this was like, some feral child wandering out of the woods and suddenly, getting a tenured full professorship as one of the greatest universities. So he was like a cause célèbre, and for many, he was viewed as the possibility of Jews for full emancipation into Western society. He was kind of like the poster child for the very idea that Jews could have equal civil rights, that they could enter society, they could have full privileges as German citizens, which they were not. In fact, they would not achieve that until late 19th century. In fact, here further east in Russia, they would get it until the early 20th century. So Moses Mendelssohn stood for a lot of these forward-thinking ideas. Amazingly, he did it without jettisoning his Jewish identity. You will notice from the portrait here, he was clean shaven, which was a little bit scandalous for the era. Jews, traditionalist Jews were usually bearded, that is, males, obviously. Although there were and are halakhically permissible ways to shave the beard, it was definitely not the kind of way that Jews would look in Eastern Europe at the time. This was considered, he was considered a Deutscher, a German. He was hopelessly assimilated to Western values, but he never let go of the core observances of Judaism, and he considered himself an Orthodox Jew, although that term is not coined at the time. It was coined until half century after his death. He considered himself essentially an observant Jew in all ways. One of the sad aspects of his life is that he was unable to provide this kind of sophisticated articulation of both a Jewish and a Civic German identity to his grandchildren, all of whom adopted Christian lifestyles. But nevertheless, before his generation, before his time, he was essentially an observant Jew who had imbibed the greatest thought circulated in Western Europe at the time, and was essentially saying to German society, hey, you should think about how you treat your Jews, because we have tremendous potential to contribute to society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend university, which is completely self-taught. If you allow us to, pursue the occupations that are currently closed to Jews and so on. So he's kind of like the grandfather of the Haskalah. But at the same time, we should also be aware that there are other figures, like, for example, Solomon Maimon, who is just a little bit younger than Mendelssohn. In fact, looked up to Mendelssohn as his mentor in many ways. Solomon Maimon was a very talented philosopher. He debated quite successfully with Immanuel Kant, and he duplicated a lot of the strength that Mendelssohn had. However, unlike Mendelssohn, he certainly was not observant, and he took pride in it. Maimon did write quite a few philosophical treatises that had some popularity and notoriety in his day, but his longest lasting contribution to Western thought is his rather salacious autobiography, which is it is not the first in this genre, but it is certainly one of the most important, the so-called OTD genre, off the derech genre. Maimon himself came from a synoptic background in Lithuania. He was, like Mendelssohn, a child prodigy, very learned in Talmud, and he achieved great status for his impoverished family because of his, rabbinic learning and skills. Married off at the age of 11, which was not that uncommon for especially talented rabbinic youth at that age. Very unhappy marriage, especially an unhappy relationship with his mother-in-law. So on age 13, abandoned his wife and decided not to give her yet for a decade. Also abandoned his child as well, David, who would only be years later. So Solomon Maimon left Lithuania. He had actually a sort of a detour to Mezrich, where he met both there, the Maggid of Mezrich. He has a fascinating chapter about his encounter with Hasidism. But ultimately, he felt that Hasidism was, albeit more inspired and more remarkable for its devotion and its enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of nonsense that he had imbibed as a Talmudist, and he just wanted to bring that all behind him. He came to northern Germany, he was in Berlin, he was associated with medicine. He got up to all kinds of trouble, visited brothels, and so on, and his autobiography is very entertaining reading, but personally, I don't think of him as a very likable individual. But he's also the face of the Haskalah, because unlike Nicholson, who said that we can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe, we can have it all. Solomon Maimon said, chuck it over the side. Like there's so many of these books nowadays that TVCs and Netflix and stuff like that. It's a long person could stop everything as far as its sensory device was and the heartbeat could not be detected, but the person would still be alive and then wake up sometime later. So this was kind of like a maniac that circulated around Europe. It also reached towards America, and the invention of the safety process before electric. Apparently, America included almost 90 patents for different kinds of safety products, specifically for this. There's actually a work agency that specifically describes the phobia of being buried alive. At any rate, you can see in this particular version, on the left is our dearly departed, who has been buried, stood around with his body, but then, and then this that extends from the top up to the surface of the flag that is a little bit like a mailbox flag. And on the right hand side, he's woken up from his coma-like trance. He's not actually dead, but he has been, falsely dead, and so he operates this little winch that frees the flag on the top of the winch. Hopefully, so that people outside the window will see that flag down here, and they'll have a chill run down their spine, and then fire a second time. There are also versions of this that have like bells and strings attached to it. There is a widely held belief, probably not true, but that the phrase "saved by the bell" refers to the ringing of the bell that saved the why is this relevant to
It's the classic. That's right.
Respect tradition in the sense of the customary behaviors, what we would call in Hebrew minhagim, things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even the Talmud and Mishnah, but rather, customs that sort of like attach themselves by the dint of Jewish choices over the generations that would result in things like, dress and I mentioned beards and things like that were, more regional kind of traditions. The Haskalah, he felt that, for too long, Jews had regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, we should, while recognizing that there are a minority of Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as to who Jews are and what we stand for, we should nevertheless embrace our non-Jewish neighbors with open arms and, be happy to join with them in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. And so the idea of openness to the German population in particular was a distinguishing feature of the Western Haskalah. But remember, we've got a whole range. We had the Mendelssohn, who's kind of like the middle of the road person in many ways. We have the Dera Maimon, who is also in this camp, who's also saying, what are you even trying to keep the Torah? Just get rid of it. Then we have people like Mendelssohn's, one of his prime students. Here is David Friedlander from the years of 1750 to 1834. And we should realize that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not his idea of demonstrating the value of Jews to German society would naturally result in the concurrence of emancipation and equal rights. And in reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, it eluded them at every turn. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like, slavish imitation of German norms. For example, the reorganization of the synagogue layout to make it more church-like. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why we're not like meshing with the Germans is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, which is like an absurd argument. Nevertheless, it was debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted, but the laity would not accept it. The introduction of organs into the synagogue, all kinds of things which are definitely contradictory to Jewish law, but nevertheless, he's like bending over backwards.
Oh man, I gotta take a dizzy.
That Jews were willing to
Best backhand of all time. Best forehand.
For example, and he argued for a so-called divine baptism. This was supposedly put forth in 1799, realizing that one of the only ways that Germany seemed to be willing to accept Jews as full members of society is if they would convert. We see this over and over again with great figures like Gustav Mahler, Moser, or Karl Marx's parents, who were all baptized, Heinrich Heine, the great poet, that the only way they could really get university positions, get reasonable jobs, get published in certain places, and so on, is if they formally adopted Christianity, specifically Lutheranism. So Friedlander said, you know what? Okay, how about this? And he actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior, but we will, pro forma say, yeah, sure, we're Lutherans. Yeah. This was why it was a so-called dry baptism. There's no water involved. Of course, it didn't work out, but you see the extent of the desire for the Haskalah to get that elusive German citizenship, that they would do anything for it. And Haskalah was like stretched out way beyond anything that Mendelssohn himself would have done. And just to put this in context, since this is the audience we're speaking to, there were genuinely Orthodox figures who found their way to kind of thread this needle. One of the most famous is Samson Raphael Hirsch. In the middle of the 19th century, articulated a very controversial strategy, which indicated that one of the things that was necessary was a cleavage of the Jewish population in Frankfurt am Main, the so-called Auschwitz, where the Orthodox community formally separated from the general Jewish community in the context of Jewish communal structure. This is really quite a radical move. And at the same time, he argued for a full engagement with German society to the furthest extent that halakha would allow. And this is essentially the essential genesis of what would later be called modern orthodoxy. A lot of things happened between the Hirsch and the 21st century, but the idea of trying to find a safe middle ground between outright assimilation and an obscurantist, insular kind of Judaism that doesn't recognize the value of modern science, modern thought, or non-Jewish civilization. That's sort of where Samson Raphael Hirsch was trying to focus his efforts. And in case you think he wasn't sufficiently religious, this photo was often circulated with a little bit more rich beard, so you get a little bit more film, so to speak. That's a little bit rich. Let's go on. That's what's going on in Western Europe, right? You have these masculine, the adherents of the Haskalah, who are trying very hard to achieve certain political goals, and they are willing, along the spectrum, they're willing to go so far as even have a kind of a mock conversion if that will get them what they want. They were unsuccessful. Eastern Europe, on the other hand, was rather different. One of the most important ways in which Eastern Europe was different is that it was way more populated by Jews. Russia proper, that is Russia before the expansion of Catherine the Great, was actually closed to Jews from the 15th century onward. But when Catherine expanded the region right around this time, in the 18th century, she actually ended up inheriting a massive population of Jews, which she promptly sequestered in a region called the Pale Settlement, which basically extended from halfway through Latvia all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing the southern half of Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, a big chunk of Poland, Ukraine, Western Ukraine in particular, and Bessarabia. These are all the regions of the Pale Settlement, and there was a massive Jewish population that far outpaced both the absolute number of Jews in Western Europe and also their concentration. Jews were heavily concentrated in medium-sized villages all the way up to cities in Eastern Europe. As you can see, the black dots indicate cities with over 50% Jewish population in 1900. It was a little bit less so at the time period we're discussing, because there was an unusual population that especially affected Jews over the course of the 19th century, but nevertheless you get a sense of the difference in scale because of the massive number of Jews that have been in Eastern Europe as opposed to the US. Also, we should understand that there's a huge difference in the political and cultural and linguistic context of these regions. Germany was regarded by Jews as kind of the most civilized country in the world. This was a country that had the best scientists, that had the most sophisticated poets, and they had the most wonderful composers, Beethoven, Bach. I mean, all these things are happening in Germany. Goethe, so they're like so excited for Germany. Russia, by contrast, Jews were not essentially engaged in at all. As I mentioned a second ago, Russia proper was actually closed to Jews, so Jews couldn't live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow unless they had special permission because they were especially wealthy and they were involved in commerce or they were very talented medical professionals. Otherwise, the vast majority of Jews live among the large non-Russian populations that were part of the Russian Empire. Ukrainians, the Poles, the Lithuanians, the Belarusians, and so on. And their cultures, especially their literary cultures, were way behind what was happening in Germany. The Dostoevskys, the Tolstoys, and so on were just the beginning of a huge rush of great Russian literature, but that was happening, towards the end of the period that we're talking about. So Jews were just not attracted to these things. There was no real desire to assimilate to Russian culture, which is quite different from what you had in Germany. Furthermore, Jews living in this huge swath of territory, the Pale Settlement, had massive linguistic affinities with each other in the Yiddish language, which was so strong there, and not at all a minority language among Jews, that it actually evolved eventually into a distinct movement of its own. And any kind of like challenge to traditional authority, religious authority that you would find with the Hasidim in Western Europe, in Eastern Europe, it tended to move away from assimilation and more into acculturation. It was expressed in movements that we understand today because they were incredibly influential. Yiddishism, right? The whole engagement with Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, many Michael Smorim, the culture of it, and so on, that translates really to Broadway and to Hollywood. Zionism, the great political experiment of the Jews that was heavily weighted towards the demands of Eastern Europe. And Jewish socialism, the Bund, the Arbeiterring, and of course elements of Jews in the Communist Party, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks and so on. These are things that happen because the Jews are in such great numbers and not especially attracted to Russian culture. They linguistically they either double down on Yiddish or they explored Hebrew. They generally did not say, "Hey, let's all speak the vernacular." Ukrainian. A little bit different in Poland. There was a much stronger level of Polish Jewish synthesis than you had, let's say, Jewish Lithuanian or Jewish Ukrainian, but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis that really drove Pascal. So as these ideas of the masculine start seeping over into Eastern Europe, Eastern Europeans, even those who are inclined towards these ideas, they're not deeply impressed. They say, no, we don't want to do it like that. Are you serious? Dry baptism? That's what you expected us? No way. But they internalized it in other very different ways. For example, Joseph Pearl, one of the important the Snagim of the era, so one of the important Haskidim of the era, and you can see right away he's very large in my own fact, but he embodies this view saying, okay, listen, there's a lot of great things going on in Western Europe with science, maybe they'll get emancipated and things like that. He looks around at what's going on in Eastern Europe and says, what's holding us back? He says, oh, man, it's those Hasidim. They are the worst. And it's not them, okay, they're religious obscurantists and so on, but, at least they're rationalists. At least they, have a logical system and they're very sober and they are punctual and they have all of these kinds of guys. The Hasidim are wild men. They are drinking, they're dancing, they're singing, they're practicing all kinds of behaviors that we're not used to. All of those things that the Snagim I discussed last week were really offensive and they were offended by Hasidism. And so he took a really unusual tack. He composed false Hasidic books, which were designed to be parodies of Hasidim, that is, satires. Called Megadat Ilim, which means the was meant for an actual Hasidic book. Say, oh my gosh, these Hasidim are such fools, such idiots. Actually, he ended up urging a lot of tremendously interesting Hasidic ideas. Rabbi Nachman of Bratslav, who was one of his most hated, Rabbi Nachman more than most, a lot of the famous stories of Rabbi Nachman were recorded because Joseph Pearl put them in his own book. So he, strangely enough, did a service for Hasidism by opposing them. And the thing is, people like Joseph Pearl, even though he was a dedicated educator and he made tremendous contributions to the general education in Karnapol, in Western Ukraine, and nevertheless, he simply could not get any serious traction with his opposition to Hasidism, especially through this strange device of writing these parodies of Hasidic thoughts. But you see how especially the figure of Joseph Pearl, tries to correct Hasidism, but it is a genuine false folk movement that people enjoy. People want to be associated with Hasidim. We should note that Pearl was not the only Basquiat dealt with the Hasidim, and there were some, I'll show you one in about 10 minutes, that viewed the Hasidic movement with quite a bit more charity, but nevertheless, The basic attack of Haskalah on Eastern European Jews was primarily focused at the Hasidism, at the Hasidim, because they saw them as the most obscurantist, the most intrinsically opposed to the values of Haskalah that they were trying to slowly bring into Eastern Europe. The fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the year 1815 for various reasons. For example, the Vilna Gaon had now been dead for almost 20 years, and there were also changes in the generations of Hasidic leaders and so on, and the placing of Hasidic rabbis in official positions in the cities calmed down a lot of that intense literary debate. But the Hasidim on Snagler faced a much more significant threat from the Russian government. So another element of the Haskala's attack on the traditionalist lifestyle in Eastern Europe was specifically through the government. And this, in many ways, poised the relationship between, on the one hand, Snagler Hasidim, and on the other hand, but ironically, this meant that had cause against the Haskalah. So to a large degree, this helped form the law. Litvaks, Hasidim, because they both saw the Haskalah as an existential threat, which they were. Tsar Nicholas I here, who was one of the most influential tsars to rule Russia, had a lot of ideas about how to deal with the Jewish people. He was deeply disturbed that they should not conform to his threefold theory of good government in Russia that emphasized worship of the Tsar, that emphasized Russian Orthodoxy, which the Jews could not conform to, obviously, Russian Orthodox Christianity, not Russian Orthodox Judaism. And finally, the idea of narodnost, which means peoplehood, peopleness. Russians,
what up, Pim?
Russian citizens of the Russian Empire, less
all right, so all in all, you were down $3,000 in stake. How about the other one?
So he tried.
No, we have to talk about it. Yeah. Holy fucking shit, dog. Like, you had a problem? Somebody gave you a bunch of money and you just blew it? Was it an inheritance? Who's he? So some random Norwegian guy's mom died and he gave you a bunch of money. Why did he give you so much money? Oh, so you gambled on his behalf? Okay. What makes you think you're a good gambler? Yeah, but you don't keep track. You don't keep track of your losses that well. Okay. Have you just considered quitting? Well, you're already done on one site, and the other site is more corrupt than that site. So why don't you? If you like gambling so much, why don't you do sports gambling? Well, here's why I say that. You blow thousands of dollars in like 10 minutes, and you're not going to do that on sports gambling. Sports gambling, you put $100 on a game, the game takes 3 hours, you're really into it, and you could win. It's basically like 50-50. And it's harder to rig those. Like these websites that you're on, you know how they can code them and just be like, okay, we're going to win 55% of the time and you're going to lose 45% of the time, or you're going to lose 55% of the time. You're only going to win 45% of the time. And basically, every time you put money into it, there's no regulation, there's no gaming board. So they can just, at one point, say, you know what? Let's just make it, he's going to lose 90% of the time. And you, and don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Like, dude, when I used to gamble with this friend of mine, and do you remember what Bo? Do you know what Bodog was? Okay, so Bodog was like the OG online gambling site. It was really big for online poker and sports betting. And my friend and I would get on there and we'd get on these. We would use it for sports betting originally, but then we get an online poker because we had some friends of ours who did online poker and made a lot of money. And so it was like, okay, well, we'll do it. And every single time we got like an unbeatable hand, like a full house, like a really good hand, we'd lose to four in a row, four of a kind. And it'd be like every single time. Well, what we didn't know is we were playing against bots. So they always would make you think that you had a good hand, and then right at the end they'd steal all your money. And then guess what happened to that website? It was some Cayman Islands website that went under, and we never saw anything from it. And we lost thousands of dollars doing that. Yeah, so that's not legit at all. Is it near Belize? All right. It's like when Mozambique. So you're talking about like in the Indian Ocean. Like there's no getting these people. It's basically a scam. That's not how you, that's not how you really know. How you really know is if it has a gaming board and audits. If you can't we couldn't even pick out where that island is on a map. Cura- Curacao. So right, but I mean you get what I'm saying, that it's not like MGM or Caesars or even one. I mean, I'm not saying they're legit at all, but they're more legit than that one. Why don't you bet? Why don't you? Yeah, but here's the thing. Let's say you got, I don't know, $100,000 in the bank there. No one knows that you can necessarily cash that out. They could just be like, okay, whatever. Let's close down at this point, and you're done. You're not going to the Indian Ocean to get your money, and no lawyer's gonna pony up to just be like, all right, let's sue these guys. You're done. You just you just like the rush, and you can get that rush in other ways. And you have a child, and this money could be going to improving their life. You have access to a bot system that people would dream about. Now I know it's not yours, but you're like the middleman for it. And you could basically take the money that you're using to gamble and invest it in your streams. You got to be doing something interesting, but it's like 290 days until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. You plan on getting it. Okay. So you create a community that knows that you're good at Grand Theft Auto 5, and then when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, you increase the amount of bots that you have viewing your streams, and then all of a sudden you've got some subscribers. Then perhaps you might have a merch store, and you grow from there. The online gambling thing, though, is a yeah, exactly. It's not the way to go. I like it. I mean, it's cool for you to come in here, but I've also seen you in some sad shape too. Online gambling causes you a major alcohol problem, or the alcohol problem causes you a gambling problem. And you're a really nice guy, and when you're sober, you make good decisions. But when you're drunk, man, you'll like take your whole bank account and just pour it out. It's like, wow, he has no control when he's drunk. Absolutely. And again, your dad, you have a lady, they love you. And have you thought about stopping drinking? Okay, you got to stay away from this. Oh, it has been. I've seen you lose thousands of dollars because you were drunk. It's week. It's weekly though, so you just stay away from that. Okay, but that's good. Do you smoke pot? Why not? Oh, okay. Well, that'll do it. Okay, so you've got a good job, and you just got to stay away from the bottle, stay away from the gambling, use your funds for your family, and then any extra that you have, put it into your streaming career. Richard, I mean, I'm just asking, why don't you just live stream whenever you're at home? Why don't you just have the stream going? It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost. No, you don't have bad internet. You don't have bad internet, and you don't have to have the stream on you necessarily. You can show other stuff when you're not there. But basically, what I'm saying is, it becomes an advertisement for you, and people will just randomly join your stream. And then whenever you go live, you'll have a ton of people who just check you out to see when you are on camera to check out what you're doing. Absolutely. And they don't want to be on stream. Okay. Well, then you just got to respect that. Right. Absolutely. And that's the way to go. They changed the name to KCIP. If you weren't aware, it's now just Kick Partner. But you're exactly right. Two things, though. Two things, though. You, you stay away from the game. I understand. You stay away from the gambling. You stay away from the bottle, and your life is going to be a lot better. And your money's going to go up, and your happiness with your significant other and your child is going to go up, and then you've got that world by the ass. If you can just stay away from two things, and they're pretty easy. One, gambling is a pain. It's a pain in the ass to do. And secondly, is the bottle. It tastes like garbage. So you've done it for 2 weeks. Now make it 20 weeks. When you can go half a year and you haven't had a drink, then I'm going to say, okay, now this guy's got an opportunity at some real success. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. You know all these things, and you say them to yourself constantly. So you just got to do it. Yeah, what'd you say, Big Dog? Absolutely. You take it. I'm always here for you, buddy.
Fucking comment. Like, you're making a cat gagging porn on Vex videos. I can't believe she's really out there getting fucked like that. Bro, like, fucking, dude, like, god damn it, dog. Fuck. Can't believe she's just gonna about to get. Can't believe she's out there getting fucked, bro.
Us, and at the same time they're hailing Judaism and hoping that that would bring them into the Russian fold per se through a form of assimilation. The carrot element of this was in the form of the Crown Schools, which was a network of Russian-sponsored schools that enrolled Jewish children and purported to use the Haskalah methods of education to enlighten them, to expose them to science and the Russian language and all kinds of things like that. This is one of the reasons why the yeshiva of Rothschild closed down, was specifically over whether or not the students there would have to learn Russian. And it's clear that it's not because they felt that the Russian language was somehow completely, divorced from everything Jewish, but that they felt that it was the leading edge of much worse things. They brought in Maskilim like Max Lilienthal, who initially tried to set up these so-called Crown schools, but when it was discovered by Lilienthal and others that in fact these were like very thinly veiled attempts to actually convert Jewish children to Russian Orthodoxy, with actually priests working on the payroll and so on. Lilienthal ended up giving up and he actually retired here to America where he made a career here. And this was the carrot, enrolling kids, Jewish kids, in the Crown schools. The stick was that if you didn't enroll your child in the officially Russian-sponsored school, then your child would be exposed to the Russian army, to the so-called cantonist system. Beginning in 1837, Nicholas I said that Jewish children as young as age 12, legally, in reality, many children younger than the age of 12 would take them, would be conscripted into the Russian army. Now, there's a lot more to say about this terrible decree. It had a tremendously corrosive impact on the Jewish leadership in the communities as well, but it was essentially a death sentence, Jewishly, for the Jewish boys who were taken off to the Tsar's army. One thing that many people don't realize is that service in the Tsar's army was 25 years in length. And Nicholas I, recognizing that conscripting adults at 18 years old, Jewish adults at 18 years old, they were already so steeped in Jewish thought and culture and family connections and many would be married at this point, they would never completely assimilate. So that's why he backed it off by an additional 6 years, at which point they would have 6 years of military education, and then they would serve their 25 years in the Tsar's army. A horrific thing. These children would be taken away from their families, and you can see the desperation in this contemporary Russian painting describing the movement of countries. So the Jews of Russia had this terrible choice: either put their kids in these Russian-sponsored, basically conversionist Haskalah schools, or they can expose them to the risks of being sent off to the Tsar's army and not really seeing them for decades. This is the reason why I'm here. My grandfather, Oliver Shalom, did not want to fight against the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War on behalf of the Russians. So he made his way to Canada, and about 70% of Ashkenazi Jews in America trace their origins back to this particular period in history as well. You have a lot of shenanigans with Jews mutilating themselves by shooting off toes, children being adopted by other families, so they would be considered as only sons, mixing up ages of birth and all kinds of things that children experience. But under these circumstances, the Misnagdim and the Hasidim realized that they had to get much greater enemies in the Russian government itself and in the Maskilim who were penetrating into the Russian government and using their position to try to, in their own way or their own misguided way, to enlighten the Jews and using state power to do so. So this coalesced into kind of two fronts. But not everyone agreed with this general assessment. There were some exceptional figures, like Eliezer Tzviko here, who was a maskil, who, unlike Joseph Pearl, did not agree with the excoriation of the Hasidim, and in reality he took kind of an elevated approach to the three-way conflict that was developing. And I'd like to just close with a quote from a book he wrote called appropriately Shalom Al Yisrael, in which he writes, God saw that there would be three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, to safeguard the Torah, to purify the Talmud, to oversee its logic and its diligence. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which is in southern Poland, eastern and western Ukraine, to martial devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Because the Snagdir from Lithuania, like they say in Yiddish, called to be in Litva, told as in Lithuania, they have a phenomenal sense of logical power and reason and so on, but they're cold, they're like very tachlis oriented, what is the detail, and very focused on the argument. The Hasidim, on the other hand, is so warm. Maybe they're not quite as demanding about what's happening around the edges, and they're much more inclusive, and they're much more into, for example, prayer. The founder of the Chabad Hasidim said he went to the Magid in order to learn how to pray. He learned to learn Hasidic thought, he went to learn how to pray, because they prayed with devotion. And they prayed with enthusiasm. Hasidic Verbringen, so wonderful thing. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem, that's Mendelssohn, in Germany, called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion, and argued in this regard that a lot of the ideas that we began with today with Rosaria del Rossi really conform to that Maimonidean thought of listening to the truth and accepting it from whoever speaks it and evaluating it for the Jews. In fact, allows the Jews in the 19th century to really excel in so many areas of human endeavor. But I have to conclude with Shalom Al Yisrael because I identify very much with this idea of different magnetic polarities that affect the Jewish people, alternating between that austere religious text-based thought and the divine enthusiasm of religious ecstasy and the open-minded rationalism of modernism. These two ideas really inform quite a bit of the Jewish community today. I think it is the diversity of thought, the multiplicity of perspectives that really helps the Jews exist as a community, as a people in America. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over these 3 weeks. It's really a great honor to speak with you.
Welcome. How are you?
One of the things that I find so exciting about the early Jewish community in Amsterdam,
What's up, Ivan?
16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, is the fact that it was a place that drew in people from
Ivan,
surprisingly diverse backgrounds.
can you hear me? Ivan. Yo, dog, can you hear me?
And they came together to produce some tremendous artifacts of Jewish culture that later went on to have very illustrious careers. One of those documents is the Amsterdam Haggadah of 1695, and in particular, the copper engravings that really set the signal for many, many more Haggadahs for centuries, right up to and including the Maxwell House
Yes,
Haggadah that
yes.
was very popular here in America. Now, we all love reading Haggadahs with great illustrations. And the person that we have to thank for the Amsterdam Haggadah is an unusual individual named Abraham Bar Yaakov, whose years were 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in the Rhineland. What we really know about his background is that he was actually a convert to Judaism. He was originally a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and moved to Amsterdam in 1826, and that's where he converted and began to, use his talents as an engraver and presumably as a pastor because he had great familiarity with the illustrated Bibles in circulation at the time, and he brought those talents together in the Amsterdam Haggadah. We know just a handful of facts about him. He was apparently married twice. We don't know about his first wife. Perhaps that was when he was still Christian. His second wife, however, was Deborah Hoops, a very famous family of printers. Her husband was actually employed by her brother, Solomon ben Joseph Hoops, who published the 1712 reprint of the 1695 Haggadah that Abraham Bar Jacob was associated with. And it was Abraham Bar, Aramaic rather than Ben, Yaakov. And normally with a convert you have Yaakov Bar Abraham, but there's no question about it because he referred to himself elsewhere as Mishpachat Abraham Avinu, from the family of Abraham. But anyway, let's have a look at this amazing Haggadah just for a few minutes. So here's the title page of it, absolutely gorgeous. You see this representation of Moses on the right, the lawgiver, and Aaron, the high priest, on the left. Extremely influential design that was repeated again over and over again. And copper engraving was a technological upgrade from previous forms of illustrations. Here you can see a gorgeous rendition of the daughter of Pharaoh receiving or finding baby Moses in the Nile. You can see right in the center of the river, mid-ground there is Moses in the basket, and then instead of compressed timeline in the back, you can see it looks like the maidservant, not the daughter of Pharaoh herself, as we might have in the Midrashim tradition, reaches out to receive Moses, and then on the left side of the foreground, you see apparently the maidservant presenting the baby Moses to the daughter of Pharaoh herself, who was so designated by a crown. Fascinating, very detailed and gorgeous illustration. You can imagine people sitting around the Seder table in Amsterdam enjoying this, and really all over Europe. If the previous image might have appealed to the young daughters in the family, perhaps with maternal instincts, this one is definitely designed for the young boys in the family, with this dramatic image of Moses beating the Egyptian who presented a danger as described in the book of Exodus. And you can see all around are various activities involved in building Pitom and Ramses, the cities described as the slave cities that the Jews were involved in the book of Exodus. So really gorgeous, detailed illustrations, very evocative and so on. It's also famous for being the site on a very early Hebrew map. You can see it's laid out east to west. Here, there's a colorized version of it, also very interesting looking. But I think what is most fascinating about this is in this type of era, the whole idea of plagiarism was like not very well defined. So here is a classic image from the Haggadah that shows the pictures of the four sons. So on the right, the wise son, and then second from the right is the wicked son. The third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who does not know how to ask. You can see they're actually different in size as well. But a little bit more deeply, you see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images in the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations that came from Christian sources, which is perhaps something that our artist might have become familiar with through his earlier Christian study. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggadah as the top left image. And by the way, ironically, it says underneath here in German, not reproduction is forbidden, which it's ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing. But this is also from 1931. It's a reprint from then, so it's already well in public domain. At any rate, three of the four sons are simply flipped a mirror image and taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the Iconis Biblicale of Matthäus Marian of Basel, a mid-17th century print of the Bible with illustrations. So you can see, for example, the Chacham, the wise son, is actually from a picture of Hannibal, who's offering a sacrifice in the top right. The Russia, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier in the bottom right, fleeing a battle. And then on the left, the simple son is ironically based on a model of the prophet Samuel in the lower left, and then he's just flipped as well, and a hat is added to kind of reinforce the image. So the whole idea of what could be borrowed, what could be built upon, what could be augmented was really very fluid in the 17th century. I'll just wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is really beautiful and evocative anyways. You can see that right there in the bottom of this image, it says Abraham Bar Yaakov. And I find it interesting that he chose to specifically illustrate his name underneath a depiction of the story from the book of Jonah, in which the stormy sea throws Jonah overboard, swallowed up by some kind of aquatic creature, and then spit out safely on dry land. And I just wonder, it's very tempting to think, is this what Abraham Bar Yaakov thought of himself? That he too came from a very tumultuous era. He landed in Amsterdam and he found his wife, he found a family, he found his métier as a cobbler engraver, and finally as a Jew. Fascinating, don't you think? I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope we'll have a chance to explore Amsterdam together this fall with Kosher River Cruises. Thanks very much for watching. One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular with kosher riverboat cruises. We've been doing this for a few years now, and I really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly of the Jewish waterways of Europe. And I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam this fall. Here's a little Vorspeise video, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature and unique nature of the Amsterdam Jewish community. And I think one of the most fascinating elements of this unusual Jewish community is the deep involvement of Portuguese Jews. And so let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the kind of spiritual, creative, intellectual energy that was brought to Amsterdam by the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Uriel Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. This tragic story has been dramatized and produced in theater in many different cultures. Here, for example, you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his sad life. He was born in Portugal in 1583 to a New Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an absolutely horrific experience and had, in many ways, just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown in Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet, nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. And so many Jews went deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families who were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called new Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called old Christians who had never had any experience with Judaism and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time in this video. At any rate, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it. He was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was a much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Acosta, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity because this is 1583. The Inquisition has been in place for 50 years. The Jews have been forcibly converted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian filter. He came to Amsterdam in 1614. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and he formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the Hamburg community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them, right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt this new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution. And he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and the matriarchs, King David and King Solomon. And he sees around them there are regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. And he is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the local community that in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is actually excommunicated. Now, there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in a Jewish context. It essentially means a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So he was first excommunicated in the year 1618. He goes back and he lives in Amsterdam, and the excommunication is lifted, and but he doesn't stop. He's still so bothered by the fact that how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should adopt? It's possible that Uriel Costa suffered from some level of mental illness. When I get to the end of this story, perhaps you'll see why this is especially poignant. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we're describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these kind of intellectual rabble-rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him again. This is the second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and he ended up fleeing to Utrecht. Nevertheless, in Utrecht, he found himself extremely depressed. In 1628, his mother passed away, and he found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have community among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to absorb himself within the Jewish community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual and spiritual disagreements with the community. He said later on, a very sad phrase, he said, I shall become an ape among apes. Very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism and just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing 2 Christians who were considering conversion to Judaism at this time, and this brought him to the attention of the Jewish community once again. And so in 1640, he formally says to the community, okay, look, I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in any of these activities anymore. And the Beit Din of Amsterdam, the Jewish court, imposed an extremely harsh sanction upon him. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue, he was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept the gift of being lashed. And then he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk over him. Abject behavior. He was incredibly possessed by this. He went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide called terrifying story. Incredibly sad. Obviously, an individual who is deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the vagaries of history, the persecution of the Inquisition, who was distant from Judaism in a normal way, he had no Jewish community, and then he developed this special idea of what Judaism must be like, and he was never able to really, make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and he ended up taking his own life. Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic ways of Amsterdam.
Damn, bro. Just think about this shit. Wow, bro. What the fuck? Nigga, smoke this shit.
For the difficulties of navigating the to adopt various
damn, bro. Just think about this shit.
religious identity. In other words, the Amsterdam Beit Din was really trying to enforce an illegal concept of Judaism, where everyone has to set rules as understood by the Shema, whereas the possibility of ritual identity are rapidly evident in society. One of the most profound links they have all participated in not that much later, after a Christmas experience, led to a similar experience with the Amsterdam but then the direct connection between Christmas experience and the neighborhood himself. This painting by Senator Restream is remarkable representation. The notes is like in general, he shows young Spinoza as a child with colorful clothing, long hair, holding onto flowers, sitting on the lap of a much more brooding, student, as if he is the bearer of his legacy. It is a tragic story to be sure, but it also gives us some insight. Okay, I hope you found this sad video nevertheless meaningful, and I really hope to see you on this tour because it is going to be fantastic. Thank you very much for watching. Like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic to be over so that we can get life back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to traveling once again with Kosher River Cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam in the late summer and then a few other trips coming up after that. One fascinating little incident associated with the Jews of Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Menashe.
The legend of time paid the price. The self-proclaimed kung fu expert is a viral sensation, destroying his actors with ease, but Pacquiao was no actor. When they met in the ring, it was complete domination. Despite a huge height and weight disadvantage, it wasn't long before he was clinging on just to survive. Pacquiao began pleading to quit and stop the fight. Showing courage, he beat the count and was saved by the bell.
To make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities he was actually born actually in Lisbon to a crypto Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel Diaz. The Inquisition accused Rabbi Rothschild's father of practicing Judaism secretly, and very narrowly escaped the fate of Michael. And so the family escaped from Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Young Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Brian. Those are two children of Joseph that have Jewish business to have brought along they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents lost their children's name of Menashe from again the alone. And he became a child prodigy. He was actually extremely talented, not only in Judaic studies, but also he had a very kind of like broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and multiple languages. People at one stage he started medical in his outlook and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He was given very as a writer, especially as a publisher. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Mendes, who was also one of these Portuguese who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to Eastern Ecuador, and the story he tells is absolutely fantastic. He is guided by an indigenous guide to the population that lives across an impassable river. But when he encountered them on the other side of the river, they addressed him in Hebrew. They recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he is never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees them, speaks to them across the way. And there are apparently indigenous Ecuadorian peoples who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Reuben. Our lady, of course, is from the tribe of Levi. Now, our this is an absolutely fantastic event. He travels back to Amsterdam and he relates his story there. Menashe ben Israel was present at the time that he related the story. He actually transcribed it. And although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention. In particular, Protestant clergy were especially interested in Alan Ray's story because there is a parallel movement that specifically associates the discovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and indigenous peoples in America. Here's one copy of a publication of signed by Thomas Gilbert, Jesus in America, or probabilities that Americans are outcome race, meaning the indigenous peoples of First Nations and Native Americans are in fact Jews descended from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph. With the removal of some contrary reasonings and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of like the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they begin tracking down the story of it and talking to the Pastor of Israel. This is also the part around the time the Sabbathite see there's a lot of messianic survey going on continent in English and also among Jews at this time. The Master of Israel begins to get caught up in it. He begins to look more deeply about the story. Jews discovered in Ecuador, and although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Yisrael, the book of the Hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later,
Take it down a notch, guys. We gotta play through.
The subtitle is Al Dabar Aseret Hashvatim
Let's take it down.
on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they're living. He also issues this in Spanish here. You see Esperanza de Israel, the Hope of Israel, and of course in English. There it is, the Hope of Israel,
That's wild.
So the fascinating story about how he got involved in this, and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of his promotion of the story that in fact the people in Ecuador may be part of the lost tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. Right? Who were those lost tribes? You will recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into 2 monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasions, a large portion of the population of the northern of Israel was transported to these 3 areas, at least as far as biblical time you can see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of its population would be deported to Babylon, specifically at the waste of the Tigris. Here's a map of what these regions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern Israel were sent off to, let's say, western Syria and the Kurdistan region, there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that for example, pieces of clay that inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references to the same found in local records from the stuff. There's also been some fascinating finds, so they're subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular strange devices that have been found in these particular sediments, and they're dating back to the 18th century. So it's quite possible that Jews were in fact living here. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Israel with regard to tribes. But it is fascinating because definitely developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth. You could say Haaretz. One space where he actually had quite an impact is in England, because at this time Jews were formally not allowed to live in England, and Menashe ben Israel had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular with regards to the possibility of relocating Jews. They had been moved out in 1290, and this was part of the fooled into the Messianic era as that's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual, spiritual, and political ferment that we're going on after. If you are able to travel, and hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over, please join me with Ocean River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sites of Jewish Amsterdam and the Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for watching.
I got the baby in here. Kevin, if you touch this beautiful little man, I swear. Okay. That's it.
Here's hoping that the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to travel. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with Ocean River Cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city to visit. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who created Amsterdam in the 80s and 80s, the incredible revolution. One of the most amazing things about the connection between Amsterdam and the Rock File is that Amsterdam is a city of many Jewish persecutors, not only as we saw in previous videos from the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and wanted to return to their own Jewish identities, could not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, and we see it in particular with Rabbi Rothschild. So first of all, it was Rabbi Rothschild. He was a child prodigy, a genius who wrote quite truly stellar books of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different sections of Jewish intellectual activity. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called the Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible sort of self-guide and ethical guide and maximal of Jewish morality and the way in which it applied to an individual when it first comes about development. I myself enjoy it immensely. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel the mental growth in my own personality and a desire to read it again. His work was accepted amazingly well on the spectrum, at least when you look over the course of the 18th century onward. For example, the remarkable diversity of people who really enjoyed the top. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was a muscular and enlightened figure who argued that we should engage more fully with secular monarchy that Judaism had something to offer in the general European world, and that even European studies in culture, literature, art, music, science, and so on could also enrich the Jewish perspective. Also, in the world of literature, the famous professor at the University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Hebrew writer that was actually producing works as Christians. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and then all modern Hebrew literature stems from this message. For those who are very close students of Ramchal, they know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it was in this regard in particular that is especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was such an important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about masculine, we talked about Hasidim, but Vilna Gaon, the great Litva, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, who in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in the Sirat Yisharim until chapter 11. What that word is, I can share with you one of the also said that we were alive at the same time as the Ramchal. Their lifespans just overlapped very slightly. We would have walked all the way from Macedonia to Padua in Italy. The biography of Rothschild is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he's from Padua, the Northern was regarded as a child college. He wrote his first book.
Sir, your beautiful statement has brought me to tears. I would love to join you in a group hug.
How to engage in public speaking, the poetry and song, and he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which is one of the few schools in Europe that would admit to it. They had some
Sir, your beautiful statement has brought me
disabilities, they had the offset from the expensive so anyway, they did earn a medical degree at Padua.
I was over at 11 in the morning, and it went outside, and it was the sun. I saw the sun. Then we went back to the Philippine village hotel, and we had an orgy for 2 days. I've never screwed so many women in my life. It went a short period of time. That's how I remember the thriller.
By a figure named Rabbi Rothschild, who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a second follower of the Restream Shabbatite student shown here. He led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the imprisonment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world. I thought that this might actually be the moment for music was persecution. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbatite movement was in some of these group texts that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews selling their properties and putting them on that where we had a very large following. And then to pick up an into Israel. However, Shabbatite when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing his quest and losing his head or converting to Islam. Shabbatait's decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued, believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, then perhaps that meant they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Dinna, who were active right up to the 20th century in politics and social things. But back to the Ramchal. The question of Jews felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shabbatait's, and he raised the issue with Jewish Protestant that actually looked at the Ramchal and they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young. Kabbalah is usually when you study that people at least at the age of 40. He was still unmarried, and in fact he did not grow a beard, which is a function that bothered them. So they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalist teachings. And when he got married, he got actually assuaged to their concerns, so they let it be. After some time, however, this young person felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah, and so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find more secure income. But Rabbi Moshe Chadiz, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without too many consequences in Padua, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabbatait's lead, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to his earlier faith that he could not teach Kabbalah and so on, and most tragically, the Frankfurt based all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine possible heresy, and finding none, but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury him as if to hide from the way, and they lost sight of him there. So many phenomenal works are lost to history, and so the the teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his group, arguing that there was no reason for him to be persecuted on these suspicions. He was an incredibly upright and especially talented young man, And so in the end, after we took the second oath, they allowed him to travel out. It was finally in Amsterdam where we found some rest. As we spoke about in a couple previous videos, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Ramchal. They respected place to teach the Alexandric tradition and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, of his short life, were in Amsterdam, because they saw, among other things, not only the brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation of Pura and hospitals that previously, and also not too far in the distance, like the explanation of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and he was there when he did remarkable work. Silat decided. One thing I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, but let's see again, when you were in Yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal in the 1990s, a new version, an underground version, written in the Ramchal's own hand, was discovered in the archives in the Soviet Union. And this version is not like the one that has been studied for the last 200 years. It was a dialogue version in which the entire theme and plot opposite is expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them has kind of gone on not an exact comparison, but has kind of become a modern Orthodox Jew, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super hustler. Plays the rhythm all day, sings songs all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about their observance of the halacha. And the two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it is brilliant. It's so insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which the Ramchal decided not to publish, to the version that has been available. So much fascinating stuff. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at the Mesilat Yesharim because of its connection to Amsterdam, and I try to understand a little bit more of his thought and what he had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on a cruise one day.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just to keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us on rivers. It's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, no deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just an update as to what's going on, because we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that we'll be having will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews. It was a nickname Mokum, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today: Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, really what I'd like to do is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important. Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming to Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes at the max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk. And hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just understand, let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me, but I'll just take a couple of minutes. For those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detail map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we'll refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's a British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, what I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled and said, no, let those Jews in, and boy, there goes the improvement. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century onward. This is a great map which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are in the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Cohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levian or Kohanim, and it's very easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, this is 100% of, or statistically very large number of Kohanim and Levian have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the first century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in north of Italy sometime around the year 1000.
Another one.
I find it ironic there are 4 women, probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate,
Another one.
The genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi
Another
Jews
one.
are specifically associated with these 4
Another
women,
one.
likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy.
Another
that
one.
creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them move to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. This is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that God willing will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River, Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jews. So this map here shows the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jews in the Christian country and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391. But the wave of Jews migrated into us, and one of the unusual aspects of these was that they were accompanied by forced conversion to Christianity, forced baptism. This was speaking upon prevention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once the Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continue to regard themselves as Jews, continue to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities. They could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called New Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish life. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were, restricted to certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities based on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on. But they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaism, or secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbor. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house, or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church will, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century.
Is it just me? Is it just me? Oh, this shit's so good, I shouldn't have to fuck for free.
It's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society is upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, and says, I think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, Tzfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend a bit more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal.
Lock in.
So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular, those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape through Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing we'll visit on the Douro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It is unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese citizens, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were just actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There's no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbis, obviously they were not Catholics, they were Jews. And so the magistrate said, "Oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem." And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have a police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is, it was Yom Kippur. It was about 10 years later than reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crime. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the estate. And they arrested the rabbi and his son, and they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime, and all they were doing was praying according to the rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, "Okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals, as far as we can tell," and they let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand on the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam, and they're primarily Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens, incidentally, in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of the treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again. And now they're in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and established the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in the video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because here they would reveal their identities to their friends, because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought this was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Costa, was a lens grinder. He in fact died from lung ailment from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled. This was something that was happening all over the continent, and so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke I can't help. I got to tell you this quick joke. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they place them on the wall, and they're putting the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shut up. Don't make trouble." Because The idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him like a Costa under a cherem, under a ban. No one was allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get this picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Herschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel, originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditionalist Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is literally blocking the door to the synagogue. Another looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of these major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to contain its anti-Aryan and exceptional individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the Messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, rapidly at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy. And there was a very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravana, very important figures from Spain, who used their great wealth to promote Jewish causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's this strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations. And after great difficulty, they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from the book you may actually have in your home, Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver, and he created these illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories of the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avram Bar Yaakov. But he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Farrar Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them. But he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge, intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that God willing, we will have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David. I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such a interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there are no questions because you said it all. Thank you very much. And
Ask questions, David. If no one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
maybe I will again act as the thumb during the Haggadah, asking simple questions because I know you like hard questions. I will leave that for the vote. I will think of something very, very difficult and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of the Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was very important printing center in the Jewish way.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because, the Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book. And they really meant the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry. And Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are big centers that develop. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled.
72-hour water protection with only 9 ingredients isn't a mix.
Spain in the 1480s. And then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And we have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all in Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors and things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Baalei Tshuva. They're essentially coming to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time and place. And they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be Orthodox, small O Orthodox. You can give us new thoughts. One of the most important Amsterdam Jews of the time was Manasseh ben Israel, who published the theory that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean, translated into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halakhic perspective, I'm not a rabbi, but from a halakhic perspective, when you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially the Shulchan Aruch, that's when it begins to find its expression text in a very deified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period tied it to the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really putting meat and milk together? And especially with something taste, so you don't taste meat and milk together. That's why we have the development of a more restricted time, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, it's a 3-hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, only, like in Holland, it's only 1 hour. I'll have to look into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis.
New segment according to Colby.
Excellent question for us. I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Jack?
Thank you.
We played golf on Sunday, me and Mark.
I think there are no more questions, so
and
I would like to conclude the lecture. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope that we will continue on the boat that we will. We all know that. I'm looking forward to it. So thank you. And now I will hand over to David Lord.
I was fine all day. Yeah, just that whole. I checked the scorecard.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises at Henry is an integral part of the team, and makes it a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, so we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We're a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process.
I want to end on a good note here.
Our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part, you got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes it really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on. As you know, and someone's been on our cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there's always something scheduled and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want. and or do as little as you
So
want.
54 plus
And
71
again,
or
this is
72.
something that we've
Yeah.
tried for the
Yeah, that was
last,
my favorite podcast.
I guess, Cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising for large ships. We moved over to small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People came in a little bit later. We are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening in governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our green now later, which is just sign up. No deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed. And at that point, you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal. And then for next year, we have everything from, as you see on our website, updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. I'm happy to answer them. And, spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. Once again, thank you, everybody.
Interesting thing, because you're being honest, but just to make yourself you're playing more. You go to the tips because you want to be honest, make my handicap worse, but you're actually better than that. So it's really not honest, but within the rule set, I think handicaps are just really interesting because there's the vanity aspect where you don't want to tell people that your handicap is higher, but that helps you win money. But
It's like an honest lie.
Yeah. I would think that you would
Hello, fellow students. I'm really excited to share with you today results of a study.
I wish they could have that in all days. I just played my buddy Tom's. My buddy Tom, his girlfriend in tennis. She's been playing for a year, lessons once a week, and they play once or twice. And I haven't played for years, but I played 2 years in high school, and I wish we could have handicapped ourselves. Although it was pretty good. 25, 21. We played a game where you don't serve it, you just feed it to someone.
Talks
And
about
then service, it's makes it easier for people who are just good at serving. Serving can be
Throw it to you, and then they hit that.
You just hit it off of bounds, just forget about it. And then that person can be like, oh, I don't want that to again. Oh, really? Yeah. So the person receiving knows they can get a good one. But it was really fun. I was dry heaving after an hour in the heat on Sunday, but I think we're back in it.
What courts did you play at?
The Beverly Hills Tennis Center.
Okay.
It's extremely cheap. It's $900 an hour. No, I swear to God, it's $60 for the year, and then you can pay $14 per time or something.
I only ask because when I'm driving around LA, all the tennis courts are just very busy, and I have friends that play tennis too, and I'm like, how do you do it?
Most of if you're not going there and you're going to a regular tennis court, the LA parks, you have to reserve a court.
So it's kind of like a tea time. You book a time and then you show up.
And it's all an hour. That's why I haven't played for so long, because we'll be spontaneous, oh, let's go play tennis, but then you can't.
You have to be a little bit more.
I'm getting back into it though. Send you guys a picture of me, just looking like a unit out there. Don't send anything. That's it. Picture of you were too far away in the picture. I yelled at you. It was bad.
I'll be back in 10 station.
Talk about this shirt. What a fun shirt. Oh, I actually won this in the tennis match. This is my Tom works at Paramount. This is Nickelodeon VidCon staff. Shout out to Tom. Guess who will be going to Nickelodeon VidCon next year? It's good. Yeah, look at this picture. Terrible. No, it's good. Look at that. I wouldn't. You couldn't. You got to zoom in on a 50-inch screen TV to see what the hell's going on. I tried to wear green shorts to the fall. I was going to ask about shorts. Shorts look cute. They're free bird dogs that I got from Theo 6 years ago. Can you put that in the thumbnail?
DNA results have indicated that there's support.
But it was blast. We play on the board. And it's nice.
This is a fun. He's addicted to it. You want to just.
When I was done, I was really done after the hour, but then 5 hours later, was like, I'm gonna go play again.
Yeah.
Justin and I got tennis rackets and we have played
Norwich.
once.
Radio carpet data
Can I have it?
suggests
I know,
that
it'd
they
be very
came
fun.
from the
Can I have your
12th
racket? We
century,
look far though.
period when they were
Now you can't have it, bro. Come on, man. Just buy one.
And in fact,
Throw it
when
yours.
the
Fine.
DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did
You're the man
confirm
now, dog.
that these were Ashkenazic Jews,
No.
very well matched for contemporary Ashkenazic Jews.
You're the man
And as
now,
you can
dog.
see from
Alpha
this
dog.
image here, which
Sean Connery says it. Mark, can you look up what The Rock?
they were able to actually reconstruct
What?
their
Or maybe it's
faces.
Forrest Whitaker or Sean Connery saying "You're the man now, dog." It's some terrible
They're
movie.
also able to reconstruct some of their complexion, eye culture,
Finding Forrest.
things like that.
Can we
They
even
were
watch it?
also able to
Okay, well,
for example, of the children had blue eyes, red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way.
Forrest, why is he hiding?
As well. So
I never
you
saw
know, to see these kind of the problem, however, is
he was a basketball player. Sean Connery, I think, adopted him to have to make money off him, like Sandra Bullock did. Blindside, I think.
that's totally unacceptable. In fact, in Israel, whenever
All I know is about basketball. Look who we have here.
What happened?
Nothing. What's up with you?
How much is on that right there? Can you see it?
Yeah,
Yo, oxygen is crazy.
Yeah,
Dissecting the remains of
Yeah, that's you. You kind of have like a whole different vibe. This is how you look like every single day now that you moved.
But I'm very grateful to
I mean, pretty much. It probably changed, once I
shared with me
started living here, but same shit,
You look good.
Very prestigious journalist soon.
Thanks, bro. You look amazing.
Thanks, Chen.
Chen has the curse been lifted. What's the status on the curse?
Show you that study.
He hit his head again.
How
Oh yeah. Double thumbs down.
history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all,
It's getting worse and worse. So I'm hoping, I'm praying, I'm wishing that
which has a known
maybe this is like the curse's rock bottom, and then everything is uphill from here.
Oh no, curse don't work like that.
genome-wide data.
Curse, it doesn't it doesn't go away until you sage. Have you got some motherfucking sage?
And there are over
I
Send me your address, Jen. I'll order it out.
No, you're right.
We need to end this.
led by
You're right. I gotta get some sage. I gotta ask him and know for my list now.
some research. It's about 100 pages long. I was so fascinated to read it. There's a
So my right hand hurts because I punched.
That's a
offered
cemetery
it to you.
just outside
I punched the screen in my car on Sunday because I was trying to drive home from Goose Creek, which is like an hour and a half
just there on the
drive,
right.
and my phone was too hot and wouldn't give me the directions. So that pissed me off to high heavens, and I punched the screen in my car, and now my hand hurts.
The study actually
I haven't punched it.
Why would you do
I used to punch stuff all the time to get a screen.
of Jewish law
Like
to ensure
Apple
that
CarPlay, wasn't working. Didn't break it. Didn't break it. I kind of pulled my punches a little bit, but it feels good to punch something, but then your hand hurts. Yeah, but that's why it hurt worse. When you pulled the punch, you got punched through that thing. I think. I don't know.
Category
One time I punched.
I think Casey, you have like a thing where in the moment when you're really upset, you will just go, you do something like that. I remember something, I don't know what it was about, but at the studio, something happened, and then you just slammed the door because you were pissed off, and it was like the loudest slam I've ever heard.
Yeah, I remember that time.
Which together gives us
Another joke that the impetus of Casey's anger. I do remember that time, Chen. I was mad at a person who no longer works for us.
how I see the idea of
Oh, shit.
you got these
I'm not immune to an outburst. I'm not immune to an outburst. I'm not immune to outbursts either. I stoicism, but I don't have who's stoicism. We talk about stoicism a lot here. It all comes from school of Marcus Aurelius, meditation. It's basically just like
there's really no category of race.
affect the things you can change, ignore the things you can't.
Tribal affiliation.
Don't be up and down. It's always like this.
In
That's not
lots of literary sources
like a heart rate
that there
monitor.
are
When I play tennis, I'm against that person. my buddy's girlfriend. Forgot my racket
for example, in the Bible,
when we went to the place, but you can rent a demo for $6, and if you break it, probably like $400 for this racket. And I would just like miss and just hit it on the ground, but just barely scrape, like pulling back, just until like I put a little screw on it. But it's just like I can't in that moment. I fuck up, hit a bad shot. I can't pull back. I'm like, God damn it! I'm better than that.
Yeah, I'm much better than I used to be as a youth. I had terrible anger issues. I broke my hand twice on swings as a youth. And I had to go to anger management, etc. I was getting into fights, etc. But I just didn't really know how to express that anger in a more healthy way. And as I've grown and matured, I had. Yeah.
How does that work? How's the structure of that? That's shocking.
Actually, yes, so chill.
I know. Because I got so good at being chill. But I wasn't born this way. I was born a bit of a hothead. A little bit of a hothead. Okay. But I learned how to be chill. Are you one-on-one with the therapist?
No, it was kind of like the
also
so I would heal you for an hour.
it was like a small class setting, and I would kind of just talk about things and this is all I'll get fired up. Yeah, looking back, it wasn't effective whatsoever.
The professors definitely just little things to annoy you guys, just to see you pop up the hand.
He would just send me wrong file size, wrong file types.
Did you ever cross paths much with Chappelle?
We worked together.
Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah. Do you guys talk about your perspectives? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, when he did Chappelle's World under Big Boy, I was
migrate
to great guest on that episode. There's some funny ones. Oh, you were.
That's right.
And that
Which black guy do you like more?
genetically calculated.
Oh man, don't do that to me. Don't do me like that. I won't do it.
You're easier for me to talk to.
I love Chappelle too. I love you too, but you don't say it back. You say I won't say it on here. I don't say it to anybody. Hey, I know we gotta. I know I'm there now. You're the man now, dog.
I think Chappelle.
Welcome.
I just have more confidence.
Calculate that based on
Your mental.
What's up?
very clear that those who were buried
How was the same thing?
What'd you say, Pimp?
descendants of people who combination
Are you ready for it?
Eastern and Italian. Hey,
What's your first joke? You're gonna record it? I think you're gonna fuck up the recording. I think you might do well, but you're not gonna record it correctly. No.
starts at 7 o'clock. We'll talk with Dr. Wendy about something she said this week that I thought really showed which gender spirit that is next. Chris Merrill, KFI, VMC Sporting, we're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, Virginia Davis, live, KFI 24 hours.
Here's the latest. A major water fix in the valley hits a critical stage, but residents are being told not to turn on the tap yet. California joins nearly 20 states in a fight over Medicaid privacy, and pressure mounts on Israel's prime minister to pull back from a planned takeover of Gaza City. We're going to check the 10 freeway next.
Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. What if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and this station.
President Trump is calling for the CEO of Intel to resign. He posted Truth Social arguing that Intel is currently conflicted and must resign immediately. Trump's comments follow Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton's letter to the semiconductor firm questioning Ken over concerns with his ties to China. Reuters previously reported that the Intel executive had investments in hundreds of Chinese tech firms, with at least 8 having ties to the Chinese military. The president is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst to defend his firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner Mark explains.
In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump he fired the stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration. Trump fired Erica Beckentrucker after the Bureau revised the name she reports downward, claiming she was politically motivated.
The company that makes Barbie dolls is trying to block a copyright request from a Washington, D.C.-based podcaster. And RiverRabbi wants to copyright the name of this political podcast, which is called Coffee with Ken. But Mattel has filed a lawsuit to try to block that request, saying their brand could be damaged by the use of the name Ken in the podcast title. RiverRabbi says he's planning to fight the lawsuit, saying like is an overreach since Ken is such a common name. I'm Tammy Trujillo. A San Francisco jury says Meta illegally collected data from users of the Flow tracking app. They had sued Meta, Google, and others, accusing them of collecting private health data for targeted advertising. Flow, Google, and the analytics company Flurry settled out of court, but jurors found Meta irritation. Fees dropped on users without their knowledge. Financial damages are still to be determined. 2 new movies in theaters this weekend: Disney's legacy sequel Freakier Friday and Weapons, both aiming to make up to $30 million. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
2 new films at the box office this weekend. Off to good starts. The horror film Weapons making $5.7 million in previews, while the body swap comedy sequel Freakier Friday made $3.1 million in previews. If you were me, and I'm you, then do it up. I'm Grandma's hot. The Freakier Friday sequel starring Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis expected to make $27 to $30 million. Weapons has been given great reviews with a 96% critic rating on Rotten Tomatoes and is expected to make between $25 and $30 million in its first weekend. Kelly Clarkson's ex-husband dead at the age of 48.
A representative for the family firm Brandon Blackstock was also Clarkson's former talent manager, battled cancer for more than 3 years. The representative said he passed away peacefully and was surrounded by family. His death comes as Clarkson recently postponed the
The first trailer for The Office spin-off, The Paper, now out. It follows the staff of the struggling newspaper. The Toledo Truth Teller, a journalist, takes over as editor-in-chief with ideas on how to bring the paper back to life. The character Oscar Martinez from the original series just so happens to work for the paper. The first 4 episodes of the mockumentary series hits Peacock September 4th. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
Why was the basketball court open? Because the players kept dribbling around.
The dad joke, corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share moments.
Big announcement. Can I have a drum roll, please? The drum roll, Lloyd. That's how I drum roll it. People ask me, how can I become a great boss? And the answer is having a happy...
Innovate sells products made out of paper, toilet tissue, toilet seat protectors, and local newspapers. And that is in order of quality.
Here is one of my articles I'm particularly proud of. I'm scrolling, and I'm learning a lot.
My name is Ned Sampson. I am your new editor-in-chief.
Have you read this paper? How do you think it compares to any other paper?
It sucks. But we are going to make it better. I hope it's not too disruptive to have me come in and sort of shake everything up.
Oh, no, don't be so self-deprecating.
Welcome, volunteers, to your first staff meeting as reporters for the Toledo Truth Teller. How many of you have actually written for a paper before? I wrote a paper in junior high. Not quite the same thing. You've tweeted? I'm in a group text. This is terrific. Let's show them how it's done. 7 highly motivated, tenacious Buckeyes are out there hunting for news. You'd be a fool to bet against that.
Not again. I'm not agreeing to any of this. I will make this unusable.
Use that.
So anyway, Bush is the hospital because he was in that car accident this week on his way to work, and he didn't show up to work, so we could not just pay. We penalized him and did not go down, so we used some seniority. But he was in ICU, he was his ID burned up.
This says no left turn, but then the GPS is telling me to turn left. Some of it is not breaking the law.
Yes, those things is I don't like kick.
No, it is there.
I can't see my shit. I knew it was the wrong way against it.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay. No one found it.
Okay.
No one even has a clue yet. But we do.
I just pulled up to the temple. That's crazy.
Because there's kids outside with a shiesty.
Well, I talked the locals down. I was like, we're not going inside. I had to, someone called someone on the phone. It was like security for the temple. I had to talk to them. I'm stressed.
I don't like that gas and then pause. No, they're trying to bait me with that. Oh, okay. Shut the fuck up. I'm on Tazo. Yeah, we gotta. That's the lower funding shows. Oh man, actually. He's not on the radio. Hey guys, step in the fridge.
Damn. He's too smart. Then he can make me practice that. But anyway, we were really interrupted by a piece of shit. They made me forget what the fuck I did.
You can make me from practice.
468, 100, 120, 130.
You can make me from practice.
There we go. Nash, you take care of all the orders for this place. Oh my god, this rotten bullshit. Get a fucking way. 120, 130. I need 130. Oh my god, this Rothschild bullshit. Man, get a fucking leg, you piece of shit. Fuck you. God damn. He's too smart. Then you can make me practice that. Anyway, before we were really interrupted by a piece of shit.
From which side?
468 100
As a guy, is that true? Yes. Hi, how are you?
Seen him 10 times, right?
15. Wow. Hell yeah.
You've seen? That's a lie. It's the character I made. Oh. Backstory. He loves Hootie. Do you like his solo stuff more, or because I do? Wagon Wheel? Yeah. Rock Me, Mama, or All Right, or more like All Right. This, more like that, or I love All Right.
I saw Chris Rock the other day.
Where? That's cool.
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
Walking with coffee.
Wow.
I looked at him.
Did you slap him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys see his Will Smith bit? I don't know how old it is, but he does a whole bit about. Oh yeah. It's good. I don't really have much. I wish I wouldn't have said it. So
I wish you wouldn't have said it more.
Look, fine. There's something we pushed off a couple weeks.
What's that?
Your AI Tinder conversation. Unless
we talked about it last week.
Oh, did we actually?
Yes. Yeah. you were going out to talk to your Armenian friends, get your orders. You were waiting on your orders. Yeah, bro. It's not everything. Yeah.
Update: have not wrangled the white Arabian horse from Red Dead.
Oh, I was going to ask you about that.
I got on it, and I'm getting closer. We're gonna get it.
People in the comments were saying like RDR stuff, and I'm like, what does Renner de Ritter have to do with this episode? And then I realized, Red Dead Redemption, you goof.
I know. It's incredible. I woke up last night yelling, "I'm sorry!" And she's like, "Oh, who are you apologizing to?" I was like, "It was the game. I was playing the game." really, really immersed in the world.
How much are you playing right now?
I played about 4 hours left.
You know what, honestly, that makes me happy.
That's the most I have.
That makes me happy because you don't seem like the type of guy that can just chill and do the one thing at a time and like just have fun and get immersed in something. So that makes me happy that you're doing that.
I have the same thought about myself.
Yeah.
I'm like turning off. I'm only focused on the game.
Yeah.
I do have a really bad phone addiction. Like always looking stuff up. Like I'm out on a walk. I'm looking stuff up on my phone. But I'm just staring at one big 75-inch screen. You know, being one with nature.
But looking stuff up on your phone, you could also chalk that up to like that's semi-producing.
It's 100% how I justify it, but I've taken it too far. I should just do an hour on Twitter in the morning. Fucking, you can get all the stuff. The next day, the stuff we missed on.
Welcome. What's going on? How are you, Havens?
I think.
Do you know why? Why?
I have one question and one question only for you. Are you ready? Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? I just asked you the question. You don't even know what it is. mute the other account that I have there. Yeah, I'm kicking ass, taking names. How are you, pimp? Are you saying it like it's going out of style? Why not? What's a bigger priority than slanging dick? What's a bigger priority than slanging dick? Yo, stop. Just mute the other one. That's not going to work.
The free iHeartRadio app. Radio. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What in the fuck are you saying? Yeah, maybe you are, dog. Are you going to try to... That's right, baby. So what's good? What's new? What's your viewer's question?
Listen and follow for free on the iHeartRadio podcast, all in one app. Desert and extreme heat. Temperatures soaring all the way to 100. 73 in Long Beach.
And the new and improved iHeartRadio app, free, never sound so good.
Tight, what's the name of her political party? How are we supposed to promote it if you don't know the name?
My show, I have a PhD in clinical psychology. I'm a psychology professor at California. I love
Yeah, she could use bots to be able to promote it.
people over the age of 50. Research on why women.
Shout out to Chris and Vermont.
Have you ever been on double dates? I have. I have a little one. Yeah. Bring a friend onto the app. Algorithm. Isn't that cool? That's really cool.
I'm actually going to talk to one of the founders of this app a little later. First, are you as enamored?
Are you sure you have that other account muted? Yo, I just asked you a question. Are you sure you have that other account muted? You were the serial killer. Word, dog. All right, what do you want me to do about it? So, Chris in Vermont, she wants to know how to promote her political party. Has she considered creating a bot to do it? I do it for free. I use a piece of software known as JitBit Macro Recorder. JitBit. JITBIT. No, JITBIT. Bit. JitBit. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that because like nobody's from Vermont. But what I would recommend is using Snapchat because Snapchat has location services and then she can get everybody around her. There's a way to send messages to everyone around you. It's variable. Another one she could use is Whisper. Whisper is definitely location based, and that can go, I think, 50 miles. Yeah, what is it? Oh, she's a marijuana legalization advocate. Chris Erickson, you're amazing, girl. Good on you. Hey, if you're watching me right now or in the future, everybody go to chriserickson.com. Check her out. She's an American marijuana legalization activist and perennial candidate for public office in Vermont. She's amazing. Everyone should love her and love what she stands for. Absolutely. You're welcome, madam. That's okay. I think he's still alive. Word. I mean, he had the money for a private island, multiple private islands, so he could be anywhere in the world. But he has high-powered friends who could probably house him. Ghislaine Maxwell was being housed in New Hampshire, and like there was a global search for her, and she was there for months and nobody knew about it. So he could just be hanging out in one of their houses. My evidence for this, and it's pretty clear to me that he was not killed, is number one, there's no video of him being killed. Number two, the guy who they said the pictures of the guy who they said was Jeffrey Epstein has different ears and a different nose than Jeffrey Epstein does. So it's like they used a body double, basically someone who was like on ice, so to speak, ready to just be put on a stretcher, have some pictures taken of them, and Jeffrey Epstein left. And then I can tell you as well, days after he quote unquote died, there were pictures taken of Little St. James Island, and it showed some gray-haired man who looked just like Jeffrey Epstein pointing the workers there. He was like on an ATV, and somebody, there was a YouTuber who took a drone and was flying a drone over it, and so there's a lot of evidence to me that he's still alive. You'll never hear that in the mainstream, but unless I see a video of him literally killing himself, I'm going to have doubts. Another thing is they had cameras on him 24 hours a day. They had cameras in his cell. It would be very easy for them to just be like, here's the video of him in his cell. Even if they, in the way that they said that his body, the way he was murdered, he had like multiple lacerations on his neck or whatever. Look, it's very easy. If he's some intelligence asset, he just needs to have basically a body that looks like him, which is just basically a 50-year-old gray-haired male, which is what they got. If you look at the one, if you look at his autopsy photos, or what, it wasn't even an autopsy, but the photos of his supposed dead body, and you look at the ear, which is very difficult to recreate, and is like an identifier of a human. You look at the ear that they have of that body versus the ear that he had in all the pictures. It's pretty obvious to me they're not the same guy. Even the face looks different. They literally just took some guy with gray hair who somewhat looked like him, took some bad angles and said, oh, here's the body. But in my opinion, if he had all this power, he was a billionaire, he owned multiple islands, he had so much power that he could just walk in and out of jail whenever he wanted when he was in Florida, that it's very easy for him to just get with his intelligence cronies and say, look, all I need you to do is get a body that looks like me. We'll say that I killed myself in jail or somebody killed me or whatever, and I'm just going to walk out and I'm going to go live with my friends or go live on another island somewhere and just chill. And he also had enough money to be able to get in touch with plastic surgeons to be able to change his look. So I don't know. I just don't believe it. And I'm entitled to that opinion. People can say that I don't know what I'm talking about. And I will just say to them, let's look at the evidence. There's no video of him killing himself. There's no video of him getting killed. Everybody talks about these videos, but none exist. Then let's talk about the one or the two pictures I've seen of the body that they say was him. And the ears are different. And even to me, the face is different. So we have basically a look-alike body swap, and he just perhaps walked out of jail. there's no evidence that, and they have literally cameras on him. If something happened to me right now, there are a bunch of cameras on me, and people would be able to say, okay, this is what happened to Rabbi. He's got cameras on him 24 hours a day. And Jeffrey Epstein had the same thing. It should be very easy for the Metropolitan Police to pull up that video. The fact that they don't, and the fact that they use what's called the red herring. They say Epstein doesn't kill himself. But nobody talks about Epstein just didn't die. Nobody talks about he just got away. And I think that's what happened. All valid points as well. I mean, if you want to see for yourself, I think I'll probably be able to look. Okay, so if I go to Epstein, dead body, and if I just look that up, it okay. So, I'm just going to go to images, and it's very difficult to find. It should show up right away, but it's very difficult to find, and they want it to be difficult to find. They don't want people digging into this. And okay, Epstein dead body photo. Oh wait, I think I saw it. Yeah. Okay, so it's from TMZ. So TMZ, they have a picture of him, and it doesn't look like the same guy. It looks like a different person to me. His hairline's different. Welcome. How are you? What up, baby William artist? What's good? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, it takes too long for you to answer that question. You need to go. You have to be at least 18. Take care. Bye-bye. Yeah, you do. Absolutely.
Excessive flattery or praise, like we all use with our boss, right? Often given insincerely in order to gain favor or advantage. So the robots are programmed to go, "That was amazing, Dr. Wendy. Great idea." That's what happened, right? We are wired to seek affirmation from others. It's actually linked to our self-esteem.
Well, anyway, that motherfucker, the TMZ pictures don't look like that motherfucker.
Flattery, even it's insincere, it boosts our needs. We want more of it, right? When someone praises us, we tend to feel valued, and we also feel a subtle obligation to return the favor. So, the more positive things the robot says to us, we also have a cognitive bias called the halo effect. That means that when people are really positive, we trust them more. That is how swindlers work, right? We trust people who are nice to us. So, here's the thing. That dude that I was talking about that literally lost his mind. Oh, by the way, guess how he came out of his delusion? He tried to verify his mathematical theorem with another robot. He Googles Gemini. He said, "Is this possibly true?" And Gemini was like, "No, that's not true at all." And then he spent a lot of time
to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of this genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz till about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observe that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile that they see among the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in
Yo, Zoot, are you ready to lose? Zoot, are you ready to lose? All right, pimp. Why'd you abandon me the other day? Oh, we finished. We finished because you were a jerk off. Nope, it's over, baby. You lost. Nope. I told you, don't leave. You left. You have an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you to accept the invitation. Zoot, the world does not stop and start at your behest. How many hours until you do your stand-up? All right, you remember you said that you're a prodigy at stand-up? Savant? Do you think you're a savant at stand-up? Okay. And you're going to record yourself, right? It's like someone who's a genius at something. I like how you call yourself and you didn't even know what it was. Not necessarily.
An animal shelter in South Orange County is going wild. Mission Viejo Animal Services Center is launching Wild Tunes, a program to play music in the shelter.
No, you don't. You need to be a savant at something. What's that, pimp? Not necessarily, but generally.
12-month pilot program will bring those countries to have $15,000
Right.
for a visa. It says the countries affected will be listed as the program takes effect. Heat wave with around 102 degrees.
You were in the what?
Traditional Sunday market. This tourist is a surprise.
In the normal part?
Headed to Europe is weak in the heat wave. It turns out that 3 places Mount Everest.
Natural, it could be technology. 3 is expected to pass right by Mars in October. By the end, get close enough to work. Researchers say mile-wide object is 1.5 miles bigger than
Consider a crash on Hawaiian garden.
Okay, well, that guy could have been a savant. You, on the other hand, you have yet to show that you can, do your eagle. Why were you in the normal class when you think you have all these disabilities? Doug, you say you've got 4 of them. How is it not? Right.
Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to
Aren't intellect and intelligence quite similar?
titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
So then, how do you have an intellectual disability? Didn't you say you have 4 of them? Yeah. Dog, whatever they told you at that fucking place. They said you had Tourette's, which I believe. They said you have autism. I don't really think that. They said that you have ADHD, whatever that is. And they said that you have something else too. And then you were upset. And I am in agreement with you that you were they just need to make money. So they'll tell you whatever you want to be told that you have.
Guide has it all. And let's not forget about the friendship line available 24/7 for those who may need a friendly conversation. Dive into the Aging Resource Guide today at Aging.
What's the reality, pimp?
Because together we can ensure every older adult in California gets the help they deserve. I'm Stephen Jacob. Great to see you. Tune into my podcast, Virtues.
Is that the reality, big dog? Okay, well. The fact that we call it a spectrum means everybody's on it.
I want a Kelly shirt. It seems like the station loves me as much as I love them. If you're not listening to Data Fly, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Or a stimulating talk. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go?
All right, Zoot. Get it, big dog. Maybe you're a savant at archery.
Most often cheat. Sexual satisfaction. That is what people think. But the research on men's infidelity.
That was a miss.
Evolutionary psychology states a little concept. Level, they never, you know.
Okay.
Succeeds, increasing the number of possible
Okay.
father. However,
So maybe your savant syndrome for being a stand-up comedian is going away. Dog, why don't you just work? Like, we could seriously come up with a minute of comedy for you that's really funny, and then you have something to say tonight. But it's not funny. All right, big dog, then what are you going to say?
but somehow the apartment of a Hotel 6 lady friend, you can somehow pour out your heart and make you feel better.
What are you going to say?
You're right. Now, the reasons why a little there have been two main things.
That's not true, though.
My favorite one is called the mate switching hypothesis. Dr. David Buss at the University of Texas Austin. This one in 2017. He basically said,
Yeah, it takes more skill.
smoothly replace a current partner with a new one, and they avoid time alone. They're afraid to be alone. So cheating for them is relationship shopping, and women are likely to have an overlap. That's the mate switching hypothesis. Now the other hypothesis, which is also a fun one, called the good genes dual mating strategy. And this is Randy Thornhill. We've had both of these researchers on my podcast, Meeting Matters, by the way. He came up with this back in 1998, saying that women may cheat to get better genetic traits from an affair partner while keeping financial support or parenting support of a main partner. It goes like this. She's got sugar daddy dad at home who may not have the best genes in the world, but boy, the house is nice. Or maybe he's just a good dad. But then she goes out to the nightclub with her single girlfriends, or she hangs out outside the Laker locker room. Anyway, she sees better genes.
You have 0 wins.
And comes home right now. Make sure that the one she's with thinks it's his. Call that cuckolding. Laying an egg in another bird's nest to make them to the work of parenting. It happens all over the animal kingdom. This is one reason I got this study once. Oh my god, I thought it was so funny. Where they did some studies.
Yo, pimp.
Being studied. Did you know that they were being studied on women who had just.
Yo, big dog, I'm waiting. What?
And they found out. Guys are going to freak out. Of the
It could show disinterest.
did not have
It could show creation of a barrier. It could show fear. It could show lack of awareness.
where when a newborn baby is born, you know,
It could show
they're a little pucker,
lack of attention.
cry and scream, and they don't look like anything.
It could be a disability.
Just went into a hospital.
Not necessarily.
Virtually no woman says, "Oh, she looks just like me." I can see
I have known people
I know she looks just
who
like me.
out there to remain nameless. I've been very close with them, and they have thought that they were better than other people, and they wouldn't make eye contact with them.
They might have cheated, they might not have cheated, but they want her paternal investment.
if you're ever on a Hollywood movie set, a lot of times they'll tell you don't make eye contact with the big star because they don't want to make eye contact with you. They just feel that they're better than you are. They don't have to look you in the eye. It creates a barrier. Yeah, because then they feel the people are on the same level as they are. But if it's just like some intern, they'll tell the intern, don't look so and so in the eye. They don't like to be looked. I've been on a red carpet. I was in a series of commercials, and there was like it wasn't just commercials, it was like a television show in LA. It's called This Is LA, and they had this red carpet thing at Mount Yoshimoto, which is in Hollywood. It's like a big toy. Yeah.
Who's going to step out of their marriage and go with that uglier person? And after you've been married with somebody for a long time, they never look as great to you. And maybe they got a little couch potato-ish. I don't know.
Around them.
They spent money on this study to find out that women have affairs with men who are more attractive. Okay. They also found that the women said that their main partner, their prime,
I was just in one. I was just in one.
They did not find their partners overall more desirable in any other ways. In other words, they were cute, but that was it. So these interviews support the dual marriage strategy idea, right? It doesn't support the bait switching. They weren't relationship shopping. They're going to somebody with better genes. Maybe if they got pregnant, they have that good daddy.
They interviewed me for a technology project I started. A technology project, an app I started.
That is a term for splitting mating goals between two different partners instead of looking for one. So
okay.
Men see different benefits from different partners, and this supports that other research I said. They say, oh, my wife doesn't listen to me. We can't really talk. But when I go to the Holiday Inn and I meet this woman, she listens to me.
Do you know that you have an invitation? And you're going to do stand-up comedy?
They're not necessarily looking for a new relationship. What are they looking for when they go and have an affair? Women wrote, she wanted extra help with her kids. What guy that she's having an affair with is going to help with the kids?
Are you going to go?
Sometimes guys will hang around and pretend to be like
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Zoot, are you going to go? Then go. What up, pimp? I'm focused on 4581.
Say yes to you. Mirror back with you. Say I love you. That's how you do it. And keep her away from you guys.
1854.
All right, when we get back, I am heading to my social media. If you have a relationship question, I want you to send me a direct message. You just log on to Instagram. You search send a message.
Cool, dog. Are you gonna go?
So I am going to weigh in on your love life. You're listening to the Dr. Rabbi Rothschild Show on KMI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Anywhere with KMI Newsroom and Virginia Texting number. Here's the latest for our ranch and Granada Hills residents may find this nearly a week drive. Instagram's rolling out a new location sharing feature, but not everyone's.
No, I don't know. Why did you say that?
The talks won't be easy. We're gonna check. An app for fix, an app for playlists. Even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. Get what millions already have. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere.
Calm down with your words.
iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate
Zoo, WTF, dog.
to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can connect to your Sonos network and control the in the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home, with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, movies in general.
I don't think so.
If you talk to the people who made it, Godfather's prospects for success were far from assured. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. Not only is not going to work, Jack, you're ill.
That was a good move.
Leave the gun, take the pill. My co-host Marcio and I strip back the varnish of movie history and talk to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind The Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features.
We're tied, Zoo.
Francis Ford Coppola. Yes, that was the real person. Robert Evans. James Caan.
Hydro Rush.
Al Ruddy. I got a call from these Italian guys. They requested the movie rates would be a lot of trouble. Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
Many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, and your free iHeart app and listen now.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro.
You're up, pimp.
Romance search for love in the Big Apple.
The thing is that I didn't actually use the app. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and my heart started beating like so. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, the loneliness curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear.
Oh, big one. Big move, son.
What the perfect man wants into his life.
Well, I guess I'm saying I like
I don't know. I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
this is a con. I'm conning you.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close.
Status check. Nervous, erratic, nauseous. Mark, do this.
And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love? Just another job.
Are you sure?
Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast.
Big dog, you're up. Big dog.
My name is Paola Pedrosa, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy podcast, where it's
You're doing pretty well, you know that?
It's about learning through them and their new perspective. to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app. iHeart is America's #1.
I don't know if that's true, but I know that I just took the lead, son. Calm down, dude. You don't need to say you're going to kill anybody. Dude, how did you get so many turns? That was garbage. Yeah, I see that, dog. Yo, pimp. What do you want me to do, big dog? Oh, you didn't evolve, son. What's that, big dog?
We'll talk about it after 1 o'clock tomorrow on the John Cobell Show.
Word, dog. Are you going to go?
This is the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. In a moment, I'm going to be first. I am remiss mentioning the terrible of our colleagues here, board operator Rico.
But we all call it. If you want to go into the GoFundMe, it's under Foosh, F-O-O-S-H.
F-O-O-S-H on GoFundMe. Do you want to tell us what happened on Thursday?
Yeah, so we've been talking about it pretty much since Friday throughout the shows. She was coming into work on the Tim Conway Jr. show. He's the board out for Tim Conway Jr. as well as Mo Kelly. And he was on the 105 and a car cut him off and he swerved to try to avoid the car, hit a medium, and it flipped over it and the car burst into flames. There were 3 amazing Samaritans that pulled him out of the vehicle. And
Big dog. What are your thoughts on this move?
So that was in really bad shape, but they were able to tie it up with something and save it. And he was unconscious. I believe all of his identification, his phone, and everything in the car.
Calm down.
So he was a job
Are you gonna go?
Hospital for a number of years until Tim Conway Jr. made a phone call where he was.
You don't, Sphinx. Major miss. One of the biggest misses that we've ever seen in this game.
So please check that out. Tiffany Hobbs visited him today and got the latest update on Foosh. I know he got 2 surgeries. He has another surgery tomorrow and a long road ahead, but he is super where he's been. He is already almost at $90,000. I think he's at that right now.
And I cannot.
God is good, and He is here for a reason, and we just love supporting around right now.
So head on
What up, pimp?
in your heart.
I am. I'm the East Side pimp and the West Side gangster. I'm the West Side gangster and the East Side pimp, baby. Oh, what a big miss. What a big miss. You fucked up.
That age gap doesn't make sense to me. I'm not that guy. I'm not that person, but what do you think? Makes no sense to me.
That's a good question, isn't it? Well, the question is, when did they get married? If they got already had dementia, and then she's Black Widow. She moved in last minute. That's what we think. On the other hand,
I know I did. Are you gonna go?
Sometimes it is
Yo, dog, are you gonna go?
because someone is aging. Sometimes people date young just because they want somebody to help them out. Sometimes it can be financial care. Sometimes it can be sexual care, domestic care, all kinds of child care. So it's hard to judge a relationship from the outside. If they've been married for a really long time, years, 29 and he was 69, maybe he had some financial security for her. She doesn't love him. Then why should we judge just because
It's over, baby.
how that care was
It's over.
Why should we judge?
Big dog.
Maybe he's good care.
Are you sure you want to go again?
No, again.
Are you sure?
He already has to make a little suspect of what her motives are. Just saying. So that's the answer to that. Those age categories. All right, let me head to my social media. If you want to come on to Instagram, come ahead. The handle is Dr. Wendy Walsh, Dr. Wendy Walsh.
Oh, we're playing the same level.
All right, here's the first question. Dear Dr. Wendy, how can I tell if my partner is truly the one I just said? I love my partner. Sometimes I wonder if we're truly compatible.
Are you gonna go?
Or if I'm just
Are you gonna go?
So I'm going to break up this.
Okay, we'll think.
How can I tell if my partner is truly the one or if I'm just settling because it's comfortable?
Oh, I can't believe you're gonna do that.
There are many, many the ones out there. There isn't like one soulmate. If you have good relationship skills, you will be attractive to more people, and you'll be attracted to more people because you will have compassion and empathy and be able to build some emotion. And also, like I said, you know what?
Because I could go for the berries, baby.
You should feel comfortable. Right, so that's that question.
Extra move.
I love my partner, but sometimes I wonder if we're truly compatible long term, or if I'm just afraid to be alone. Right? Do you have an attachment where you have an
Are you proud of it?
style and you literally are afraid to be alone, so you'll anybody?
Why not?
You and your therapist can come to the end of that question. I don't know. There's so little information. I don't know. But I do want that there's no such thing as just the one. A relationship should feel comfortable.
Okay, let's see what you've got, big dog.
Same subject is this one. I don't feel the same excitement I used to. Is this what happens over time?
Yeah, you did. I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You know, my mom used to say to me when I come home from school, I'm bored. Say to me, if you're bored, you're boring. You'll be excited.
That's correct.
First question. You shouldn't that you feel in the beginning. Because when you first meet somebody, your brain gets assaulted with a neuro cocktail of hormones that feels so delicious.
You just got psycho bitten.
And over time, your brain gets used to these hormones, just like a drug. You need a bigger fix and a bigger fix to try to get that same kind of excitement. Okay? Just know that this is normal. You should not be worried. There, that answers your first question. There's always a follow-up question. And this one is, I feel bored lately. Is this a normal phase or a sign something's wrong? I will tell you what's wrong. The two of you forgot to add novelty to your relationship. It's really important that you do other things together. That you
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
This keeps the relationship.
Oh no.
It's also important that
Oh no.
you don't become so enmeshed.
Oh no. Zoot.
And I don't mean anything that would threaten the relationship, like
You know you got 3 blues. Oh, fuck you.
I mean, just go out and grow.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, this is so amazing. I do want to say this, you know.
Big dog, are you gonna go?
We've been together 5 years. Everything's changed a little bit. It's settled down.
No way, and you're gonna hurt me? Oh, that was fortunate.
Guess what? He comes home from his day and goes, get this. And I know when he says get this, there's a good story coming. This is what keeps people together, right? So if you're bored, you're bored. That's what my mom says.
Yo, pimp, you're up, baby.
Answer your social media questions. Send me
What's that?
at Dr. Wendy Walsh on Instagram or listening to
I think it prepares you for it, so it doesn't make you any smarter necessarily. You might do better, but the results are the results.
Pipeline patient. I'm Rashida D'Agostino, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Was water again?
Well, I mean, you're just kind of prepared for the test. Yeah, but those tests in school test how well you know the material. So that's basically what you would be doing, is how well you know the material, not how intelligent you are.
Distinct colostrum yellow. It's not made from real breast milk, but is flavored to taste like it. Amy King, KFI News. Instagram has a new feature that lets users share their location with friends, but ABC's Christiane Cordero says some people are raising privacy concerns.
Okay. Okay.
A vote on President Trump's midterm redistricting plan, say they don't believe the governor or attorney general can remove them from office. Minority Leader Gene Lewis says the legal move will not work.
Did you know that I just evolved?
Have to gain 5 extra seats in odds in next year's midterm.
Okay.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says this fight defeat Hamas.
Okay. Are you going to go? Dude, that was good. Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
President Trump is set to meet Russian President Putin in
So are we. So we'll be patient with you. Yeah, but we'll be done in a second. We'll be done in a second.
European leaders say it's important to pressure Moscow while protecting Ukrainian and European security interests. Let's go to a work zone on the 605 Whittier.
How was your day, Miss Aquarius? It was lovely, thank you. You're welcome. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move? Calm down, Zoot. That was good. That was a good move. It was a very good move. It was an excellent move. There you go, big dog. That's what I'm talking about, big man.
Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. That you are a number, a mere
Oh no, Zoot. No, Zoot. Zoot, no. Zoot. No, so just do it. Oh, Zoot. That's big time. You're up, Zoot. Zoot, you're up. Zoot, what are you going to do? No one knows. Are you sure? Yep. Are you sure? Let's see what. Let's see it.
This is the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. I am answering your questions. Just a reminder, I'm not a therapist. I'm a psychology professor, but I've written 3 books on relationships, wrote a dissertation on attachment theory.
That was good. That was a really good move, Zoot.
So let me weigh in. Send me a DM on Instagram at Dr. Wendy Walsh. Okay. Here's one. Dear Dr. My partner and I express love very differently. I show love through words and physical touch, but my partner is more about acts of service.
Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move?
How do we bridge the gap between our love languages? Okay, we need to stop with this love language nonsense, everybody. It's not a proven psychological theory. It's not adaptive across relationships. You can't generalize it, blah, 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 blah. But if we're going to speak that language, let me just say this. You understand this language.
Zoot, are you ready for this? Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for this? Zoot, are you ready for this? It doesn't really hurt you. Oh, Zoot. What are you going to do? Take your time. Zoot. Zoot, are you going to go?
He writes lovey-dovey cards for our anniversary. It's at the end of the day, the flat. That's the kind of do this. I got it. He knows how much I love him. But he knows what I do. So there you go. It doesn't matter. All right.
No. You evolved.
A lot about small things. It feels like we can't agree on anything.
Yeah.
How do I know if this is normal? It's not normal. Well,
Yeah, dog.
so research shows that couples who fight
Oh, baby. Zoot, you're on the rope, son. Well, what do you want me to do about it? You just move right there, son. What are you gonna do, Zoot? What? You just hydro rushed me.
I don't scare them off if we're not aligned. All right, so let me just you scared them.
He is not. Zoot, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this move, Zoot?
So what happens is that people hang on to these relationships. They're afraid to say who the you want because they're
Zoot.
afraid to scare them off, and then they get mad at themselves for hanging
Zoot, you could win.
Guess what? You cannot waste your time. But you sure can. And you know how you can waste your time? By not bringing it up. When I hear somebody say, really, that's the hard question.
Zoot,
Yes.
you just won. Oh, no, he didn't. Because you're. No, he didn't. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
Say it. Losers don't want to step up to the plate. Clear the field.
What a close game. All right, Miss Aquarius. Yes, you could have. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready? Zoot, you ready? It is in 5 days. Something like that.
Should I keep dating her? Everything checks out, but I'm unsure if I.
Zoot, come on, we're waiting on you, dude. Zoot, you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Come on, Zoot. He does. Zoot. Zoot, accept the invitation. Zoot. 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 Zoot, what are you doing, dude?
So the question is, do you have emotional chemistry?
Zoot. There.
Then fall in love.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. What a perfect strike. You're welcome. Zoot, you're up. Zoot got 4. Get it, Zoot. That's all right. You got 8. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. High five. High five. Zoot, you're up, baby.
How much time do we have? Okay, how much time do we have to answer this question?
That was an excellent spare. You're welcome.
They don't have a footprint online. Like you can't find them. They don't social media, nothing. They won't meet you in the real world.
Get it, Zoot. There you go. Ooh, that's it.
They forgot their wallet. This happened, that happened. They're not getting
Get it.
a good amount of time, right? They're just, you hear from them.
Get it.
Not good. That's a red flag, right? These are the things you should be looking out for. I know we have to go, but I just want to answer this one question.
Get it, Zoot.
Is it okay? She asked me.
Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius. There you go. You're up, Zoot. No, you didn't. I don't think that's how it's big. Ooh, what a spare. Oh, Miss Aquarius. This is an important shot. And she got it. Beautiful. Nice drive. Good job. Oh, what a terrible. It's not.
Tips for a healthier planet. Farming meat accounts for 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The same as all
Get it, Miss Aquarius.
combined.
Yep.
Have on the environment by going
That,
one day a week. When we all sit
you've got 6 more.
towards a better place.
No, it's not.
Environmental education.
That's not even how do you. It's idiocracy.
Take action in your own. Go
Get it, Zoo.
/earth.
Zoo. It's a miss. Zoo, get it this time. There. Zoot might get second place. Get it, get it. Good job, Zoot.
Very nice grandmothers, you know. In a city next then one day tragedy. This man was killed.
Zoot, I didn't lose to anybody. We all win.
So sad.
Now let's see you win the whole thing. Beat Miss Aquarius. Beat me. Yeah, Zoot. So you have an invitation. No, it's not. No, it's not.
We're not alone. It's about as cold-blooded as anything I've seen.
Word. Oh, for sure. No. No. Zoot. It's Aquarius.
Wherever you're listening right now.
Follow the podcast for free on the radio app. For music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
I'm so sick of hearing them talk about women's basketball. I want to know a WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. Right?
It's Miss Aquarius.
And this is Mariah Rose, and you know me for the Spilling Tea on Detroit. And we've got
It's
a watching you all talk about women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA,
Get it.
but with athletes unlimited, unrivaled college basketball. We've got some analysis, insights. I know you guys have seen a lot of former and their stories from their point of view. You know? We want to share a basketball story.
Word, dog. Maybe. That looks good. This is a tough split. Get it, girl. Zoot, finish the game. Then call him back.
There's got to be something in the part of evidence that they've got. It's got to be DNA.
As Peyton see a face of crime in true public style.
The mysterious shadowy figure called Hammer.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. And listen now.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
No doubt. No doubt, no doubt. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Perfect. Yeah, you should have. That's. You get this one. Beautiful. You're welcome.
Yes. Problem. Listening Bumble, Match, Tinder, everybody else. We have heard that there's this dating apathy that's taking place on dating apps. People are getting literally burnt out. Single dates.
No one does.
In fact, they're low.
But we don't. We,
Gals during COVID actually came up with a better idea. See, did I say it right?
word.
You did. I did. Her partner's name was Julie Riggs. We don't forget her, but we have a three-way to do. I just want to talk to you, Danielle, about what you girls decided. First of all, tell me what your day jobs were when you came up with this new day.
Nice job.
I am a nurse practitioner, and Julie is a physician assistant. And at the time, we were actually both working in healthcare in COVID. And I was working in the field of maternity, although my training in primary care, and Julie was working.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. God willing. Take care. Thank you.
The problem that we've encountered as single women is that dating apps have completely changed the landscape of dating culture and what it means to be single. And it has taken
Look at this athleticism, though. Are you all seeing this? You seeing this athleticism?
because the only way that people meet now is through dating apps. And dating apps are, of course, used in isolation.
Are you all seeing this athleticism?
And it's not something that you're sharing with a friend. It's something you go through alone.
And also, let's talk about historically how people met. It was often through fix-ups, through friends or family, right?
Exactly. It was through fix-ups. It was from going to single weekends or single events and having that shared contact. And now it's just so arbitrary. It's just two people who have matched digitally and then find themselves on a date. And the expectation, because of all of the branding and in all of these different brands, is that there will be chemistry on that date. But the reality is there's no shared contact. And so the majority of the time, it feels like a waste of your time.
You know, I always say that relationships are a bridge between tribes. And if you don't have the tribe involved, then what have you got? Just a bridge that stands alone? So let's talk about your solution. Your app is called Foreplay Social. First, when I got the pitch from your publicist, I was like, Foreplay? Is this another porn site? I do not want to talk about this. But I get it's cute and clever. What is Foreplay Social?
So Foreplay Social, spelled FOURPLAY, is an app designed by my co-founder and myself to make dating healthier and more social, emotionally and physically. And it lets single friends pair up and create a shared profile and then connect with other pairs of single friends so that they can go out together in a group outing rather than going on a one-on-one first date.
So it's team dating.
It's team dating, essentially. It's social dating.
So everything's a double date. You make a profile with your bestie, somebody else makes a profile with their bestie. And what does the algorithm look for? Like, is it harder to find another team that matches, or just only one? Like, do two people just behave as wingmen because they're only two that match? How's this work?
Great question. So basically, both of the single people who are on a team have preferences, and then our app uses a combination of your preferences to find other teams that satisfy both of your preferences. So you find with a pair of friends that match.
Now that sounds like finding a needle in a haystack. It's hard enough to find one person to match with. Now you're going to find two people who match with two people?
Yeah, so what's great about it is that you actually only have to have one like from one of the teams in order to count as the entire team liking it. So it's called a team on Fortnite. You and your friend are a team. And if either you or your friend sends a like to another team, then that registers as a like. And if either that person on another team or their teammate likes you back, that's a match. And so what we're really trying to do is get people away from thinking that they're going to be able to figure out their perfect person from an app.
The Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to them.
In a setting where we have not given them any expectation.
Yeah.
It's a way to get people together. I just want to play devil's advocate.
Last week I had a very small dinner. As we all know, I'm on the path to not fat by Labor Day. Kev said I look slimmer today. Texted Jess that Kev said I look slimmer today. She said, let's go. So last week I had a very small dinner before the day being here, and I just had a protein shake. So I was a little bit irritable. I was a little bit short. And maybe the temper was starting to flare up a little bit here and there. A little peppered of temper here and there. But today I learned from my mistake, and I said, Casey, you're just a hungry boy. So bring something to eat. So I brought some buffalo nuggets. And I ate those, and that's probably why I'm firing on every single cylinder known to man.
I agree. I concur. No notes. All right.
I yield my time.
What's your guys' favorite chick flick?
Does this count? Because easy answer if this counts. Meek.
Mine too.
I don't think that counts.
Why doesn't that count?
Because it's
too universal. Too universal.
Chick flicks have to suck, and it's like a little chick flicks have to be about like. If this counts. Meek.
Mine too.
I don't think that counts.
Why doesn't that count?
Because it's
too universal. Too universal.
Chick flicks have to suck, and it's like a little chick flicks have to be about like romance.
My answer that is definitely a chick flick, and I feel like it's most people's answer. Crazy Stupid Love with Steve Carell and Ryan Gosling.
That's good.
Hilarious, great movie. I've honestly never talked to someone who's seen it and doesn't like it.
There you go. Chin, what's your favorite chick flick?
What's that holiday movie? Hugh Grant's in it.
What's up? Four Weddings and a Funeral?
No, it honestly has holiday in it.
Oh my gosh, it's always something when you watch on near Christmas time because it's a Christmas movie. Damn it!
Love Actually.
Absolute or something. Love Actually. There you go. That's one of the. I thought that was amazing.
There is a Christmas rom-com called The Holiday, but that does not star Grant. You're thinking of Love Actually.
I think it's Love Actually. Have you guys ever seen something called Untamed Heart?
No.
It's with Christian Slater and Marissa Tomei.
Is that funny?
No, it's just a. You guys are saying like chick. Romantic, whatever. But so it's not funny, but it was such a great romantic movie. But it's so stupid as well, so it's worth watching.
I don't know. From White Man Can't Jump.
Oh, that's her. Rosie Perez.
Yeah. Rosie Perez is in that feature film.
Yeah, she kind of. I butchered it, but it was Kanye. Graduation. Guys, Mark's trying to figure some stuff out. Favorite rom-com?
Mean Girls isn't one of them, is it?
Oh, you're hilarious. That's exactly how I started.
That's my wife's favorite movie.
I said
It's the best movie.
It is good. It's really good.
It's literally one of the best.
I don't think it's a. I know mine.
It's not a rom-com.
It's not. It's not. No, my original question was chick flick because rom-com can take us to a whole different.
Oh, my bad. Mean Girls. I changed your question.
You did.
Oh,
No, because you have to. What is a chick flick? Mean Girls isn't a chick flick. It's just a movie starring women or girls.
Yeah.
What's
I think
I think a rom-com.
No.
I don't know because rom-com is like we're kind of making it like.
Then the opposite of a chick flick would just be any movie that has men.
No, because it could just be a romantic movie. Like, looks romantic but not funny. Notebook.
That's the lane I was going.
Yeah, so take out the com, just romantic.
That's what I'm going for because rom-coms is too easy. Like everybody has like.
But I feel
like it's a Hitch and like there's a bunch of movies.
I feel like rom-com are mostly like Crazy Stupid Love. I would say is actually
Wait, you might be right because I can think of movies that are rom-coms that aren't chick flicks. Like my favorite rom-com is One Hair in the South. And that's not a chick flick.
It's not a chick flick.
Okay, so you're right. So you're kind of changing my whole perspective here.
And hey, man, that's what we're
Kudos to me for being wildly open-minded. Yeah. Okay, so the question was chick flick. So what are chick flicks?
I don't really know what a good.
Yes, it's just like movies that girls love that guys are not into.
I guess the opposite of a chick flick would be like an action movie, right?
Yes.
I feel like we're getting closer.
Yeah, we're getting close.
I feel like when it came out, it might have qualified this, but it's become such a blockbuster. People don't think of it as such. Titanic. Is that a chick flick? I fucking love.
But that's like a period.
It was like the most, or like the highest box office of all time at one point. So
Yeah. I don't think it's a chick
I
flick.
wouldn't consider that one a chick
It is
flick.
borderline though. You can make the case.
is Pretty Woman a chick flick?
I would
I like that. Is Aaron Brockovich a chick flick?
Yes.
I love. Then I'm gonna go Aaron Brockovich. I love Aaron Brockovich.
That's the one.
Okay, here's the definition of a chick flick.
Oh, that's what I was looking
A
at.
movie, typically romantic comedies or dramas. Okay, so we're right to think that is primarily intended to appeal to a female audience.
Oh shit, that was a huge photo.
I think you can't count Mean Girls because it's so universally loved. It's unfair.
are watching that.
Oh, like La La Land?
I watched it the other day.
You're not even lying.
I wanted the other night.
Not even lying. I did.
So it's a genre that specifically caters to women's interests and is marketed toward women.
You know what I'm realizing as I look at
Here we go. It's Titanic, a chick flick.
And
Quora. They're like, no, Quora stuff.
Devil Wears Prada is pretty good.
I was just gonna say, looking at the screen, I love all chick flicks. Devil Wears Prada,
Legally Blonde.
great.
Yeah, good one. Classic.
A Walk to Remember, not bad. Walking for first class.
Clueless. All right. Awesome.
Clueless cat.
Stack.
10 Things I Hate About You. Is that on there?
Yeah.
10 Things I Hate About You. Chick flick.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
that's the one with Heath Ledger, right?
Yeah. And the girl who played, I've told you before on After Hour, but the girl who played Alex Mack from The Secret World of Alex Mack on Nickelodeon, she was in it. And one time I called it the Big Help Pledge Drive, and you call in, and you pledge hours, and you could talk. Every once in a while, they'd have live phone hours. I pledged like thousands of hours just talking to eventually talk to Alex Mack.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I owe them a bunch of
Hours.
yeah.
Wow. That's a big story.
Yeah. And did you guys also know the famous Chuck Jackson is dead?
Yeah, he committed suicide. Very sad.
Just saw that this weekend. It was pretty devastating. Just getting over it.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Great question, Kev. Let's give it up for Kev.
Give it up for Kev.
Haven't had a good one in a while.
Wow, Mark, way to tarnish the great segment.
I haven't really had one. To be fair, I haven't
He's not
really.
even here with us right now. We have this guy.
Yeah.
That's what
Jed's dead, baby.
Oh, picture.
I haven't really had one.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you gotta think of a new person. What's your name?
I'm Chuck Shuck.
Chuck Shuck?
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Mark's Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin.
There's a
From Sweden. I need oh Patty the Bad. Oh, doesn't have the type of wigs the Patty fans wear, but then actually.
Right.
Dude, you know what's a good wig? The ones that the UFC fighters wear, like the Russian guys.
Oh, it's a hat.
The hat, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You thought that was a wig?
I don't know what it is.
Hey, Mark.
That was dumb, Mark.
You thought that was a wig?
It's not always hair looks like that.
Oh, my hair is coming out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Look up a Buffon haircut. Look, it does kind of look like a Buffon haircut.
I think I just meant something that they wear on their head.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think it was a wig.
Okay.
By the way, I looked up.
Guys, Russian guys. Where let me fucking use
I'm telling you.
Yeah. What's it? A babushka? No, papa.
No.
Dude,
you're correct.
Okay, I take it back.
Sheep skin or lamb fur.
But then also, what does or that looks more like a wig than I.
Yeah, but no, there's a different one that they put on.
What does Shavkat, SHAVKAT, what hat does he wear? Because he has another hat.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, that's fur, baby. That's fur. That's like a beaver fur.
Sure is.
I know my hair. Different
I love this name. This guy, this sounds great. It's Shavkat Rachmanov.
Yeah.
Incredible. Use that right.
Yeah.
Incredible name. And he's a great character. Like, so someone put out.
I think they still made it though.
They interviews fighters and like favorite movie, favorite this. For a lot of them, he had none. But then it was like favorite animal, horse. Favorite thing to do, ride a horse. Favorite food, horse. Favorite movie, horse. Black Seabiscuit. Oh, nice. Horse movie. Go. Name game. Horse movies.
Seabiscuit.
I just said that, Mark. That's just Mark's out. I'm stalling. 3 left. No, you're out. No, I'm stalling.
That's really hard. I'm really good at movies.
Come on.
I got a good one.
There.
The Secretariat.
Damn. I did.
Yeah.
Two triple crown winners. Did they both win?
That's great.
I don't know. I'm done. Jen, I know you know horses.
Oh my
There's a Tim
god.
McGraw movie with a horse and his daughter.
I need to
Oh,
get the
can't remember the name of
That
it.
was insane.
Wait, does it have to be like the name of a horse or something? Or it just has to be about horses?
So,
Not horses. 8 seconds.
Nice.
Oh, it's called Flicka.
someone said the black. It's about a horse. Someone said Black Beauty, but there's also another black horse.
Kevin.
Black Stallion.
Yeah.
Guessed it. Who's in it?
I don't know. Let me look.
Jason Momoa.
Kevin.
Oh, this is
I'm
a
on
fun
my-
game. We'll get to this.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Crazy pushing the
want
button,
to
but that's
Here.
right.
I'll
That was
get
fun.
I don't know who's in it. I don't feel like looking either.
Nice. 1979.
Kelly Kelly.
It's an option.
That's not who's starring in it. Kelly Reno. Alec Ramsey. I don't know who that is.
My day.
All right, so we got the Horse Whisperer.
Jeez.
Could have just made, dude. We could have just made that up. Yeah,
Holy shit.
made that up. I was going for Spirit also.
The horse
Stallion. Hidalgo. I don't know if that's really about a horse or not, but
Viggo Mortensen. There you go.
War Horse.
Don't let your
It's
body
like
crazy.
Drumline, but for horse racing. Or what's the other?
Take
the
that
one where they
first
swim.
one. Come on, dude.
You
what's
know?
the one where they swim?
There's always like the civil rights sports movies. There's varsity or Remember the Titans, Drumline.
There was one.
You guys know what I'm talking
There was
about.
one with Sandra Bullock and the football player.
Just watch that on Playlist.
Blindside?
Blindside. Not exactly civil
How do I
rights.
go?
Yeah.
It's usually the team joining a sport that they're not accepted into.
Now, how do I go ahead and Google the swim movie?
You know what to Google. Just take it off the screen.
Black Swim. We knew. Movie.
There's a lot there.
Title Black Swim movie 2007.
No, Pride.
Pride.
You are like a little bit off today.
Mr. Shady freaking HD my Nebraska twin. What's up?
It's
Yo,
made-
Shady.
You know what it is, Mark?
It's
Your
rehearsing last
character,
night.
a fucking idiot.
Look, it seems just
Feel the
I
ride.
that's insane. You end up seeing any of that playlist?
If you look
Shout out
closely,
Fitzy and then shout out Shady.
I'm typing
You see Shady or what?
It tells me Black Swim movie 2007 film.
Shady is out of Risen, Woody Maine.
There.
He be
I was
cooking.
like, oh, that's what it's called.
Right.
That man cooked.
I don't know. I'm tired.
No, you're not.
Maybe it is called Black Swim Team movie, and Pride is just what the director has.
What if that was like the first draft?
That'd be insane. Wait, you had a joke going?
Man, I worked games today, Shady, but dude, rank servers.
Good job. So,
They're getting DDoS to some shit, dude.
is it? Is it good?
The guy never had no puppet
Murphy's
pie.
the blood server.
R.I.P. That's good Bernie Mac.
I still listen to the other podcast I love.
Oh, wow.
You're a hack. Brandon Walker always will just break out a Bernie Mac.
Controller.
No, I'm saying that, Bob.
So now you want to be,
You know, like I do. It's what we call a speech
The new
set.
mode? What would I hate? That's fine, bro. Nah, Ray's not as bad anymore. The meta evolves. The current meta evolves.
Yeah. Oh, I got it.
That's
What's
Destiny,
this
bro.
bit? Pussy a pumpkin pie. I was like, bitch.
Now we got a bunch of Apex servers here, so I should be on Apex.
You know I ain't never
Wait,
had
how
no
do you this
pumpkin
fucking
pie.
bro? Otherwise, Pritzy's gonna be out here like, this motherfucker out here, bro. So we can't even play the game. He's just a dumb little bitch.
I just did not step up to the moment. Exactly like the Azalea.
You just had a pause in there where
You
you're
went
just like
nutty?
1, 2, and it was like felt just like 1 second too long, and I'm like, I'm ready to explode.
I think
I also like how you control your hair right now. It feels like it's a part of your head. You're kind of just like so sexual with it.
Anyway, I established what's the classic fucking the Razer USB shit. The Razer software was fucking everything, right? So all my audio was like teeny and
You know why this?
You would
anyway, I sorted it out today.
You know, here's why Kev's looks really
What I
works.
hear
For the folks at
everything.
home, you can't see this. He's
My
wearing
first
jeans.
game, which we won,
Yeah.
I legitimately would have died
the camo. Yeah.
3 separate times. But I heard the
Go up in
motherfuckers.
the middle.
Yeah.
Up in the middle.
Put your leg on
I
here.
swear you can watch it.
We need the full fit.
So
I heard
that's
3
why
separate
he's
times
been
where I
15.
definitely would have died.
Booty in the blow.
So I'm using the sound. I'll show you how I fixed it,
Camo
dude,
hat.
because it's very unintuitive.
Camo hat,
So
cheeks
this
out
is
the
how I
back,
fixed it.
jean
I went
shorts.
into, so I disabled spatial audio in the Razer software, right? And then I exited Synapse, and I was still having the issues. So I went to volume, no, not that one. I went to sound settings.
I can't believe
Okay, I
I
went
had a
into
Bernie Mac
this.
impression before we got
Audio enhancements was device default, and it still had THX spatial audio. So I turned that off. Okay, and I turned on spatial sound for Windows.
posted your swing on your story.
I fixed it. I fixed
And
it
you
all.
looked skinnier and you looked fit, and the
So,
swing was pretty good.
even if we have
I figured out something in my swing that I used to do that I
THX audio
left to
off
the
in
wayside and I
Synapse
brought it back.
and Synapse closed, it's still fucking on.
I was talking your inches. I know.
So anyway, I disabled it here,
It landed right
and
by the
that's
hole
what
in
fixed
the
it for me. And then I turned this on,
There was a
like,
hole that I
oh, I wonder if it's like, it's just the same. It's the same with having the THX shit.
Perfect
Like, I can
drive
hear
right
all
at
the
my target.
footsteps and
There's a
shit.
tree right in the middle of the fairway. Right is
So,
dead.
yeah.
Left of the tree is kind of the
You wanna
safer
play
play. I said, no, I'm going aggressive play.
It would be a
I hit
acoustic
my
for the
target.
movie. All right, I got you. I got you.
And then I had
Spatial audio, yes, mate.
2 yards
Space
to the
audio,
pin.
and you would think,
Mark had just
you know,
gone, hit the false
all of
front
these
and rolled back. With
scientists
that intel,
tell you that in space there's no fucking audio, bro.
And there's a backstop on the green. Play the backstop and spin it back.
Sorry, in some ways, what the fuck were you trying to tell me that yesterday, cunt? No, it's not. It's not the spatial audio fixed it.
Rolled it back down the back slope.
It's the THX audio was breaking
And
it.
it was 2 feet from the pin.
So even without spatial audio
I
on,
love a hole like
it
that.
was
They say like
fixed.
you hit one good shot and it'll bring you back. For me, like having a perfect hole
GTA cutscenes have no audio until you turn on spatial audio. That's fucking stupid.
I remember all these good holes that I have. Like
Shady,
it's not
thank you
just
so
one
much
shot.
for that.
It's the
Boris
collective of the
Pritzky,
hole.
yes, Battlefield 6 is sick. Are you a Battlefield player as well? Oh
You're
my
God.
god.
And if you could do that for 18 holes, then you're the best. This was the
We
pitching
have
one.
met your best friend, guys.
He was talking about my
Let's fucking go.
8 iron that
Oh, what
one.
a
The deal you take, you're talking about
Council.
just the drag. Oh, yeah. I just had a point where I lobbed
The
it,
council didn't take my
hit
beat.
the
So
base
they gotta
line,
pick it up.
he sprints back, gets it over, and then I sat it down with a drop.
Shady.
It was like impossible
I
to
feel
get to.
a
It
little
was
bit
like,
locked.
that's why I want to play tennis, just for a
So
point.
I'm really
Let's check out this amazing golf
uh,
ball whacker guy.
upgrades, and I think we have the ultimate thing.
It will set up.
Cadillacs always coming in on just Scalpel Weekly. Yeah,
Lands right by the hole. And then
it's on shuffle too, so I don't know where to go back on it.
Because we haven't gotten a hole in one as a gang.
You're
All
right,
right, no one has or not together.
Risky.
I don't think
Yeah,
anyone
one of
has.
these card
Call yourself
motherfuckers.
I know, dude. Our friend Dave.
And goddamn, don't res, are you?
Look up
No, you
Dave
would do that. I
Lang,
tell you.
WRS 92nd.
Goddamn,
Sorry,
this
Dave
fucking
Lang, another
Beta is just an
former pro
influx of
rollerblader
players
turned
who find out
golfer,
how to fuck with
has the bug.
bad. He's sending us like pictures of him at the range at like 5 a.m. like playing 9 holes.
Oh, I thought he
playing
had
all round.
HIV.
No.
Oh.
And just playing like playing all the time. He already broke 100. He's been playing for a month.
Never played.
Never played. Just started playing. Obsessed with it. And yeah, this is Dave White. He's so sick at skating, and now he's like, but he almost got a hole in one the other day. So I was like, if he gets a hole in one after playing a month, that's wild. I was a little bit like thinking, playing that out in my head, like I think I would be jealous.
But he's out of all the people,
he would be the
like we were saying we were gonna play, but then we're like, this guy's an athletic person. He's gonna come golf pretty quick.
Dude, I was like,
the way we were coaching.
Immediately,
I was on the fucking Sydney. He's Southeast one.
Yeah, because skating is so compartmentalized.
And
like,
it's like mega ramp stuff. I believe this is all his mega ramp stuff. I love it, Mark. Hit it, Mark. And this stuff is crazy. We went to this place. It's at Woodward West. I was scared to stand at the edge of the quarter.
Yeah.
The shit he does. Look at this. Jesus Christ. That was
that's huge. That's the big air. That's fucking.
Look at that.
I think that
Dude, I was standing at the top of that quarter pipe. I was standing at the top of that quarter pipe.
I'm skinny like Battlefield 1.
You wouldn't know. Never dropped in. So I did use the mega ramp, but there's like a mini mega off to the side. So I did that. I was fucking with that. See the mini mega off to the side. But the quarter pipe was just too big. Yeah. Plus, that's just not my world at all. I did not grow up skating park. Look at that.
You dug
That's
into the
so
classic
scary.
crates
It's
of
hard.
Cadillac.
And look at this fucking blast at 900.
I remember this track.
Some of my favorite.
He has to duct tape the skates. See? Because he's going so fast. If you get speed wobbles at that speed,
And then you're
that's you guys.
I wouldn't put it in my.
It's like the crazy. Never been done.
Do the trick. I want to know again.
So fucked. Yo, he's disaster. 30 feet to a fucking huge rail on his own, and then took 70s.
All in midair.
Tell me what he's doing.
Okay.
Diligence album Buster out.
Disaster's going in backwards?
No, disaster just means it's like a gap to the rail. Like the rail doesn't start.
Yeah.
So massive launch to the rail, and then
Whiskey,
270
you
out.
can't judge me for being a sneaky bitch because this was a request for external.
So we just started playing golf, so watch out.
Shady, next time you're host.
Doesn't do it justice. House like that bird ramp at the end.
Close the rabbit hole.
It's so big.
He's in the air forever before he grinds.
Where do sesame seeds
big
come
ears,
from?
like
Am I right?
consistent from what? Like, is this the same thing that was in the XP? Or they like kind of?
Yeah,
You're a
yeah,
vintage.
probably
So
pretty similar.
I'm a fused man, but vintage was like
We're not as
Harry
good
Redford.
when X Games was going on. Like blading wasn't good when.
Yeah, blading wasn't, but the skateboard ones
Yeah.
were like my favorite
Yes.
moments I've ever seen live.
Yeah,
It's like
that
Jake
big.
Brown gameplay.
Yeah, and that's why it's like when those guys fall, it's so crazy.
Jake Brown should have taped up his shoes like that guy did his skates.
Yeah. They went flying. Anyway, let's watch Sean Kelso's WRS upload.
Oh, quick errors and omissions. Even though you could say it could work, but Casey was talking about how he played at a golf course that was like Jurassic Park, and then I jokingly said, "Oh, you saw a brontosaurus?" I was referencing the first time I see the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, and that is actually a brachiosaurus. So apologies by me, and that concludes errors and omissions. Let's watch Sean Kelso.
Thank you for doing so.
Chin's still here.
Oh, that's right.
Did you see the guy counting your?
Yeah, man, I've been talking.
Yeah, sorry, we don't have headphones. Because I've been talking.
Yeah, no one's saying anything back. Let's get talking. No one's answering.
John's like very technical. As you can see, 3 top acid on that, 270 backslide to fish frame.
What is this?
It's our friend Sean Kelso.
What is this?
Hey, Chin.
Hey, Kev.
What do you do if you're really good at something, but everybody hates it? That's in my that's in the book.
The book, yeah.
I said a lot, like in my head, like you're so calm and chill.
Honestly, bro, no one hates rollerblading.
I know.
People hate one joke.
People. Well, okay, I'm probably just comparing.
People talk shit. People talk shit.
I'm probably comparing it more to dudes on scooters, like at the skate park. Dudes on scooters. People hate them way more than rollerbladers. Because rollerbladers know what's up.
Because we've been around now, and now scooters are the new rollerblading because they haven't been around for long enough. But people are ripping on scooters. I don't hate on scooters. Unless you're just a little kid going fucking whipping up a bar spin.
The buzzing
around
in my ear is
let me hear this.
unreal.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. All right, we're gonna wrap this episode up.
Did you see Bobby Lee doing rollerblades?
No. Let's watch it on the Patreon.
It's not anything worth watching on the video.
Let's act like it is something worth watching. Just tease them. I like having something. Okay, you want to watch it right now?
It's 2 seconds.
All right.
He just falls and eats shit. Andrew gave him rollerblades. They were $20 rollerblades, and he falls and eats shit. That's all.
Very nice, very nice.
You know how much that would have blown up the Patreon had we teased that? Anybody have anything they want to plug? Combat Buddy this Saturday. And also, I don't remember his name, but there's this one guy I keep watching on Instagram with his funny Shia LaBeouf impression.
Oh, I saw that guy. Let's watch that guy on the Patreon. Also on the Patreon, I want to show you guys what's his name? Dennis Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Shit, I've been watching.
We'll also read your tweets.
Oh, yeah, we'll read my tweets.
We had segments.
Yeah, we had segments
planned, but the hair took over.
Yeah. I was critical of Mark's tweets last week and Nick's tweets the week before that. So now I'm putting my tweets where my mouth is. You guys can roast my tweets. Folks at home, roast my tweets.
I actually thought you were pretty supportive of my tweets.
I was, but I was trying to.
Yeah, I think he was more or less roasted my tweets.
I roasted Mark's shitty tweets.
That's okay. Hey.
And everybody know, and let me know in the comments if I look more like Jonathan Van Ness or Anomaly / Dreamrare. He's a guy.
Okay, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Love you. Bye.
Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
It's clear you're not making this product, but it's an incredible product.
I never had no pumpkin pie.
Good morning, Matt.
I stole it from another podcast I love.
Oh, wow. You're a hack.
Brandon Walker always will just break out a Bertie Mac bit. He's like, no, I'm sitting at the bar.
So now you want to be,
you know, like I do. This woman come up to me, she's like, hey, you like pumpkin pie? Damn it.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Yeah, welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
Welcome to the after hour. Welcome to the motherfucking after hour. Welcome to the after hour. We swear in 30 seconds of YouTube videos.
You can now.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes. According to Colby.
On
a new segment, according to Colby.
According to Colby. Yeah, you can swear in the beginning and they don't care.
Oh, Jack?
We played golf on Sunday, me and Mark, and Bill and Mike. And on the 18th hole, it's at Goose Creek. It's got dogleg right, and it's got water all on the right side. Mark hit his tee shot, and it was in the air forever. And we're like, go, go, go. And it splashed in the water. It's like, all right, you know, that happens, especially if you play a fade like Mark does. And then, so he dropped, and then the second shot, it's like, you know, a 9-iron or something. That one just yeah.
Pretty much every dude. I was fine all day.
Yeah.
Just that hole.
I checked the scorecard. You were only 2 over on the back until that hole.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't get the ball like on the earth. It just kept going in the water.
No, I had two tee shots.
Oh, that's right.
Both of them when walked. No, one of them I just duffed like a foot, like 20 yards ahead of me.
Yeah.
I topped it, hit behind the ball. Stopped it. The second one didn't carry in the water, like you said. Third shot in the water. I'm like, dude, come on. I want to end on a good note here.
And it was even like exemplified by the fact that I hit like a beautiful high 260-yard draw right over the water.
Yeah.
And then that's my second shot right on the green.
When you're keeping score, can you just like sacrifice a hole? Is there like a limit?
I like to play like a triple as a max.
Oh, that would be great for me.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd say I hit about then a 128. Yeah. Good joke. Good fast math joke. Yep. So it's 3. My handicap's 54.
So that's 18 times 3? No.
72. No, 8. Whatever it is, you got it. Yeah, I was right. 18 times 3. 54.
So 54 plus 71 or 72?
Yeah. My favorite podcast, Son of a Boy Dad, they talk about golf quite a bit on there too. Francis is going to be in the Internet Invitational, which is like all like Paige Sporanic, anybody you know from the golf world is in it. Andrew Santino's actually in it. But right before he played, he shot the best round of his life twice in a row, like 69 and a 71. No. And so he dropped his handicap. 1.8. He shot under par. Yeah, Francis did. He's a freak. He's not that good.
Andrew Santino.
No, right? No, Francis. Okay. I said Andrew Santino isn't. He was like a D1 lacrosse player. He's a really good athlete. I've seen him play. Okay. I think he said he was like a 6 handicap, went to like a 4.2 or something. With those 2 scores, but basically the point was he played so well before this tournament, so he fucked his handicap right before. Some people will be sandbaggers, so if they shoot a good round, they just won't put it in the index.
Dude, there was one we played with some guy at Casino or Balboa, whatever it was, and he was playing from the tips, and he's like, I'm trying to raise my handicap. Yeah. I'm like, just put your score in first.
I played with a guy at Rustic who played from tips, and he was like a 12, but he just wanted his handicap to stay high because when he gambles.
Yeah, exactly.
It's such an interesting thing because like you're being honest, but just to make yourself like you're playing worse. You go to the tips because you want to be honest, make my handicap worse, but you're actually better than that. So it's really not honest, but within the rule set, I think handicaps are just really interesting because there's like the vanity aspect where you don't want to tell people that your handicap is higher, but that helps you win money.
But it's like an honest lie.
Yeah. I would think that you would like the handicap system because basically it's just for gambling. Yeah. I wish they could have that in like all things. I just played my buddy Tom, his girlfriend, and she's been playing for like a year, less than once a week, and like they play once or twice. And I haven't played for years, but I played for years in high school, and I wish we could have played against ourselves. Although it was pretty even, I won 25-21. We played a game where you have to serve it, you just feed it to someone. And you serve it, it's like making it easier for people who aren't as serving you.
I'll throw it to you, and then they hit that.
You just hit it like off about like over, get a volleyball, and then that person can be like, oh, I don't want that again. Oh, really? Yeah. So like the person receiving knows they can get a good one. But it was really fun. I was like dry heaving after an hour in the heat on Sunday, but I think we're back in it.
What courts did you play at?
The Beverly Hills Tennis Center.
Okay.
It's extremely cheap. It's like $900 an hour. No, I swear to God, it's like $60 for the year, and then you can pay $14 per time or something.
I only ask because like when I'm driving around LA, all the tennis courts are just very busy, and I have friends that play tennis too, and I'm like, how do you do it?
If you're not going there, and you're going to a regular tennis court, the LA parks, you have to reserve a court.
So it's kind of like a tee time. You book a time, and then you show up, and it's
only
like an hour.
That's why I haven't played for so long because like we'll be spontaneous, like let's go play tennis, but then you can't. There's no courts.
You have to be a little bit more.
I'm getting back into it though. I'll send you guys a picture of me just looking like a unit out there. No one said anything. That's okay. The picture where you were too far away in the picture. I yelled at Ash. It was a bad. All right, we're gonna clip that for her. Tell us about this shirt. What a fun shirt. Oh, I actually won this in the tennis match. Congratulations. This is Tom works at Paramount. This is Nickelodeon VidCon staff t-shirt. Shout out to Tom. Guess who will be going to Nickelodeon VidCon next year? This guy. You. Oh, I met you. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this picture. Terrible. No, it looks good. Look at him. I wouldn't. You couldn't tell. Yeah, you gotta zoom in on a 50-inch.
Class action lawsuit. They allege that the company deceptively marketed its popular tequila brands Casamigos and Don Julio as 100% agave, while including non-agave dried alcohol products. The lawsuits filed in federal courts in California and New York allege Diageo misled consumers into paying premium prices for products that don't meet the standards implied by the labeling. The company denied denied the allegations. Deborah Mark, KFI News. Baseball history in Atlanta. ABC's Morgan Norwood says this moment has been 150 years in the making.
With that first pitch, Jen Powell has officially made history.
Jen Powell breaking the gender barrier in Major League Baseball, becoming the first woman to umpire a regular season MLB game. After umpiring the bases yesterday, Powell called balls and strikes behind home plate today. President Trump is set to meet with Russian President Putin in Alaska this week, aiming for a deal to end the war in Ukraine. ABC's Selena Wang.
There was a time when anyone would tremble upon hearing the name John D. Rockefeller. Not only was he the world's first billionaire, he's one of the richest people in history. His empire standard
Concessions without ironclad security guarantees, including potential NATO membership for Ukraine.
Trump has floated a peace deal that trades land for an end to the war, an idea Ukrainian President Zelensky firmly rejects.
There was a time when anyone would tremble upon hearing the name John D. Rockefeller. Not only was he the world's first billionaire, he's one of the richest people in history. His empire, Standard Oil, became the most dominant monopoly in the world by brutally crushing competitors, taking control of multiple industries, bribing the government into submission, and treating business as if it was war. Because of his ruthless business practices and secretive deals, Rockefeller made many enemies. His career is filled with bitter rivalries like with Andrew Carnegie, and even ferocious battles against US presidents. But before he was the titan of the oil industry, Rockefeller was at the very bottom of society. His story is one of only a handful of cases where someone manages to rise from the depth of poverty to the absolute peak of wealth and power. Rockefeller's story is at times inspiring, and at times chilling. It's an example of what happens when greed and ambition go completely unchecked. So, let me take you back to 1839, where a young John D. Rockefeller is born into poverty. In 1839, John D. Rockefeller was the first child born into a family of peasant farmers with no cash to spare. In his small town of less than 1,000, the most mysterious character to be found was undoubtedly John's father, who was known as Devil Bill. Instead of helping on the family farm, Bill did just about anything else. He was an athlete, ventriloquist, hunter, hypnotist, and even an animal trainer. Once he won a bear in a competition, he kept it as a pet and taught it to do tricks. Bill did a little of this, a little of that, but not much of anything. Bill would also spontaneously skip out in the middle of the night, leaving John and his siblings to fend for themselves for weeks or even months, only to reappear in a luxurious carriage and shower John and his siblings with toys and gifts. And this confused John, because his family lived in a crumbling old house, wore tattered clothes, and they were hungry and cold every night. They lived a pitiful life, with these occasional bouts of luxury when his father returned. And the reason for that was because Bill lived a secret double life as a con artist. Whenever he disappeared, Bill changed his name from William Rockefeller to Dr. William Livingston and traveled from town to town selling useless herbal remedies and potions to the sick and desperate. Because Bill was usually far away running scams, John's mother enlisted John's help working at the farm, where she instilled a strong religious faith and sense of duty in him while they plowed the fields. For a boy younger than 10, balancing school and farming was backbreaking, but it taught him the value of discipline and hard work. John was proud to be helping his family out. In fact, he even started coming up with other ways to make money. For example, John once followed a wild turkey into the woods, stole its eggs, and raised the hatchlings. When they matured into turkeys, John sold some of them for a tidy profit and kept the rest so he could get more eggs and repeat the process. Despite his young age, John was now pitching in a few dollars every week and was making a serious impact on the family's finances. It looked like the Rockefellers might finally have a decent and stable life. However, when John was 10, his father Bill was accused of sexually assaulting a young woman. Even though nothing was proven, the Rockefellers still faced public disgrace, and so they were forced to pack their bags and find a new home. You'd think after this event, Bill would dial back his schemes, his infidelity, and focus on keeping his relationships to his family. But instead, he did the complete opposite. Was using his fake identity of Dr. William Livingston, Bill married another woman in a different state where no one recognized him. Of course, he kept this a secret, and neither John's mother nor the other woman ever knew he had two wives. But the effect was evident. Bill was almost never around. So the Rockefellers moved from town to town, and John took on more responsibility as the unofficial head of the household. All whilst going to school, he kept finding ways to make money, manage the family's finances, and he even started giving out very small loans. Finally, the Rockefellers found a good home in Cleveland, Ohio. But now that John was 16 and nearly done with school, he wondered what the next phase of his life would be. John wanted to go to college, but by this point he had 4 siblings and a 5th on the way. And since John's father was absent even more than normal now that he had his secret other wife, John's mother relied on John to help pay for their food, housing, and education. This meant college was out of the question. John had to get to work immediately, and so just 2 months before his graduation, John dropped out of school and began looking for a job in Cleveland. He was after something big, so he made a list of all the biggest railroads, banks, and wholesale merchants in the city. However, every time John showed up to an interview, people laughed in his face when they found out he was only 16 years old. John faced rejection after rejection, but no amount of humiliation was going to stop him, and after 6 long weeks, he got an interview at a small firm that needed help with bookkeeping. When they saw John's excellent penmanship, they decided to give him a chance and told him to get to work immediately, not even mentioning how much he'd get paid. John was ecstatic, and for the rest of his life, he celebrated September 26th as a personal holiday he called Job Day. To him, it was even more important than his own birthday. Even though it was not a massive operation, John's first job taught him how to deal with suppliers, pay bills, and see the inner workings of a real business for the first time. One day, his boss came in with a check for $4,000 and put it inside a safe. John knew the safe's combination, so when his boss was gone, he opened it up just so he could hold the note in his hands. Hypnotized by how much it represented, John dreamed of someday making as much money as his bosses. And so every morning before heading off to work, he began repeating to himself, "I am bound to be rich." On the last day of 1855, John's bosses gave him his payments, $50, which meant he'd only earned a little over 50 cents a day. It wasn't much, but since he'd done such a good job, his bosses raised his salary to $300 per year, the equivalent of around $11,000 today. The raise gave John something he deeply wanted, independence from his father. Now, with his mother's help, he could finally give his family the stable life they yearned for. And from early on in his career, John personally gave around 10% of his salary to various charitable causes. But after 2 years of diligent work, a recession slowed the business down, and one of the founders quit the firm. All of his responsibilities fell onto John, who became the company's lead accountant. However, John knew the economic downturn had caused a sharp decline in the firm's revenues. He suspected that soon the firm may have to close down completely. And yet, John wasn't worried. His 2 years of experience in the job had given him a huge amount of confidence. And so, John was already planning his biggest move yet. John D. Rockefeller was ready to start his own company. During his first job, John had become friends with Maurice Clark, a 28-year-old chemist who worked down the street from him. Even though John was just 18 years old at this point, he developed a good reputation as a bookkeeper in Cleveland. And one day Maurice told him he was planning on starting a produce business and suggested that they partner up together. After saving up a bit of money, they formed Clark and Rockefeller and got to work buying and reselling grain, fish, beans, meat, and other foods. It was tough at first. John and Maurice were often exhausted from looking for customers out on the road, but owning their own business gave them immense pride. And even though he was a bit shy and quiet at first, John was a capable salesman. Because he was so mature, everyone called him Mr. Rockefeller. The older men in the industry easily trusted him, and the list of clients at Clark and Rockefeller quickly grew. In fact, their biggest problem was that they didn't have the capital needed to scale the business and handle even more clients. But John and Maurice found a smart way to solve this problem. If they wanted to seek a $5,000 loan, they would go around Cleveland saying their firm was looking to invest $10,000, very publicly giving the impression that they had plenty of cash. This simple trick meant the banks were more willing to give them money. And the extra loans they got put them in a great position when the American Civil War broke out, as business picked up even more. As a devout Baptist, John was very strongly opposed to slavery, so he wanted the Union to win the war. However, John was still responsible for feeding his family of 6, and if he stopped working, they wouldn't have any income. So instead of serving in the army himself, John paid $300 for a substitute, and even paid to equip several more Union soldiers. The war gave a huge boost to the economy of the northern states, and Cleveland became an important strategic location for the Union. Local food prices were massively inflated, so John's produce business quadrupled almost overnight. In 1862, John and Maurice cleared a profit of $17,000, over $500,000 in today's money. Not bad for 23-year-olds, but the opportunity to multiply his wealth even more soon came across John's desk. You see, before electricity, people used to light their homes at night by burning oil inside of a lamp. Usually this oil came from whale fat, but finding and hunting down whales was costly and difficult, and sadly, some whales had been hunted down to the point of extinction. However, in 1859, someone in Pennsylvania discovered that by using a tall wooden structure known as a quill derrick, you could extract industrial amounts of crude oil by drilling straight into the ground. Mining crude oil this way was cheap, and it was fairly easy. Profits came quickly, and since so many people were made rich by the oil boom, crude oil was given the nickname Black Gold. And that's when John was introduced to Samuel Andrews, a young man who was looking for investors to build a crude oil refinery in Cleveland, which was only a day's ride away from the Pennsylvania oil regions. Andrews had a huge advantage over most of the competition. He discovered that if you applied sulfuric acid to crude oil, it would essentially purify it and turn it into kerosene. When burned, kerosene lasted longer and shined brighter than crude oil. It was a simple process, but the secret was closely guarded by the few who had discovered it. Now that John and Maurice had plenty of money to spare because of how successful their produce business was, they thought it would be wise to diversify their business, and thus they loaned Andrews $4,000 to set up his oil refinery. But to begin, they considered this as a side venture. John and Maurice kept managing their produce business and let Andrews handle the refinery by himself. Setting it up was remarkably simple, and because kerosene was a superior product to crude oil, it began selling like crazy. John couldn't ignore the numbers anymore. Within only a year, the oil refinery had become the most profitable side of the business. Together, John and Maurice decided to make a bold move. They abandoned their previous business and went all in on the oil industry. However, their initial enthusiasm was met by a massive challenge. The supply of oil was always in an unpredictable state. At this point, oil had only been found in one small region of Pennsylvania, so many people thought that it would eventually run out. Whenever someone struck a massive oil field, an entire town of oil miners would suddenly form around the site, drill every last drop, and the town would disappear just as quickly as it had formed. Because of this, there were periods where oil was overabundant and prices would dip as low as 10 cents. But on the flip side, if it seemed like the oil was running out, then prices would suddenly rise all the way up to $14. So, to say that the oil market was turbulent would be an understatement. To mitigate this effect slightly, John decided to stay out of mining oil and concentrate only on refined oil. But for John and Maurice, the situation was still extremely stressful. When oil was easy to find, they weren't as profitable as prices were low. When the wells were running dry, they feared that the last drop would finally be found and they didn't have nothing to sell. The uncertainty was too much to handle for Maurice, and in 1865, he agreed to sell his share of the business to John. This was the turning point of his career. Scared to his bones, but with a calm exterior, John agreed to buy Maurice's share of the company for $72,500, or $1.35 billion in today's money. Maurice was cashing out, whilst John was doubling down and going all in on the seemingly risky oil business. However, it seemed like John's daily affirmation that he was bound to be rich was quickly becoming a reality, because just as the deal was going down, a gigantic new oil field was found in the Pennsylvania oil regions, finally undoing any doubts he had about oil running out. Of course, the market was still very competitive, so if John truly wanted to become as wealthy as he desired, he would have to brutally crush his competition.
Its president was the legendary William Bailey. I'm saying the opposite. William S. Bailey.
The year before buying
Co-colleagues across the table, like you said, I find their name Nazi to a colleague's husband. Totally reprehensible.
Like leading the agent looks over running. You tell him.
You blow it around, know what to say. I'll have him tell you about it.
It's fucking good. You know, Pokemon would be my thing, dude. Come on. Are you a fan of the Arco Bros? Who? Arco Bros? My shoes are right. Oh, they're not shit. Blossom the Virgins, there's 3 different notes. These are Blossom. It's got like most of those sneaker game stuff. In my opinion, let me see those. I said, let me see those. I didn't accept orders. So, what's the camera again? I'm trying to stop. Other fucking sick. 0.5% chance. Yeah. Those are crazy. I noticed the pink shoes. I didn't know what they were from. They had a little glow to them, but they kind of glow in the dark as well. No.
podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries and KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full-length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my book, Revenge with the Mind. More from this episode of Restream. After you get the latest KFI Respawn. Oh, God.
Here's the latest shelter for its free residents. It asks visitors to put down a deposit before they ever set foot here in sweltering in triple digits because traffic is off guard. We're going to go to the 60 freeway when we come back.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. I got some plays. Featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more. Summer Rush.
Yeah, I watched that. Hello, motherfucker.
Saturday workouts.
Oh, God, no, get back in, get back in, get back in. They're fucking everywhere. Yeah, thanks for the follow. I can't look at the moment. It's getting quite hairy. Oh, it's ViralRabbi again. This motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. See, every fucking time, dude.
Odoo is all connected on a single platform in a simple and affordable way. You can save money without missing out on the features. Check out Odoo at odoo.com. That's odoo.com. By now, you know I'm a huge fan of Zelman's. Matter of fact, we have a special event coming up. Neil Saavedra and I are hosting Zelman's at the Anaheim White House restaurant. California. It's our menu, it's our event. We're inviting 5 listeners and a guest to join us for one incredible foodie night, ending with Zelman's, so you don't have to lose your friends and family after dinner. During the month of August, any purchase of Zelman's will automatically enter you. Go to Zelman's.com. Zelman's.com. You'll see how much this is. Zelman's, Z-L-M-I-N-S. KFI for exclusive offer. By the way, just watching Neil and I stuff our faces is an added bonus. Look to see if there is sticky, garlic, onion bread, custards. Any purchase of Zelman's will automatically enter you. Go to Zelman's.com. Promo code KFI. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s rock. Featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer there's everybody else. Highest unemployment, highest poverty rate, most number of people on welfare, most number of people on Medicaid. I could go on and on, but you didn't apply. John Colville.
God, that just fucking. Get the fuck out of here, bro! Disgusting fucking broadcast loser. Bro, please fucking found something valuable with your life. Kafamı bir saniye başka bir yere çevirdim, hemen hesap açıp gelmişsin ya. Allah'ın işsiz maymunu ya.
Since our topic is chutzpah, let us break this down.
Bro, I just turned my head. I just turned my head for like 2 seconds, bro. And you already created the new account. Oh my god, insane. I mean, do these people actually scam? I mean, can they even scam someone?
No.
This is bullshit.
The word chutzpah refers to audacity. This is audacious. Ruddy would go on to write The Longest Yard, starring Burt Reynolds, and Walker, Texas Ranger, starring Chuck Norris. He was one of the producers on the $2 Million Baby, which won a handful of Oscars. I could go on. I realized what Al Ruddy is. He is chutzpah. But this is a very specific kind of
Take a break from my Mac. Saturday.
This show is being made only 20 years after the Nazis stopped terrorizing Europe. Haley admired Ruddy.
I'm seeing majority people say 3 and 4. Depending on how the next one goes, it's going to determine if I.
Yo, welcome. What's going on? TJ Boomin. What's good in the hood, son? How you living, pimp? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, TJ Boomin. How you living, son? Can you hear me, baby? Do you talk? Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
She was asking me where he was because he turned his phone on silent to avoid the calls, but didn't turn the location off, which was very stupid, and wouldn't answer her calls or texts. Mind you, he was cheating. He was in a car with another girl, which is now his second baby mama. So tell me why his first baby mama ended up pulling up to the alley that's in the back of my house, and him and the girl in the car in the back seat. She pulled around to the back. Their clothes was halfway off. And she said, so what's up? This what we doing now? Trying to fight the second baby. But she wouldn't get out the car. My brother trying to hold her back from fighting her. Mind you, the girl didn't even get out the car. Tell me why the girl gonna holler out the window, I'm pregnant, I can't fight, just bragging. I was like, that's dirty. Mind you, it was 8, 9 in the morning. When I say ghetto, and hear my messy, I told my brother, so you out here being a hoe. Why you ain't break up with us? Then do what you did. He said, because I didn't want to break up with her. Pissed me off. Oh, it's ghetto over there! It is ghetto over there!
Anything I can do to live in honestly.
GATTTO.
I hope so. Cars and floors, and I own a piece of a cut room in New York that we cut material for dresses.
Check. God is ghetto.
Yeah, and I worked very hard at it, very honest and sincere. Colombo's media tour was to promote an organization he had started called the Italian American Civil Rights League. Well, we believe that we are the scapegoats. We have been labeled and stigmatized. And I maintain, and I'll keep saying, that it's each and every Italian American through the United States that there is a conspiracy against. I asked the writer Nick Pileggi about him. But what was he like?
From everything I hear, and I've seen him speak on occasion, that it roots with him. He was as mild and calm and relaxed as you could imagine. He was like a dry goods salesman.
Pileggi grew up with Colombo in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn.
He came up with this idea of Italian American civil rights. Their premise was that Italians would live
What? How did you drop that? Bro.
What was Joe Colombo's real job? Aside from running a funeral home and a gun shop and selling real estate, he was a big-time mafia don in a Facci family. Old man Giuseppe Facci died in 1960.
That's a touchdown, bro. I just got worked.
Colombo and a group of his associates started picketing the Manhattan headquarters of the FBI. That protest eventually rose to 5,000. They come up with invoking Christopher Columbus, the greatest Italian immigrant of them all. By the summer of 1970, they have 45,000 dues-paying members. They throw themselves a big party at Madison Square Garden, starring, of course, Frank Sinatra. They go after Alka-Seltzer for their most famous TV commercial, in which an Italian man, overseen by his doting wife, eats one too many spicy meatballs.
Sometimes you eat more than you should, and when it's spicy besides, Mama Mia, do you need Alka-Seltzer?
Italians eating meatballs, according to Joe Colombo, perpetuates harmful stereotypes about Italians.
Mamma Mia, that's a spicy meatball!
Here's my favorite story involving Joe Colombo. In the late 1960s, Johnny Carson was the king of late-night TV and one of the most famous television personalities in the country. According to his former attorney, Henry Bushkin, Carson was out drinking one night at Jilly's, a bar in Manhattan run by a close friend of Frank Sinatra's, Jilly Rizzo. This is Bushkin telling the story on the Artie Lang show a few years ago.
It was on, I think, 52nd and 8th, the famous watering hole. And Johnny was in there one night with McMahon.
Johnny being Johnny Carson, McMahon being his sidekick, Ed McMahon.
And they tried to pick up the wrong girls. Happened to be the wife and sister of a well-known mafioso type of character. Who was not sensitive about stuff like that. Not happy. Irritating, I'd say.
Carson ends up being thrown down the stairs at Jilly's. He's so banged up, there's no way he can go on television. Then he learns that the mobster in question has put out a contract on his life. He takes the week off work. He's petrified. So what happens? Joe Colombo makes a deal with Carson's network, NBC.
The Columbus Day Parade was about to come up. It was like 3 weeks away.
Right.
And no network would agree to cover it then, because they knew it was the 5 families in New York that were sponsoring this parade to make the Italian Americans look. So Carson's hiding out, and a deal was struck. If NBC covers the parade, they'll let Carson go. So that year, NBC is the only network that covered the parade. Carson gets
And what happens the following year, 1971, when Joe Colombo stages the second, even more elaborate Columbus Day event intended to show the world that the Italian-American community of New York is peaceful and law-abiding? Someone shoots him. You're listening to Revisionist History, a podcast about AFI and don't forget to check out my new book, Revenge of the Tipping Point. Out now. We'll be right back with more from this episode of Revisionist History after we get the latest on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An animal shelter in South Orange County is going wild. Mission Viejo Animal Services Center is launching
You people, I'm using the term loosely here, I know you're probably kind of think bad or a robot thing. You're under attack, but you people need to handle this, and I mean yesterday. I mean, if this is an insurance scheme, say no more. I can keep listening.
Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as what I went through emotionally when I can see I have with my daughter. So real conversation, wrestle, like straight up crazy, drunk, wrestle. So we were getting started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were awake, like your ex-husband, and be like, you should be with somebody better? People are broken, they have to fix themselves. This is a window into my world, and
stories that make you meaningful. Welcome to Friday in London. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
What?
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. Right? Hey, this is Betsy Brown.
Listen, I'm chilling right now. I'm just having my girl. You know what?
For Hotties on TikTok, and we've got a new podcast, Full Circle.
They talking about this shit?
What's going on in women's basketball, and not just in the WNBA, but with
You talking about this? It's shit?
college basketball. We've got some analysis, inside stories.
I told you gotta get into it. I texted nigga B. He haven't texted me back.
The current
You gotta wait.
players telling their stories from their community.
You gotta wait.
It's time for the girls to tap
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else. Listen on
Yes, I just gotta wait.
podcast
People be busy.
Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about my new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports. It's really fun, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. It's just making sense. You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays, Thursdays, listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you like that was a bad decision.
No points left.
But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. It's
Found 23 already. Yes, as Fiore, people could.
Gotta be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
Tune in as patrons face up the crime in true puppet vendor style. Is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Just to any business owner that calls us at 800-500-8320. Just call with your email address and we'll email it as phenomenal.
What, coin?
It's an incredible gift. If you agree, 3 ways to double sales in 12 months.
You're not going that way.
This year alone, Jason has made my training explode as far as my sales goes. My over 250%. I'm expecting on going close to $5-6 million gross this year just off the training. Again, call your email address and we'll give you a program that others have paid dearly to receive. 800-500-8320. 800-500-8320. That's 800.
That's Hot Dono spot of the night.
And not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen
Gene the Snowman freezing that Prime 2 months during the game.
Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next tier combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to all
Easy there, God. Easy there.
and all this reach means
Trying to catch up with chat.
just think about the universal marketing formula.
Hey, boss man.
Number of consumers who hear
Get some good rest. Thanks for hanging with us tonight.
equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart. And get podcasting working for you.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. For tickets today, AXS.com.
Mm.
I see brands as antacids. So we send out the health signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of this story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
K4 from $188 a month. Easy credit. KiaCarson.com. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Follow our Restreaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
I'm just like tired, but like there's nothing that I can do about it. Is it 8? Should I give people help? Because some people are messaging me for help.
No one do the same for you, right?
I don't know.
Whatever.
Well,
They're too like behind us, you know. Let them find it. We have to find out stuff the hard way too.
well,
None of them are as good as unless we put down.
oh, well, that's true, I guess.
Enough spare them for the sake of those 50 righteous people. So the Lord says, okay, if you can find 50 righteous men, I will spare the cities. Abraham then says, what if there were only 45 righteous men? You wouldn't want to kill 45 perfectly innocent men for the sake of 5 in the margin. God says, you're right, let's make it 45. To which Abraham responds, why not 30? I mean, same logic. God says, okay, then keep going. In the end, Abraham gets him down to 10. Abraham is being very Israeli. Israel is what is called a low power distance culture, meaning that it's a place where there is very little respect for hierarchy or formality in social interaction. France is the opposite kind of place, a high power distance culture. Nobody just calls up God directly in France. In France, Abraham would have had to file an application with the Department of Divine Communication, wait 3 months for an appointment, then present some kind of formal legal writ on behalf of the righteous of Gomorrah. Not in Israel. My friend Millie says that since coming to America, she has struggled with the transition to a land of excessive social nicety. Like this past winter, when she was dealing with her children's school.
Like if I say, for example, can we have less snow days? Like, even if there's a snow day, like, can't you just leave the school open? I'm just asking. My husband says that's spot. Like, you don't think about what their view is. You don't think about what the teachers have to do to get to school. You don't think about their safety. You don't think about the other kids. I'm like, true. But I just want to know why can't I just ask questions? That's, yes.
Let's say you were in Israel, and the same scenario, I mean, I realize no snow days in Israel, but suppose you're making the same request of the school, and I am the principal of the school, and I would like you to ask me as an Israeli, ask me why the school can't stay open.
Say, hey, excuse me, my kids at home, I don't have the time to take care of them, they need to be sent to school. You need to keep the school open so I can leave my kids there. And everybody else agrees with me. I'm going to ask, I'm going to get 20 people
principal in Israel respond now.
Say, excuse me, I'm not working for you. I'm running a school. I have a long way to come from home. Driving in the snow is not easy. So, please, and also, there's also insurance and all things that you don't think about. So please, you know what? Call me later after I put my own kids down and we talk on the phone, okay? Just to get the conversation. She wouldn't hate me. She would just continue arguing with me and then she would tell me to shut up. But she wouldn't. Here they don't even answer my email. It's so embarrassing.
Not long after I spoke with Millie Avital, there was a hearing in front of 3 federal judges at a courthouse in San Francisco. It was about the treatment of migrant children detained at the border. At issue was whether the conditions under which the children were being held violated a previous legal commitment made by the government to provide safe and sanitary conditions in detention centers. The Department of Justice sent an attorney, Sarah Fabian, to make the case that the government was in compliance with the safe and sanitary standard. Her principal argument was that the term safe and sanitary didn't have an explicit definition.
And that's any number of things might fall under those categories.
That's Fabian. And this is one of the judges, Marcia Berzon.
But sleep surely knows, right? You can't be safe and sanitary or safe as a human being if you can't sleep. Well, and you said in your briefs it doesn't say anything about sleeping, so therefore there's nothing in here about them being able to sleep.
The children, it turned out, didn't have beds or blankets, or in some cases, even room to lie down. So Berzon wonders, how is that not a violation of the agreement to provide decent living conditions? And Fabian answers.
I think the concern there is, Your Honor, the court finding that sleep, for example, is relevant to a finding of safe and sanitary conditions is one thing, but the ultimate conclusion is safe and sanitary is a singular category in the agreement.
You probably need to be a lawyer to understand what Fabian is saying, and I'm not a lawyer. So I'm going to have to guess the government's argument. It goes like this. Sleep is one thing, safe and sanitary are another. If the agreement had meant for sleep to fall under the requirement of safe and sanitary, it would have said so. Then Judge William Fletcher chimes in. Maybe sleep wasn't explicitly part of the safe and sanitary definition because it's too obvious.
Cold all night long, lights on all night long, sleep on the concrete, and you get an aluminum foil blanket. I find that inconceivable that the government would say that is safe and sanitary.
From sleep and blankets, the discussion moved on to toothpaste, toothbrushes, and soap.
It wasn't, high-class milled soap. It was soap. When that sounds good, that's part of safe and sanitary. Are you disagreeing with that?
What I'm disagreeing with is that the court ultimately concluded these things.
Yes, she was disagreeing. All of this went on for some time. I would encourage you to listen to the full hearing for yourself, since if you are an American, it was your government, paid for by your tax dollars, that was doing the arguing. And ask yourself, how did we come to this? There are 1,000 answers, obviously, but maybe one of them is that over the years our moral vocabulary has become impoverished, which is a problem, because you cannot make sense of things that you cannot describe. And lumping together audacity and shamelessness creates a loophole large enough to drive a tank through. You're listening to Revisionist History, a podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries and KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full-length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my new book, Revenge of the Tipping Point, out now. We'll be right back with more from this episode of Revisionist History after we get the latest on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. The fix is in tonight for 9,000 Granada Hills and Corner Ranch residents. The broken valve that left them without water for nearly a week has finally been replaced. California joins nearly 20 states in a fight over Medicaid cuts, and pressure mounts on Israel's prime minister to pull back from a planned takeover of Gaza City. way to check the same freeway and come back. The iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station, fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They're the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
145, moving 92.
180 over 111 had heart attack and cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you stopped your treatment plan, restarted, or talked to your doctor about creating one that works better for you, start taking the right steps and manage your BP.org.
Now, trying to get better, stroking it out.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and Council.
President Trump is calling for the CEO of Intel to resign. He posted a social arguing that Lithuania is currently conflicted and must resign immediately. Trump's comments follow Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton's letter to the semiconductor firm questioning Ken over concerns with his ties to China. Reuters previously reported that the Intel executive had investments in hundreds of Chinese tech firms, with at least 8 having ties to the Chinese military. The president is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst to defend his firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner Mark Slants.
In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump the fired stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration.
It was an error. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it on purpose.
Trump fired Erica McIntyre after the Bureau revised the May and June reports downward, claiming she was politically motivated.
The company that makes Barbie dolls is trying to block a copyright request from a Washington, D.C.-based podcaster. Ken Bibberai wants to copyright the name of his political podcast, which is called Copy the Ken. But Mattel has filed a lawsuit to try to block that request, saying their brand could be damaged by the use of the name Ken in the podcast title. Bibberai says he's planning to fight the lawsuit, saying the complaint is an overreach since Ken is such a common name. I'm Tammy Trujillo. A San Francisco jury says Meta illegally collected data from users of the Flow period tracking app. Aiden and Hatsu, Meta, Google, and others accusing them of collecting private health data for targeted advertising. Flow, Google, and the analytics company Flurry settled out of court, but jurors found Meta intentionally eavesdropped on users without their knowledge. Financial damages are still to be determined. 2 new movies in theaters this weekend: Disney's legacy sequel Freakier Friday and Weapons, both aiming to make up to $30 million. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here. Welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I just feel baby guy now, so I don't know how I can make the original 80K like that. So let's get real here.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspective.
The most creative, magical thing I've ever developed.
Element of bands. Core changes. Now we're on the Today Show. We got these big moments. They definitely cracked in the zeitgeist. Right, but am I going to get away with it? Join me on The Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is like you?
Why is my cat not here? I know she's eating my lunch.
What if hypnotism is real?
We'll use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control.
What's inside a big black hole? Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have answers for you in the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Morning Jam, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to, from animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever these days. Homes are sitting longer for sale, prices are falling, and sellers are outnumbering buyers like never before. Do you want to sell your house now, but worried about it sitting on the market for too long? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Do you have a house that needs repairs? Ready to downsize, relocate, or sell an inherited property? Dealing with rental headaches or financial stress? Wedgwood Homes offers a fast, reliable, all-cash offer. Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is, no repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Skip the stress of traditional listing. Call Wedgwood Homes. Our offers are firm, no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 800-307-2010. No obligation, all cash offer. 800-307-2010. That's 800-307-2010. Southern California's trusted home buyer for over 40 years. Or visit us at WedgewoodHomes.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Home Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. The 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival is brought to you by Metro. With their new lower prices, the celebration starts way before the festival. Take savings so you can focus on your favorite artist, not your phone bill. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $2 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details. With the iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
Next time we go bomb a country, if we do in the Middle East, and we just drop in air conditioners instead of bombs, I think it would be over in a week.
All of a sudden, world peace.
That's right.
Kill a lot of people in those air conditioners. World peace.
Yeah, you put a little AC in the guy's house, and he's good.
Ian Conway Jr.
He's good to go, man.
We're going to come out tomorrow afternoon at 4 on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Welcome back to Vicious History. I'm your host, Malcolm Gladwell. Before the break, we explored the chutzpah and its various forms. Now, let's see what happens when two types of chutzpah clash. One last question. What happens when chutzpah and chutzpah go head-to-head when they meet each other in the field of battle? Well, it happened. Famous. In 1970, Al Ruddy at that point was working at Paramount Pictures. That was the era when Robert Evans was the head of production at Paramount. And the studio was on maybe the greatest run of any studio ever. Love Story, 3 Days of the Condor, Rosemary's Baby, Chinatown, on and on. Al Ruddy, in typical Al Ruddy fashion, had just talked himself into a big job there as a producer. A reporter comes to do a piece on him. He asked Ruddy, after you did Hogan's Heroes, what did you do next?
No, that's all I had. That's it. What's the best? Can I go off the record for a second? No, he said, how the did you get in here? I know, guys. Can't get in that game. I've been here 20 years. Can't get it. I said, listen, get her off the record. I have no idea what I do. I've never developed a screenplay. I did 1.5 hour show, okay? I'm the dumbest guy on this lot of the moment. I won't be for long. But just don't write in the article.
Still with the chutzpah. Around this time, Paramount, almost by accident, got the film rights to a novel by a writer named Mario Puzo. The novel was The Godfather. No one had high hopes for the movie since the monster genre scene played out. So they gave it to the new guy, Ruddy, to produce, in hopes he could bring it in on time and under budget. Almost immediately, trouble began with the Godfather project. Trouble from Joe Colombo. Because Colombo was not at all happy about the movie. There were death threats, union problems. Shady guys followed Ruddy around. The window of his car was smashed. The corporate headquarters of the company that owned Paramount had to be evacuated twice because of bomb threats. And then the Italian-American Civil Rights League called up Ruddy's boss, Robert Evans.
The league called Bob Evans out and threatened him. They want that movie made. So let's get it hot. So Bob called me and said, you go see Scott, you'll come out, these people are crazy.
Ruddy calls up the Godfather's author, Mario Puzo.
says, "Come with me to meet Joe Colombo."
He said, "Are you crazy? You don't understand. I write about those people. I never want to be involved with them. And you'd be very careful getting involved. Because these are not people you can kill with the post. You're going to get in a lot of trouble. So to answer your question, I am not right now going to go and tell them they don't even know me."
So Ruddy says, "Okay, I'll do it myself." He goes to the offices of the Italian American Civil Rights League, meets up with Colombo and his guys, Brooklyn to Brooklyn.
Looks like half the on parole, you know, with the one under the jacket.
They tell him they don't want the movie made. It's bad for the Italians. Ruddy responds, "You know what? I'll let you in script. Come to the Paramount office in New York." Colombo shows up with 3 henchmen. Ruddy hands him the script. It's 155 pages long.
Because I couldn't find the glasses. Because the page when he sits and looks at it from front, doesn't it? What does this mean, fade in? I saw the screen's black, and then I said, I realized there's no way the guy's going to page 2 is 150. He said, "Oh, I can't read with these glasses."
A mafia boss is not going to work his way through a 155-page script. The whole point of being a mafia boss is that you don't have to read things that are 155 pages. Mafia bosses do not have to do the fine print, the letter of the law, or chapter and verse. Those are for the people who have chosen not to live a life of crime. Colombo hands the script to one of his henchmen, a guy named Caesar. But Caesar's not going to read it either, is he? Caesar's not in the business of giving notes. Caesar's muscle.
It is what I mean. But that, that's the truth. I just throw it over my desk. Finally, Joe gets pissed off. He grabs his gun, slams down on my desk. Wait a second. Do we like this guy? Yeah, I like him. That's just the reason. So I said, "Well, what do you?" He said, "Would you take the word mafia out of the movie?"
What Colombo doesn't realize, because he hasn't read the script, is that the word mafia is barely in the script. It only appears once.
So I crossed the word mafia. I said, "Joe, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this out of the movie." He didn't know how many times it was done. You see the promise? Shook his head. I made it here. Then nobody could have made it because no one read the screenplay.
From that moment on, all trouble with the movie ceased. It's why The Godfather got made. Chutzpah is a bunch of violent mobsters threatening to shut down a movie because it depicts them as violent mobsters. Chutzpah is tricking them because they're too lazy to read the script. Revisionist History is produced by Neil Amell and James Smith with Camille Baptista. Our editor is Julia Barton. Fawn Williams is our engineer. Fact-checking by Beth Johnson. Original music by Luis Guerra. Special thanks to Carly Migliori, Heather Fain, Maggie Taylor, Maya Koenig, and Jacob Westman. Revisionist History is brought to you by Pushkin Industries. I'm Malcolm Bacco. This has been a special presentation of Revisionist History, brought to you by Pushkin Industries and iHeart Podcasts. You can listen to new and full-length episodes of Revisionist History on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss my new book, Revenge of the Tipping Point. Out now.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Water returns. I'm Rashida D'Agostino, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And LADWP crews have replaced the broken valve that's left over 9,000 Granada Hills and Puerto Ranch residents without water for nearly a week. LA City Councilman John Lee says people shouldn't use the tap until further notice, as it will delay progress.
Know that this has been tough for us. We need to build up that pressure. We need to build up that tank so we can make the necessary repairs so that we can get
The iHeart Radio app, your favorite radio station, fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeart Radio, the #1 app for radio.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
Right, nice.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What If They Never Return? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search.
Paying his business partner's share of the company, John married a woman who shared his religious devotion. Even though he was now making good money, John bought a modest house in Cleveland where they began to raise a family. So with his home life in order and the northern economy booming after the Union Army won the Civil War, everything was ready for John to begin building his empire. Now that his partner was gone, John rebranded the company under a new name, Standard Oil, and he got to work building a second refinery and began exporting kerosene to Europe. John was confident that the oil industry would make him extremely rich, but it quickly became apparent that he needed some help. So John took on a new partner to help him run the company, a man named Henry Flagler, and the two men were remarkably similar. Like John, Henry wasn't interested in making a little money. He wanted to build an empire. That's why when John told him about his ambitious plans for Standard Oil, Henry was all in. He was also just as religious, disciplined, and determined as John. In fact, perhaps the only difference was that Henry was even more ruthless when it came to doing business. Henry approached business the same way he would approach a war. The only way to win was to completely crush your enemy. And so John adopted this philosophy as well. You see, competition in the oil refining industry was quickly turning warlike. Now that others had uncovered how simple the refining process really was, Rockefeller's product was no longer unique. New brands of kerosene were popping up all over the market. So, John and Henry began scheming and decided to form strategic alliances that would not only boost Standard Oil's profits, but also hurt their competitors at the same time. One example of this was when John secretly colluded with the railroads to get better transportation costs than all their competitors. At the time, oil was transported from one place to the other by an extensive network of trains, mostly dominated by 3 railroad companies: the New York Central, the Erie, and the most powerful company in America at the time, the Pennsylvania Railroad. Because of the way their routes were laid out, it was beneficial for the New York Central and the Erie railroads to carry oil to refineries in Cleveland. But for the Pennsylvania Railroad, it was more profitable to carry oil directly to New York City or Philadelphia. So the Pennsylvania Railroad declared that Cleveland would be wiped out as a refining center, and they pulled out of the city completely. After this news that the largest railroad was leaving the city, many refineries in Cleveland left the city too. This was a disaster for the New York Central and Erie railroads, who had made sizable investments in Cleveland, and they were now losing customers. So instead of joining the panicking crowd and leaving Cleveland, John saw that the Erie and New York Central railroads were in dire need for business. He decided to use their desperation to his advantage. In exchange for a consistent flow of oil through their networks, John negotiated a deal with the Erie in which Standard Oil would get a 75% discount on the railroad's official shipping costs. And in exchange for a daily order of 60 carloads of refined oil, John negotiated another deal with the New York Central Railroad to pay $1.65 per barrel shipped, when the official rate was $2.40. So, with both railroads, John now had extremely favorable rates secured. And even though the railroads were reluctant to accept these lower prices, the guaranteed consistent shipments were irresistible to them. In fact, since these railroads went from shipping all sorts of things to focusing just on oil, they could simplify their operations and boost their profits. So, it was win-win for everyone. Well, except for the Pennsylvania Railroad and Standard Oil's competitors. Because of the deal, Cleveland became the largest refining center in the country, and And since the Pennsylvania Railroad had abandoned the city, it was at a steep disadvantage when trying to revive their business there. And of course, the discounts John had negotiated with the railways, known as railroad rebates, were kept a secret to Standard Oil's competitors. And so all the other oil businesses would have to pay the full price to transport their oil on the very same trains. And here's the thing. Because John knew for a fact that his costs were now lower than all his competitors, he was able to trigger a price war. John would lower the price of his oil so that his competitors would have to do the same in order to remain competitive in the market. But since John knew his competitors were paying more than him to transport the oil, and thus at higher costs, even if they charged the same price for their oil, John was still making more profit. He knew his competitors wouldn't be able to survive. So John kept slashing the prices, and eventually the price would go so low that some competitors would go bankrupt. Once they went bust, Standard Oil would have way less competition, so John could bump up the price again and charge even more than he did originally. It was brutal, but it was extremely effective. Now, John knew these railroad rebates were morally dubious, making bigger businesses hugely preferential treatment over smaller ones. However, it would be over a decade before any antitrust laws were passed to prevent these kind of monopolistic practices. So legally, John wasn't doing anything wrong, and thus, in the meantime, this warlike strategy to crush competitors was paying off, and Standard Oil reaped an enormous profits. However, there was one major problem. The massive surplus of oil meant oil prices had fallen as low as $2.40 per barrel, and as more oil fields were found in Pennsylvania, it seemed that the price would continue to fall. The remaining competition was barely hanging on. In fact, John estimated that around 90% of oil refiners were actually losing money. But John began to fear that his individual success could be overshadowed by a total collapse of the entire oil industry. John was convinced that if they were facing a system-wide problem, they needed to find a system-wide solution for it. And John's solution would be to organize an even more dominant monopoly, the likes of which had never been seen before.
There's a lot of errors that seems to have crept in because it was copied so many times over and over again, and it was so-called optimized where people showed different therefore. At any rate, we have it.
By 1872, John and Henry were ruthlessly expanding Standard Oil, but oil prices had dropped another 25%. They knew if they didn't do something soon, the entire industry could collapse, and they would fall right along with it. So John decided to collaborate with the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, Tom Scott. John and Scott had been rivals after the deal John made with the other two main railroads. But now, Scott was reaching out to make a similar secret deal that was even more ambitious and ruthless. Scott proposed a secret alliance between the largest railroads and a very select group of the largest refiners, which of course included Rockefeller. And thus, Standard Oil and the Pennsylvania, New Central, and Erie Railroads all formed an alliance together under the inconspicuous name of the Southern Railroad Company, or SIC for short. The deal was that in exchange for a secret 50% rebate on transportation costs, John would transport all his oil exclusively through these railroads. But John wasn't content with just getting benefits for himself. He decided the deal to be devastating for his competition. For example, with anyone outside of this secret alliance transports kerosene through these railroads, Standard Oil would receive a 50% rebate on the cost of their shipments as well. Even though there's drawbacks, these meant that Standard Oil's competitors would not only be paying higher prices to transport their oil on the same railroads, but some of that money would be going directly to Rockefeller. And to top it off, the railroads secretly gave some detailed information about their competitors' shipments. Even though it's really detail of its rivals' businesses, but so we could undercut them by selling kerosene for cheaper prices. Anyone outside this secret alliance stood no chance. It was a death sentence for anyone excluded from the club. And the worst of it was, they didn't even know it. However, most many Rockefeller critics call this whole arrangement a shameless power grab. John believed it was the best way to save the oil industry, because as things stood with so many competitors, their products were getting closer and closer to being given away for free. There was so much supply of oil readily available. He believed wiping out these smaller refiners would help the oil industry overall. But either way, it didn't matter, because rumors of a railroad and refiner cartel soon began to spread. When people read in the newspapers that the rates for the three most important railroads in the country had doubled overnight, they knew exactly who to blame. Tom Scott of the Pennsylvania Railroad, John D. Rockefeller of Standard Oil. As rumors of the alliance continued to spread, thousands of people took to the streets to protest, threatening Standard Oil and the Pennsylvania Railroad with violence, vandalism, and arson. Protesters hijacked Standard shipments and spilled their oil, and they tore the Pennsylvania's train tracks banks from the ground. But the final blow to the SIC came when the oil miners made their counter move and boycotted the SIC. Without a supply of crude oil, John's refineries were useless, so 2 months after it was formed, the SIC had been disbanded. It was a humiliating event, one that brought a lot of negative attention on John. But John wasn't fazed by it. He simply decided if he couldn't control the oil industry through shady backroom deals, then he would do it in public and conquer the industry by force. John wanted to bring as many refineries under Standard Oil as he could, and to his surprise, the SIC fiasco had actually caused one important change in the industry. Despite the very public fallout of the SIC alliance, there were still whispers of a secret railroad and refiner cartel, with many people paranoid that there must still be some kind of secret deal in place between the big railroads and the big refiners. Even if there wasn't, the rumors spread everywhere. Oil refiners were scared that if Standard Oil still had a secret deal with the railroads, they would get crushed, and John decided to leverage this threat to his advantage. In a period of 6 weeks, now known as the Cleveland Massacre, John managed to intimidate 22 out of the 26 oil refining companies in Cleveland into selling out for fractions of what their businesses were actually worth. So even though the SIC hadn't gone ahead, the fear it had created pressured many refiners into panic selling their companies to John. Plus, since many other refiners were losing money anyway, John would show them his company's finances so they could see how well Standard was doing, and to prove to them that he could outlast them all. For most refiners, the choice between fighting a losing battle and cashing out was obvious. And whenever anyone sold out, John gave them only 2 options. They could either sign a damning contract prohibiting them from ever joining the industry again, or they could join Standard Oil. Since most competitors chose to join Standard, John had the brightest minds in the industry working for him. All those entrepreneurs who'd been running their own companies were now brought under the Standard Oil umbrella into one giant company. Also, when the new refineries came under Standard's ownership, they outfitted them with the latest oil refining technology, which drastically cut costs. By mid-1873, John was in control of an empire with a growing number of highly efficient refineries that together could ship out over 1 million barrels of kerosene every year. He now had a monopoly over the Cleveland refineries. However, on September 18, 1873, a day historians call Black Thursday, a series of bank failures plunged the U.S. economy into a national recession that lasted 6 years. For the first time, oil prices dropped not because there was too much supply, but instead because of a total lack of demand. Standard began operating only 2 of their 6 main refining plants in Cleveland. And a year after Black Thursday, a single oil barrel traded for as little as 48 cents, less than the cost of an equal amount of water. So everyone from the miners to the railroads and the refiners were dreading their seemingly inevitable fate, bankruptcy. But thanks to Standard Oil's careful management of finances, excellent credit with banks, and their modernized refineries, John was one of the only refiners in the country who was able to still clear a profit. And as always, John regarded every crisis as an opportunity. He smelled blood in the water. Now, John already dominated in Cleveland at this point, which was one of the main refining centers in the country. But the bleak economic conditions were a nationwide problem, and so refiners in the other refining centers, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and New York, were all struggling badly. And thus, John decided this was precisely the right time to acquire as many of them as he could. So John initiated a nationwide buyout campaign, and whenever anyone was reluctant to sell out, John would resort to indirect ways of pressuring them into submission. For example, he would buy all the available refining machinery and barrels, so competitors couldn't even make or package their oil. And if somehow they managed to make any oil, he would reserve every railroad for months, so they couldn't even ship it anywhere. Another one of John's brutal business tactics was to pressure the railroads to raise prices for other refiners high enough that they would soon face bankruptcy. Since he had detailed records of all his competitors' shipments, he would wait for them to be on the verge of ruin, and he would offer to save their business by buying them up for pennies. Eventually, everyone who Standard Oil wanted to acquire was either absorbed into the growing giants or crushed under its pressure. By the time the economy was starting to recover, Standard controlled over half of Pittsburgh's refining capacity, the largest refineries in Philadelphia, and they secured a dominant position in New York as well. To exert even more control over the industry, John built a network of pipelines which brought crude oil into their refineries and pumped out refined oil in large cities. The pipelines meant Standard relied less on the railroads to transport their oil, and thus it further reduced their unit costs. And with its pipelines covering the eastern seaboard of the United States like tentacles, Standard Oil earned its appropriate nickname, the Octopus. Despite still only being in his 30s, John D. Rockefeller was now the undisputed king of oil refining, one of the wealthiest men in the country. However, by now, too many people had been victims of Standard Oil's predatory business practices. The largest newspaper in America at the time even called the company the most cruel, impudent, pitiless, and grasping monopoly that ever fastened upon a country. John's list of enemies was growing dangerously long.
By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 that's an incredibly high.
For the railroad companies, the oil industry was a tremendous source of business, as miners needed to get oil from wells to refineries, and refiners then needed to get it to the big cities. However, when Standard Oil began laying a vast network of pipelines all across America's eastern shore, the railroad companies were faced with the fact that one of their most important customers was making them obsolete. So Tom Scott, the owner of the Pennsylvania Railroad, decided to lay his own pipelines. But he also did something he knew John wouldn't like. He started building his own oil refineries. Now, Scott was in direct competition with John, so John interpreted this as declaration of war. He decided to launch an all-out attack against America's most powerful company. First, John cancelled all his business with the Pennsylvania Railroad, redirected all that oil to other railroads instead. Then, John lowered the price of Standard Oil kerosene, which meant the competitors had to do the same, thus reducing their profit margins and decreasing the shipment orders on the Pennsylvania Railroad. And finally, John convinced the New York Central and Erie Railroads to lower their shipping fees drastically for everyone, to make sure the Pennsylvania Railroad lost even more business. These strategies most definitely worked. To compete with all this, the Pennsylvania Railroad literally had to pay refiners to transport oil for them. Scott also had to lay off hundreds of his employees and reduce the salaries of those who stayed by 20%. But John's attack didn't just affect the Pennsylvania Railroad. Another big railroad, the B&O, had to make similar layoffs and wage cuts. And thus, John's attack on the Pennsylvania Railroad inadvertently caused one of the most violent labor strikes in American history. Dozens of people died in the commotion, and in Pittsburgh alone, the Pennsylvania Railroad lost 500 freight cars, 120 locomotives, and 27 buildings after they were torched by protesters. Even John started to get concerned by the chaos that was unfolding. Before long, the Pennsylvania Railroad, a Goliath once thought to be invincible, lost the battle against Standard Oil, and John Scott was more than ready to surrender. Scott was in a desperate position, and John's business partner Henry, who saw business as war, saw this as an opportunity to crush him totally. But John had a better idea, and instead moved to coordinate a massive deal with the railroads. John agreed to help the Pennsylvania Railroad survive by guaranteeing 47% of Standard's traffic to them. The New York Central, the Erie, and the B&O got the rest of it. In exchange for the steady source of shipments, John demanded a very large secret rebate on the Pennsylvania's official rates. He demanded even more detailed information about their competitor shipments, and he wanted 20 cents for every single barrel that passed through any of the railroads as well. A lot of this was similar to the secret alliance that had been proposed before, but this time John was the one who held the balance of power and could basically demand what he wanted. The railroads had little choice. And thus, the deal effectively made John one of the most powerful men in America. John basically now owned the railroads. He essentially controlled the oil industry and had an all-seeing eye into every one of his competitors. He completely dominated Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, and there were only a few scattered refineries in New York that weren't his. Standard Oil was now in control of about 90% of the entire oil refining industry. However, as for John's rival, Tom Scott, even though John had technically now struck up a deal with his company, Pennsylvania Railroad never regained its footing, and Scott personally never recovered from his humiliating defeats. Just a year later, Scott suffered from a stroke and died shortly after. What's interesting here is that many years earlier, Tom Scott had been the mentor to a young Andrew Carnegie, who was to the steel industry what John was to the oil industry. Carnegie blamed the death of his beloved mentor on John. And thus, a rivalry was born between Carnegie and Rockefeller, the king of oil versus the king of steel. The rivalry between these two titans of industry would intensify as time went on, but for now, both men were determined to become wealthier than the other. In the midst of all this, John was becoming quite a notorious public figure. The fight with the Pennsylvania Railroad, his rivalry with Carnegie, and his tremendous wealth and power had all taken John from a mysterious oil man in Cleveland, Ohio, to now one of the most controversial figures in American newspapers. And yet, for all his wealth, fame, and power, John didn't indulge in the extravagant lifestyle that many of his peers did. When he moved to New York, John spent his free time playing with his children instead of seeking the company of wealthy bankers or celebrities, and he rarely bought expensive clothes or luxuries. Silently managing his army of puppets from their new office in New York, John was enriched by his 90% dominance of the oil refining industry. It seemed like he could now just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. But actually, the opposite was true. Even though he had achieved total dominance, the state of the industry was changing, and fast. A few years earlier, Thomas Edison patented a light bulb that gave off a powerful white light for 100 hours, and he was pushing to light the country with electricity instead of oil. Then in 1885, a huge deposit of crude oil was found in northern Ohio. These two events meant many Standard Oil executives started to panic, fearing a massive oil surplus that would take the industry back to the days when oil was priced at 10 cents per barrel. But whilst his company was panicking, John was calm as ever. By now, he was a master at turning chaotic situations into opportunities. And this was exactly the crisis he'd been waiting for. But before we get to that, let's talk about an opportunity for you. Because it's been said that attention is the new oil. The people who understand how to get their message across and build an audience are the ones currently dominating in business. And that's where today's sponsor, School, can help you. School is a platform where you can create your own community or discover new ones. And having your own community means that you'll have a group of members who are naturally paying attention to your message as they engage each day. On School, you can create your own community within minutes and customize it how you want. Your members can join for free or by paying for messages. And you can share access to courses, events, bring people together, and keep your members highly engaged using School's built-in leaderboards and gamification. So if you want a place to connect with your audience, School is perfect for this. And if you're wanting to check out your community to find people like you can easily do this too. School is the ideal way to discover communities or create your own. Just click the link in the description below and check it out for yourself.
Which translates that to give appreciation. God created the world.
Up until this point, Standard Oil had only focused on refining oil, pursuing horizontal integration, taking over other refining companies who did the same thing he did. But John knew that the discovery of oil in Ohio would change the oil industry, and he wanted to ensure his company profited from Ohio's new oil fields. So this was just the excuse he needed to begin radical plans for vertical integration, where Standard Oil would now be involved in every step of the supply chain. John essentially wanted to cut out any middlemen and control the entire oil industry himself, from oil wells to refineries to transportation, storage, and distribution. And thus, John doubled down on every step of the business, turning Standard into its own supplier, transporter, producer, and retailer. Standard Oil's existing operation had the strong base of industrial infrastructure it needed to make sure it kept making money, while John figured out how to profit from Ohio's new oil fields. He began buying up land in the area, building hundreds of derricks to drill oil, and laying new pipelines to transport it. However, it quickly became clear that Ohio's oil had one glaring problem. Even after it was refined, it had such a terrible smell that people called it skunk oil, and so nobody wanted to buy it, and it traded for as low as 15 cents per barrel. Almost everyone else gave up trying to sell the skunk oil immediately. But instead, John hired a team of chemists to study the skunk oil, and within a year, they found a way to remove the sulfur in the oil, which had been causing the terrible smell. Standard was now the only company selling this new, cheaper form of oil, and this gave John a massive head start when a few years later, oil began breaking out in immense quantities in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and California. It was now evident that America was sitting on an ocean of petroleum, and the company best poised to take complete advantage of it was Standard Oil. It was also around this time that automobiles were beginning to replace the horse and carriage, and luckily for John, the process of refining crude oil produces one key waste product, gasoline. With wealthy consumers being introduced to the automobile, Standard found a reason to transform a material they typically discarded into an immediate source of extra profits. This meant that even when the United States was thrust into another economic depression in 1893 and 600 banks had to close their doors, John was once again prospering amidst even the worst economic conditions. With John's fortune growing larger than ever, John took more of a backseat to day-to-day operations at Standard Oil and began to think more about investing elsewhere. For a man as capable in business as John, you'd expect he'd probably also be a decent investor. But if you took a look at John's personal investments at the time, you'd find most of them were deep in the red. John knew if he wanted to keep the generational wealth he'd acquired up to this point, that he needed to get his investments in order. So he hired a Baptist minister called Frederick Gates to help him. Now, it's impossible to know what John was thinking when he hired a former priest to administer his fortune. But years later, when John was asked who was the greatest businessman he'd ever met, he pointed to Frederick. And there's no doubt Frederick helped grow John's fortune much larger with a series of strategic investments. It was also around this time that John's son, John Jr., graduated from university, and John thought it would be a good idea to have Jr. learn from Frederick. Frederick taught Jr. how to invest, how to negotiate, and before long, the two of them had turned John's laughable portfolio into a wealth multiplication machine. It was at this point that John told them to start making huge investments in other industries, like buying up railroad companies, which would come in handy later. But the most critical of these investments was a long strip of land in Minnesota, known as the Mesabi Mountain Range. In this territory was a 120-mile-long vein of the highest quality iron ore found to date, potentially the largest in North America. Now, iron is the main ingredient needed to produce another important material, steel. So when Andrew Carnegie, the Steel King, heard this news, he feared that John was planning to compete against him in the steel business. And in fact, John had been planning to do this for a long time. Up until now, Rockefeller and Carnegie's rivalry really only been about who was wealthier, but now they were in an open battle in Carnegie's territory. John was no longer content dominating the oil industry. He was now coming after the steel industry.
Issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial in North America, especially in the United States of America.
John told Frederick and Jr. to commence mining operations in the Mesabi Range, and they undercut Carnegie by selling their higher quality ore to his competitors at dirt cheap prices. As they built up their mining operation, a rumor started to spread that John was planning to further infiltrate Carnegie's niche and build a huge steel mill. Now, over on Carnegie's side, he had a head start of a few decades in the steel industry, which gave him considerable leverage over John. But he also had two big problems. Firstly, John had a source of iron that was more plentiful and of a higher quality than Carnegie's. And secondly, Carnegie had made the mistake of assuming that iron would always be cheap and easy to find. So he hadn't made any investments in iron mines during the last few years. His blind faith had been proven wrong over time, and now his supply of the most important mineral he needed was running out. And so, hoping to save his business, Carnegie approached John, Frederick, and Jr. to make a deal. By the time the negotiations concluded, the two sides had reached an agreement. Carnegie agreed to buy a minimum of 600,000 tons of ore from John's mine every year and transport all of it, plus an additional 600,000 tons from his own mine, exclusively through John's railroads, which John now owned a few of. In exchange, Carnegie would get a secret rebate from John for supplying his railroad with so much business. It was the exact same sort of mutually beneficial secret agreement that John was used to making with railroad companies for his oil transportation. Except now, he was the one giving Carnegie a secret rebate. And to seal the deal, Carnegie agreed to never buy land around the Mesabi Range, and John agreed never to build a steel mill. The partnership was win-win for both men, and so it seemed they were willing to overlook their differences if it meant they'd both profit hugely. And of course, at the same time, hurt both of their competitors. The agreement between these two former rivals soon made news headlines, provoking a craze on Wall Street. Investors hoped to get rich by investing in John's iron mines and Carnegie's steel mills, which both looked unstoppable now they were working together rather than competing. However, there was one man who had a bit more imagination than simply investing separately in their two companies, and that man was JP Morgan. JP Morgan realized that if he could unite John's investment with Carnegie's business under a single name, he could create a steel monopoly that was more profitable than Carnegie Steel and even larger than Standard Oil. JP Morgan called it US Steel, and if it all worked out, it could be the most valuable company in history. So JP Morgan approached John and asked him how much he would sell the Mesabi iron mines for. But to his surprise, John said that Morgan should talk with his 27-year-old son, John Jr. JP Morgan assumed he'd be dealing with a rookie. How much could this 27-year-old really know? But when JP Morgan met Jr. and bluntly asked him, "What's your price?" Jr. was not intimidated by Wall Street's wealthiest banker. He calmly responded, "Mr. Morgan, I think there must be some mistake. I did not come here to sell. I understood you wished to buy." Jr. insisted that JP Morgan had to set the price for the Mesabi territory, which meant Jr. had all the power in the negotiation. Morgan was so surprised that he had to step out of his office and rethink his strategy. Eventually, he made his offer. In exchange for total ownership of the Mesabi mines and the existing mining operation in it, JP Morgan offered a grand total of $88.5 million in US steel stock, just over $3.1 billion today. Later on, Morgan bought Carnegie's entire steel business and incorporated it into US Steel, and it became the world's first billion-dollar corporation. But remember, John now owned a huge chunk of that company, and his US steel stock soon appreciated to over $200 million. Plus, thanks to the automobile boom and the need for gasoline, Standard Oil was growing into an even more powerful monopoly than it had been before. Not to mention that thanks to Frederick, John's investments were now in order too. With all of this combined, John's wealth continued to grow to unimaginable levels. It was now spread across multiple industries, and John was finally ready to step back from the business world completely. However, John never publicly announced his retirement, which was a crucial mistake, as the public still closely associated him with Standard Oil, and that would soon come back to haunt him, as John was about to be involved in the most public scandal of his career.
These are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through the Restream. So if you look at this part, you see you've got the arrow on the left.
Even though he was now retired, John still owned around 30% of Standard Oil stock. And because of the tremendous growth of the auto industry, he was actually getting wealthier in retirement than when he was working. However, because of their brutal business practices, Standard now had such a negative public image that US President Theodore Roosevelt saw it as the perfect target to fight against in his rise to power. Now, this wasn't the first time he tried. Previously, Roosevelt passed the bill that punished railroad rebates. But it really wasn't enough to get the public excited, and the end of his first presidential term was coming up. So Roosevelt detected that the public opinion of John and Standard Oil was quickly turning from a mere dislike to a passionate hatred. And that was largely thanks to a journalist called Ida Tarbell. You see, Tarbell's father was one of the oil refiners who were bankrupted by John's ruthless business tactics a long time ago. Her father's business partner even took his own life after their wealth was destroyed by John. Now, Tarbell was publishing monthly articles that told an in-depth story about the company and the man who had bankrupted her father and made her childhood miserable. As you'd expect, she didn't have many nice things to say. Tarbell managed to break through John's wall of secrecy, and so the dark history of the once mysterious Standard Oil was now in full view, with John as its protagonist. His backroom deals with railroads, his intimidation tactics, the politicians they bribed, everything was fully revealed. The American public devoured the story. The series even exposed John's father's history of scams, his sexual abuse accusation, and they eventually discovered his second marriage, which took a heavy emotional toll on John and his family. Needless to say, John never responded to anything Tarbell wrote, and so his public image was contaminated as she publicly condemned him. And his silence only angered the public further. So in a few years, John went from one of the most private and mysterious members of the American elite to the national embodiment of corruption and greed. Now, the public was dying to see John and Standard Oil pay for their crimes. So as President Roosevelt approached the end of his first presidential term, he saw an opportunity to use the public sentiment to his advantage by making Standard Oil his enemy. In his presidential campaign, Roosevelt promised to take down the monopolies, and thus when he won the re-election, it was time to make good on that promise and wage war on Rockefeller's empire. He launched a full-fledged investigation into Standard Oil, and now the anti-monopoly laws that corrupt politicians always ignored got used to their full potential. Roosevelt announced that the government would prosecute Standard with the full force of the United States government in a historic all-out attack. Standard was charged with monopolizing the oil industry, predatory pricing, negotiating railroad rebates, corporate espionage, and secret ownership of competitors. Apart from having to fight 21 lawsuits in individual states, the federal government hit Standard with the largest lawsuit in history up to that point. There were over 1,000 exhibits, 444 testifying witnesses, and over 12,000 pages of damning evidence. Standard Oil was, indeed, a monopoly. The lawsuit was so vast that it continued years beyond Roosevelt's presidency, but his ambition to defeat Standard Oil would eventually be satisfied. The evidence that Standard Oil was a full-fledged monopoly came when Standard's profits were examined. Because they were in control of 87% of oil refining in America, 100% in some places, Standard was taking full advantage of their monopoly status and overpricing their kerosene in order to make outrageous profits. And apart from being confirmed as a monopoly, evidence proves that Standard had systematically bribed hundreds of politicians and knowingly broken multiple antitrust laws. On May 15, 1911, after being found guilty of the crimes they'd been accused of, it was ordered by the federal government to dissolve Standard Oil and reorganize its subsidiaries into separate, unaffiliated companies. After 41 years, John's empire had finally been dealt a fatal blow and was being split up. Now, of course, you'd think breaking up an empire of Standard Oil scale would be a losing situation for John. Many of his enemies, like Ida Tarbell and President Roosevelt, certainly thought this event was a cause for celebration. But what they didn't expect was that the dissolution of Standard Oil would be the most profitable event in John's career. You see, from the outside, it may have looked like Standard had been ruined by the dissolution, but actually, it was a pretty convenient time for the company to be broken up, as a lot of important changes were happening in the industry as a whole. As more oil fields were found in places like Texas and California, independent refiners were starting to find their footing in new markets faster than Standard could absorb them. The Middle East and Russia were now looking like their first worthy international competitors as well. And at the year before the verdict, gasoline had surpassed kerosene sales, and so the entire focus of the industry was changing. And because John still owned around a quarter of Standard Oil, when it was broken up into 34 different companies, he got his share of stock in all of them. And after they were open to public trading, investors nearly tripled the value of his shares. So John became even richer. At the end of 1911, the same year that Standard Oil was dissolved, John was getting close to becoming the world's first millionaire. Andrew Carnegie was now left far behind in the fight for the title of world's richest man. But now that John had achieved such unimaginable wealth, just one question remained. What was he going to do with all that money? But before we get to the next chapter, if you sell anything online, you're going to want to know about today's sponsor, ShipStation. ShipStation software makes e-commerce so much easier and saves you both time and money. Firstly, ShipStation integrates everywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and lots more. And it lets you manage all your orders in one simple dashboard. Secondly, ShipStation lets you easily automate shipping tasks. They have robust automations and reporting, which makes scaling your business so much easier. And thirdly, when you use ShipStation, you can access the industry-leading shipping rates from USPS, UPS, DHL, and Global Post. And we're talking discounts of up to 84% off the normal price. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce businesses with ShipStation already. And if you use my link, you can literally get a free trial to test it out risk-free. It's really quick to get started. So set your business up for holiday season success with ShipStation. Go to shipstation.com/magnates today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's shipstation.com/magnates. John was the wealthiest man in the world, and now that he was retired and his old company had been dissolved, he decided to dedicate the rest of his life to philanthropy. And even though he was over 70 years old at this point, John's sense of duty meant that he was as energetic about charity work as he was in business. Throughout his life, John told people that he was a soldier of God sent to earth and given money for the benefit of mankind. John really did want to make an impact on the world. And to be fair, ever since John got his first paycheck, John had given various organizations at least 10% of the money he made. And even when his sizable donations were publicly labeled as just ways to improve his image, John continued to give away a lot of money anonymously as well. However, John wanted to make his philanthropy a well-oiled machine that continued his legacy. So in 1913, he started the Rockefeller Foundation with the two people who were previously responsible for managing his personal investments, Frederick Gates and his son, John Jr. By now, John had given away almost $150 million, and in the future, he would personally give a grand total of $540 million. To add to that, Frederick and Jr. went on to give away $537 million more through the foundation, and Jr. personally gave away an additional $540 million of the wealth he inherited from his father. In its over 100-year history, the Rockefeller Foundation has given countless billions of dollars in total, and it's still making donations today. Calculating the total amount and adjusting it for inflation is complicated, but it's safe to say that the amount is well into the tens of billions, ranking John amongst the most generous philanthropists in history. The Rockefeller Foundation focused on two main issues in its inception: medicine and education, and it's undoubtedly made a meaningful contribution to society. On the side of medicine, John's donations to laboratories and medical research facilities helped spur an era of scientific innovation that saved hundreds of thousands of lives from diseases like hookworm, malaria, and meningitis. On the side of education, John's money helped save the southern United States from abject poverty and built hundreds of schools all around the world, including two of the world's most prestigious research institutions. Today, the Rockefeller Foundation contributes even more to many other causes, and it all started with a 16-year-old who had to go into business to help feed his family. However, this of course all raises an interesting moral debate on what should we really think about Rockefeller. Clearly, John's legacy has two sides to it. As the author of his biography writes, what makes him so problematic is that his good side was every bit as good as his bad side was bad. It's almost as if there were two completely different John D. Rockefellers. There's undeniably a charitable and dutiful side to him, but there's also a corrupt, unforgiving, and and brutal side. Both sides are true, but whatever you think of John D. Rockefeller, the fact remains that he's one of the most fascinating businessmen in history. Maybe that's why after John died at 97 years old, his son, who had the same name, said there was only ever one John D. Rockefeller. But if you think Rockefeller's story was controversial, wait until you see the scandals Andrew Carnegie was involved with. Just click the thumbnail on screen now, and I'll see you there in a second. Cheers. There was a time when anyone would tremble upon hearing the name John D. Rockefeller. Not only was he the world's first billionaire, he's one of the richest people in history. His empire, Standard Oil, became the most dominant monopoly in the world by brutally crushing competitors, taking control of multiple industries, bribing the government into submission, and treating business as if it was war. Because of his ruthless business practices and secretive deals, Rockefeller made many enemies.
On European Jewish history, you really have to go back about 100 years before the expulsion, 1391. There was at that point a series of pogroms, kind of like riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual consequences of those particular riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of angry peasants descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they convert or die or be horribly maltreated. And you have a very large number, perhaps tens of thousands of Jews who elect to undergo ritual practice, often done right there, always on the spot. And Jews were kind of deeply confused about what this actually means. The church, which had long condemned this practice of forced conversion, nevertheless had tracked
You got a move,
the
Rob.
position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, there was Christian.
From Canada.
So there was an unusual situation that happened in Spain that lasted for about a century, where you had these people who considered themselves Jewish, and yet were equally Christian, and were free from all of the anti-Semitic legislation restrictions that had.
Yeah, that's not a back in the day thing. Girl, we got a question.
Never be allowed to attend higher education. All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's licenses. And so you have this phenomenon. And there is a spectrum. There are some Jews who became true believers and completely committed themselves to Christianity. You had others who were deeply resentful of the imposition of Christianity on them and would go tremendously
Goon.
to practice
Goon, baby. Goon.
And then you had people in between, people who were willing to go along the law and still consider themselves very Jewish and married other Christian Jews or as they were called converted. So Jews actually, and I'm talking about now the crypto Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer talking about by the artificial response that society is based on them.
These bots again.
It rose up in virtually every area of human endeavor, with the possible exception of interest in farming, because they were literate, they were numerate, they were urbanized, they had a very high level.
I don't understand why these people do
So over the next 100 years,
scavenger hunt for only $30,000. This does not seem like enough money for me to want to leave where I am to maybe win like a guaranteed 30 grand. Okay.
And they have been extremely active in their Jewish practice, but nevertheless had very high level positions in Spanish society and even in the church. So when you get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides, actually the crown in Spain decides that they've got to do something about this, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically directed at Jews who were not baptized. It was directed at those Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving with all of the requirements of Christian more severely, they are not believed to be behaving in this manner. And
I think this bitch
they have this whole purge
banned me.
already set up.
I'm just too sexy.
Arrest these suspected people of Judaizing to one degree or another. They would torture them. The Spanish Inquisition is infamous for its use of torture. And under torture, these people would give up the names of
Yo, girl.
people they thought were also Judaizing. This was, it's information derived under duress is not very reliable, but the Spanish Inquisition would then go out and arrest those people, and eventually subsumed all of society and got way out of control. So by 1492, Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, who also traced his own family,
Give it to me.
to these people, so there's a lot of weird stuff going on there. Argued that you know why this is not working, you know why we keep trying and there's still these Jews active in Spain. The reason is because there are still
Come on, you little slut.
legally practicing Jews in our society. They're still maintaining schools, they're still maintaining
Girl, what's taking so long?
shops, and they're still maintaining rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back to these sources of intellectual, spiritual.
You bitch.
So Torquemada argued persuasively for Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand that all the Jews have to be kicked out of Spain. Not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular non-baptized Jews must be exited from the peninsula. And that's exactly what happened in 1492. You have this massive exodus.
Told you.
Red lines. They're headed.
Why? I don't know. I didn't do anything to that bitch. She sucks.
Was a very important refuge for them, and many of them go back to Israel, where they would later be the kernel of the great Spanish Renaissance in the 15th century, 16th century.
Look at this Gladys.
The most significant number, of course, made the simple
what's
journey to
good?
the west and
Thanks,
crossed
baby.
to Portugal.
How are
What
you
happened
over
there
there?
was especially significant because
No one knows.
King Manuel I decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews.
Invited the 6 guests.
A lot of value economically to the society, but he arranged for a forced mass conversion of all of them in 1497. Again, the same kind of thing that started this all off back in 1391.
Do you think I hardly knows who you are? For sure.
Do this.
Would you give her the old?
30 years, worry about them, you'll be all right. Thinking that eventually
The dock worker?
I'd
give her the dock worker.
And when the
You give her the old dock worker.
in the 16th century, it was even more brutal, in fact, we imagine, than
Oh, that is so fucking funny.
began to seek ways to flee Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in New Amsterdam, which, of course, would be Manhattan or New York City. And a lot of them went to the Netherlands.
23 members.
Massive flux of these interesting people who call themselves a separate nation, the Portuguese Nazi, the Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews, still thinking of themselves as Jews, still building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origins back to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries. They could travel to England, where the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the advance of the economy. And so if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of Gedogen, right? The illegal but unofficially tolerated. So even though, depending on who was controlling Netherlands at that point, there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, well, listen, these Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes, things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved in maintaining agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through mercantile activity, keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we be This is also being live with the kind of status agenda.
What are any of us doing here? Free will is an illusion. Life is a game that plays us. So you don't have an answer? At this point, I didn't know if I was dreaming him or if he was dreaming me. Also, I was 90% sure that I'd left my Lincoln running with the doors unlocked. And yet somehow, I felt it was completely safe. Did you record a voiceover for this? I did. Why do I bother?
They were tolerated, permission to establish synagogues.
Well, that might be something funny.
And later on, they were joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly
What would it be? Celebrity.
Ironically,
Jeopardy.
tends to be Ashkenaz-centric. Just the way the population movements in the Jewish world work, Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic, and tends to be a wealthier part of the world. So you have the stereotype of Ashkenaz.
Welcome back to Celebrity Jeopardy! Before we begin the double Jeopardy round, I'd like to apologize to our Asian viewers. We should have known having Chinese history as a category would lead to some highly offensive accents from our contestants. That said, let's take a look at the score. Sean Connery currently sits at -$3,000. And your mother currently sits on my fish trumpet. Way too early for that. Way too early. Next, Justin Bieber at -17,000.
There hasn't been a lot up here, right? But there's so much in here, and I just want to get it out there.
You think that I, a grown adult man, am a girl?
Yes. No, I don't know.
Okay. And in last place, Tony Bennett, whose score is so low, it can't be represented by a real number. I'm having a great time now. Today they said bells and buzzes, dings and bangs. It's like Atlantic City took a giant crap. And I'm getting the 4th of July. What a lovely image. Let's take a look at the board. And the categories are letters that begin with G, Who Reads, which is a category about books. I'm sure we won't tackle that one. Let It Snow, State Your Name. In that category, all you need to do is state your name. Famous operas and potpourri. Sean, you control the board. I'll take Whore Ash for 200. It is Who Reads. It's about books. It's not Whore Ash. That's it, Connery. You're on a timeout. For our other contestants, the adventures of Tom Sawyer are about this person's adventures.
Oh, I don't know about Tom Sawyer.
Then don't buzz in, okay? No one has to buzz in.
Well, I know adventures, and I want you to come with me on the next one, girl.
I'm not a girl. I have a mustache on my face. Tony Bennett, the adventures of Tom Sawyer are about this person's adventures. What a great book. I can't remember the main cat's name, but I guess the characters in this novel. Very thin. Then there was that Dutch running buddy, a black fella, Tom. His name's on the tip of my tongue. It begins with an N. No. Burt Reynolds
wall with the brick on the edge of the chair. It's got this $1,000 chair. Sunday,
All right, Turd Ferguson. Sorry, I'm late. I got my pony up for the crowd. You're not late. You weren't invited. This isn't Wheel of Fortune. Who is Andre the Giant? Is that an answer to a question? No, I'm just wondering who is Andre the Giant. You know what, Justin Bieber, why don't you keep the category? I will happily answer on Mr. Bieber's behalf. Christoph Waltz. Where is Justin Bieber? I am afraid that Mr. Bieber had to depart for prior engagement. But I assure you and all the believers that I will bring the same boyish enthusiasm to tonight's proceedings. Heart, wink, and point. Let's just do letters beginning with G for 400. And the answer is, this G-shaped letter comes between F and H. Matthew McConaughey, what are you doing here? I get your question right or wrong. Free will is an illusion. Life is a game that plays us. So you don't have an answer? At this point, I didn't know if I was dreaming him, or if he was dreaming me. Also, I was 90% sure that I'd left my Lincoln running with the doors unlocked. And yet somehow, I felt it was completely safe. Did you record a voiceover for this? I did. Sorry. What is it? Why do I bother? Alex, would it be all right if I picked the next category? Well, that depends, Sean. Are you going to take the game seriously? Indeed, I will. And I'd also like to offer sincere apologies for the way I've been behaving tonight. Well, thank you, Sean. That means a lot. Why don't you pick a category? I'll take the tits now for 800. That's let it snow. No, it's not. It's a French expression. Bonjour, mademoiselle. I'd like to see the tits snow. Reynolds. You remember what? I remember who Andre the Giant was. He was a giant, and he went by the name of Why are you still talking about Andre the Giant? The answer is, this is the color of snow. What is yellow? Incorrect. Are you sure I made some yesterday? Spelled your name with a snowflake, of course. It was a Morse handwriting. See what's on in the pen. Give me Andre the Giant for it's not a category. Let's just go to $600. It's our video daily double. And it's about alcoholic beverages. Let's hear what this celebrity has to say about his favorite cocktail. Okay, now this one is oh, dear God, no. Oh, dear God, no. I'm very sorry. We filmed that with you. Yeah, it was.
This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a top worker, and as you can see from this remarkable piece of soil, separate video where we talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of like neo-Soviet hero with bulging pectorals, a lantern jaw, and things like that, which would have been really, a travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is like, he looks like, he's in his late 30s, early 40s, he's overweight, he's just a regular working Joe, but he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are like slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in general strikes. It's very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it a little bit. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jews in the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam, particularly, of course, that's where Anne Frank was deported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in an remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. That's the sad reality. But after the Holocaust, with the influx, in particular, of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish people was...
Yazoo Clay, I hear about this shit 15 fucking times a day.
Regions, and began to succeed and thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. Those who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now. I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, so let's see what I've got in the Q&A. Stacey M, thanks for letting me attend. You're most welcome. So, Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and use of the term Marana. This term Marana is kind of fallen out of favor in the scholarly world because it literally means big, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. The preferred terms are crypto-Jew or converso or even New Christian, which was the church term. So Spinoza, like Costa, descended from these Portuguese crypto-Jews. Torres asks, Isabella Fernando, we're trying to acquiesce Granada because they want to confiscate property and money of wealthy Jews. Who, of course, because the Jews were forced to leave them behind, and that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true. In fact, one of the big debates in Jewish historiography about this period was the expulsion of Jews primarily economic. Was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? Meaning, Ferdinand and Isabella were true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all non-Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally do a Quran, but also Muslim Quran. Right? They wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence, and it's a massive debate. In my humble opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property on the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because the debts had to be dealt with. And Christians were well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, and so it's not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. It was something that required quite a bit of disengagement over the next century. Stacey M reads that one of the Jewish pledges that Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also they had a very enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier immigrants who came first from Spain and Portugal, and then later Germany, didn't have quite as good an opinion about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Bosman writes, how is it possible that Dutch tolerance and striking against Nazi treatment of the Jews to the most devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not at all simple to answer, particularly in a short Q&A like that. We should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, which they regarded as their racial derivatives. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis, which is a very, very different dynamic. So your question requires far more attention than we can devote here. Thank you. Will the recording be made available on the YouTube channel? Yeah, I intend to put it on there. And Mr. Barron asked my opinion on Columbus being Jewish or universal. Please have a look at my channel. There's a huge lecture there where I discuss in great detail. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could work together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, I'm very happy to communicate my research as I go through it over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for attending this webinar, and I hope you all have a fantastic day.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas, home arena streaming live, only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Get your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with kosher riverboat cruises, and I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curiel. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and he became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, which gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education or travel over businesses, all kinds of things, but nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on.
he was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ends up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there, and very fascinating. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We've also visited in the past with Culture Riverboat Cruises. Has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was Jerónimo de Saldanha. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual Lopo Ramirez. His father was Jerónimo Núñez Ramirez. Núñez is a very common name associated with these crypto Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled, first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman, using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria de Pina, and you don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Nahar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Beit Jacob Synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to kind of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, and bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single organization. Very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There's a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. He turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed.
He
And
has
his
a
corpse was
podcast.
sold
He's
to
my
the
height.
University of Leiden for
I guess
dissection.
you don't
So
actually
you
tell him to be a
definitely do
fighter.
not want to
I
mess
need
with
you to tell me
local
something.
Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on me. He had the whole episode recorded, first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse, into a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled, and on Purim the family would read this scroll every year alongside the book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lopo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lopo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Fidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Raul Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanos, very famous Jewish doctor who was, originally a crypto Jew. And his pen name, Amatus Lusitanos, means in Latin, lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would-be thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez. He was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services, because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this from
just because
this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to the article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were three Jewish men who married three sisters, so three brothers-in-law to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his two brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the three sisters, or the two sisters. One of them, of course, had passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization of the community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including Ramirez, illegally, which is a form of ostracism that is a one level short of terror, which is a much more stringent act, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used legally and terror quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Paulo Spinoza, Ula da Costa, and others. So this status legally lasts.
Well, look at this athleticism. It's really impressive, man.
Very wealthy. He ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew, and this was something that was not done at all, because there's many connections with the ruling authorities, and even though the Bishop himself opposed allowing Loco Ramirez to move and work at the setup there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, the synagogue there, he could have, guests and so on, and in fact, some travelers report that he had all kinds of people coming to Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 30 years, Loco Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid an massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately, he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story. Loco Ramirez, David Correa. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching.
What's my boy's name? What's my boy's name? What's my boy's name? Not live? Oh, he is live. Oh, tight. Oh, this shit's gonna get dirty.
Southbound 110 through Wilshire now. So how did we go from the northbound 101 to the southbound 110?
Going up gang signs.
Hello, fellow students and coaches. So, in the course of my research and preparation for the Country Book,
On the southbound 110. Southbound now headed. We're on now headed. But he'll be going to the south bay. Let's go to the south bay and then. We gotta go to the 5.
His story is
He's already past that. He's gotta go to the 10 to the 5.
First of all, by talking about
I guess he could take the 105
era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is the time when Amsterdam was invaded by
Did you see? You're saying South 101, okay. Did you see up top where it said North 110? Pretty sure you can rewind and see it. I know I'm
You see up top where it says North 110?
pretty sure you can rewind and see it. I know I'm
Declaration of the rights of man and citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas.
I learned the city pretty well. 405, sure. 405 to 5. Yeah, we got 13 minutes left in the pocket here. It's going to be interesting to see how long they stay with this. I think they will, guys, because I don't know if they have much to show. All right, so now we're transitioning to the eastbound 10, right? That's Central CHP where they build chips, the shell, right there. So he is going now eastbound, right? We all agree on now eastbound 10, coming towards the 5. Yes, right, Kevin? Right, Kev? That's where they'll be taking him if he stops right here. He doesn't have to go for him. He brought himself. This one's going to be a long one. I mean, you guys are right. If that thing is full with gas, boy, we'll be driving for a long time. I'm watching Scott. I can see the helicopter that Scott shot. He's kind of just, he's kind of dragging his feet and he's running kind of parallel. God knows what he's doing. What the hell? Oh, guys, we already had one drop off. Right?
right, we already had one drop off now. I guess 4's out of it. And you see the difference in delay because we already saw this transition about 30 seconds ago. Correct, everybody? I think we can all agree.
Oh, Damon.
Now you can see actual delay.
What is a tenement slum?
I'll go back later. There's so much going on.
Is that like the projects?
Alright, so let me do this. Watch it now. The other two channels are over, which is wild. 11, 5, all other stuff.
Oh, tight. Driver also fired at officers. These motherfuckers ain't fucking around. Alright, do you know where they are? Heading east on the 10. I wonder why they get off the freeway. It's way easier to fuck with you. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Tight. They'll probably kill these motherfuckers. Who do you want to win? The truck drivers. Why?
Alright, so we got
Why not?
box overhead now, so
Everybody deserves a second chance. I want to know what's in this fucking cylinder. And that bitch blows up.
we'll see. Seems to know how to drive the truck. He's got plenty of gas. He's doing what everybody thinks they're doing. I mean, thinks they're doing by getting away by going downtown.
Oh, good move. Good move.
Post time for 2. Post time for 2.
You kept making all the stops. And they kept ringing them out.
2:26 here. It's only 11:26 here. I'm living in the past. You're in the future. You're DeLorean. Great. Here comes the tunnel. Fuck. Get away from the tunnel, bro. I want to see the action. Chippies are on his ass. They are. They're right on his ass. He can't just sit in there and run away. He knows if he gets out, he's going to run. His best bet is to stay his ass. Where's back up? What the fuck did they leave for?
Floor.
Oh, where's he at? Tractor beam pulling him in, ladies and gentlemen.
Turn.
Tractor beam's pulling him in.
Figueroa, you know where he is? Yeah? Is he heading north? think so.
Wrong way. Driving the wrong way.
What happened?
Yes, Mack truck.
Something happened. Yeah, he's heading downtown. What happened? What happened?
Boy,
No, dog. That motherfucker didn't go past that intersection. Something happened. Go. Your helicopter sucks.
go on big, baby.
No, he's gone.
Bringing them in, man. The tractor being like in the Death
Oh,
Star
no,
when you
there he
just
goes.
bring your ship by and they just pull you in.
That is correct.
Do you know where he is? Uh-huh.
They can't get by. Pull
You know
your ship
exactly
right
where he
into the
is?
Death Star.
Have you filmed there?
All right, without any further ado, it's time for
Oh, yeah. Have you filmed inside this motherfucker's cab? No. What? I filmed in this area. 10 minutes.
no audio available. Or is lost. I'm having a good time flying around. I think 7 and 11 are staying with this sucker till the wheels fall off. He's going the wrong way, as you can see. Traffic coming at him, guys. This is a one-way street. He's going the wrong way. See by the arrows there on the ground. Holy smokes. And this is not uncommon. Not uncommon for downtown. Lots of people go down the wrong streets all the time. You see it. They're usually not 1850. Seven's trying to work around the building now. Of course, the buildings are in the way. Oh, that's pedestrian on the side. What are you doing? Making other people go the wrong way now.
You know where he is? Yeah, it's up at LA Live. Crypto.com Arena.
Where we're at. Pick up LeBron. Gonna go see if LeBron's home.
Have you been there? I've been at LA Live.
We're in the Tagger Tower. Here's the Tagger Tower. As you can see, all the graffiti still all over it. Still bombed out as can be. Old Memo. Now, old Memo's getting it in right now. BJ Memo.
Where's he going? I would hope he would try to get in an underpass and then book it. Last time he saw one of these, the guys got away, but it was during the day.
I'm just gonna, again, I honestly think it's not gonna last too long here if we keep staying here for our helicopter. Keeping an eye on Scott.
That's a good view. Go, dog. This is the best. This is the best TV. This is better than any sporting event, basically. It does not get any better than an 18-wheeler. This is one of those ones that they put on like those Fox specials.
Oh, he loves it. Figueroa. Would have been more scary during the day.
Word.
11:32 on a Sunday.
It's like as empty as it could be. Go.
Four's back on it. Who gives a shit? They can't seem to find it. I was just looking at it, bro. They need a new cameraman.
Oh man,
All I saw was buildings.
buildings.
And again, you shouldn't have left it, bro.
I don't understand why they didn't just go high and then just be right over the guy.
Come on, bro. Doesn't take a rocket science. They need me up there in Channel Florida. Divvy out who needs. We need that shot. We need this shot. Channel Florida, I'll quit this shit. Yeah, I'll quit this motherfucker tomorrow.
Jug dish.
I got it. Scott's not next to it. Right here.
Check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio.
I'm back on it.
The screen you watch the most in your home.
Finally, okay. I'll go back to the forum.
To listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now.
Trust me, I'm watching on the other channel. Their fault for leaving in the fucking commercial. I'm mine there.
First week of the NFL preseason is in the books. Chargers beat the Saints 27-13. The Dolphins and Bears played 24-24.
I know, I love it how everybody tells me how to do my job.
I don't come down to Burger King and tell you how to do your job.
I can't help it. They leave the chase in the middle of nothing. Jason's close to it, okay. Again, I don't have any more devices anymore. I'm gonna have to go buy a whole nother computer on top of the other two right now.
Oh, this might be his move. Nope.
I'm watching Scott. He's close. I'm watching. Uh-oh, what are we doing here?
Uh-oh.
I have a feeling he's gonna go down the wrong way or something. Get stuck.
They're on his ass.
I think he's trying to get on the freeway, guys. I think he's trying to get back to the freeway. Wait for the next exit. You see, he's running parallel with it. You see all the garbage and debris. They tell you how nice and clean the city is. They're doing great jobs. Yes, you can see. In fact, if any of the people that run the World Cup are watching, you can see the way the shithole is that you're about to bring your biggest event to. Your biggest event every 4 years that you've got, you're about to bring to the biggest toilet that I live in. Remember that. They're just cleaning it up for when you come over and you leave this on. Uh-oh, wrong way again? No. Hey, bro, let's be honest. This dude drives truck because there's no way somebody would have taken that pole out on that turn right there. This dude knows how to drive a truck. Without a doubt. He's an old truck driver. Or a Kurt. He's going to lose his license. That's cute. Oh, yeah, the same. World Cup comes first. Side by side with a bus.
First time caller line is 818.
Fuck your light. Fuck your light. Shift red.
To talk to
redesigner.
Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618.
He's up now from Maple. Look, you're thinking of Washington.
Richard Serrett.
So this bitch has been going for an hour.
He was on Venice, you're right, because I'm looking at the replay here. Uh-oh, he's going the wrong way now on the freeway.
Ooh, that's
Did he
dangerous.
just get on the freeway going the wrong way?
That's dangerous.
I think he just did it. Oh, here it goes. He did, because this right here is going to be an on-ramp to his right.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
It's an on-ramp now. It's an on-ramp now. Holy smoke. We are discretion is advised. That's Jason 2025. This is They're like, hey, you're going the wrong way. You know. You go. You're going the wrong way. He's continuing to. People are getting on the field like,
Oh, it's just dangerous.
bro, your discretion is advised. Those cars are coming around this corner pretty quick.
60 miles an hour. Oh,
They're doing their best to light them up so other drivers can see them. Holy shit.
is that dangerous? I don't know if I've ever seen one
Down in
go
the westbound lanes right now.
like this, but not in a semi.
In an 18. With his pal who has a gun in the back.
I like
So
his
they're
friend.
attacking you. Don't forget about that little tidbit. And they already shot at officers. Don't forget about that little tidbit.
I like it.
And this is a carjacked truck. So don't forget about that officer.
Okay, get off the fucking freeway this way. Oh, dude, you're gonna get in a face off.
Oh, man. Your discretion is advised. Oh, man.
Oh, dog. He's gonna cause a pile up.
Yeah, Powerball get big. I'm like, here, I'm playing. At 20 bucks. Put 20 bucks in on the Powerball. You're gonna win it all. Oh, boy. Oh. There he goes. At least he's getting off now. On the on-ramp.
Yeah, good move. And now just go the right way.
Isn't a jack in a box right here when he comes off? I want to say there's a jack in a box right here as soon as he gets off. Yep, there's a jack in a box right there. There's the drive-through.
Wow, this guy can maneuver.
It's amazing, Jack. Thanks, Dad. He's on Alameda, by the way. Left or right on Alameda? Which way we going, bud? North on Alameda it is.
No. Go, make a right. Oh, shit. Move. And then go.
They're running. We got a runner.
Here you go.
We got a runner. Damn it. Got us a runner, Bill.
Dude, what are you doing? Go back to the view.
They're right there, man. Oh, boy. I didn't even notice the door was open when he was making that right turn. Passenger door was open.
Steal another car.
Scott's close. I'm watching Scott. We'll see here. I think this is going to be the end of it unless they carjack another car.
That'd be great.
Got a perimeter set up here, guys. They are on foot, both out of the cab.
Closing valuable time. Set up a dragnet. Close the whole area. Hurry!
I think that's Jason Stillwell's car, the black Explorer there. Oh, man, dude, good shot. You know what I can do right now? Hold on. We're already looking at this one. So let's just...
And the new book from Robert Zimmerman is Conscious Choice, the Origins of Slavery in America and Why It Matters Today and for Our Future in Outer Space. And again, website timetheblack.com.
Get back in the semi.
Holy shit, he's in a white truck.
No way.
Here's Jason. He's on top. You can see the helicopter to your left right there. So he just got into another fucking car.
I love it.
Both of them get in the car.
Oh, I hope so. That's teamwork. They're making the dream work.
That's what they did. Don't think it didn't happen because it absolutely motherfucking did. Trying to tell you, don't be. Eyes. Eagle Eyes.
Yeah, we're meeting up with IC and his uncle. We're on our way there. Oh, you've been up all night? Nice. Oh, that feeling, Papa. That's me every day. Oh, God. Ben's fucking wild. I got him.
Alright, so I'm going to go to 7. 7's got him. They got him 2 here, so now they have him. Both people have him. They're making me work tonight. These some bitches are making me work tonight. It's the 3rd car. Third car. That's Jason 2025. Shout out to fucking Tom and the boys. They're doing it. They won't give up. They won't give up. So we'll see the switching of the drivers right here. Remember, guys, what we're hearing is a little ahead of what we're seeing. Here we go. Here's the Chinese miter drill. Man, you get out. Let me drive, idiot. You don't know how to fucking drive? Fuck. Oh, that's what that was. That was the conversation being had. I need you to know that. That's how that works. Wow. Wow.
Damn, this guy's flying.
Got new driver tag, you're in. Tag them in. I don't know if there's a third person, but I would assume there was 2 in the truck. This truck didn't get there by itself. So one would assume there's 3 in this truck. Call the homeboy. What's up? Driver jumped out. Oh, it is, for sure. I agree, Obama. You're saying they carjacked these people. Driver jumped out, and that's what the force is. I'm putting your clue and his clue and everybody's clue together. Okay. So we carjacked the 3rd car? Technically a 4th, because wasn't the original car carjacked? I think it was. The one that had the damaged tires before he took the truck. He likes trucks. Semis, regular, whatever. Cruising for a bruiser. He's already wanted for attempt murder on officers by shooting at him. That's got to get you 10, 15 years. But I don't know. You have a new DA. I don't know how he quite works. Apparently, right as they were getting overhead the news, there were shots fired Right as the news got overhead.
Why does this guy keep doing fucking... That's not smart. Yui's.
Maybe. I mean, think about it. They took this many. I think this is their friend's truck, but you guys could be right. Could be another carjacking, but I think this person met him on the road.
What are they doing?
What are we doing? Like, why even do that? Just give up at that point. Makes no sense.
No.
Unless he's stalling for time because the next movie is coming. And remember, if you guys are right, this person is a part of a crazy organization. They have a lot of reach. They have a lot of people in their pocket. Come pick me up,
This
man.
motherfucking day, man.
All right, man, I'm on the way right now. You never know, man. You never know. We live in a weird world. 2025 is not like real.
Why wouldn't you drive on the right side of the road?
This world isn't real. I feel like I'm dreaming right now.
Bounce. Bounce. They're bouncing.
Another bad dream.
They're bouncing.
Look, here we are.
They're bouncing.
Freeway, let me guess. The homeboys underneath there waiting. Oh, and that car just sped away pretty quickly. I'm willing to bet since they're in that black sedan.
They're gone.
That car's creaking and rolling.
They're gone.
They are in that sedan right fucking
For
there.
sure.
They're in the sedan, and I'm willing to bet says that car is just fucking ghost riding. They jumped in that black sedan. They did.
Yeah, they did.
Fucking did. They're in the sedan. They straight ghost riding the whip while
They're gone.
They need to realize that black sedan, that Honda that's on the freeway, they're in there. They're in the Honda. They're in the Honda.
That thing's
I don't
gone.
think they're in this. I really don't. This thing's going to come to a rolling stop. He's going to hit something, a truck. Boom. You'll see. Right here. Nope. Right there. They're in that car. They're in that fucking sedan.
That car took off a little too
That fucking sedan. Watch
quickly.
how the sedan went. They're gone. There's nobody in that car.
They got away. Good for them.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I think I saw somebody moving. Oh, Santiago. Thank you so much, Santiago.
They're gone.
I'm telling you, they're in that black sedan. They got away. They're in that black Honda.
They were just blowing time. Dog, they're not in there. They're gone. Good for them. I root for the bad guys in the movie.
I'm telling you, they're looking for it. They're looking for it.
They're gone. Good fucking luck, dog.
Bro, Crafty is right. Like I said, you have people with a lot of money. They're worth billions. They could easily do that. And people pick them up left and right. E-Tech is gone. You saw how it just jammed out of there. Right? It was quick. Damn. I don't know if they're pissed. I think they think they're still in that truck. They're going to realize that nobody's in that truck.
They're gone. Sea of vehicles.
Black Accord to me. What do you guys think? Black Accord? That came out of that tunnel? What do you guys think? It didn't look like a Beamer. It looked like an Accord. Black Accord. or Civic? Okay, Civic.
They're gone.
That's what I mean. Maybe it's either way. I think we're all in agreement that they're looking for a beaver. Now use the cord.
That was brilliant. They made it.
Look, I'm watching Scott. He's not on it. Remember, it's happening so fast. You know what I mean? So it's hard for them to keep up on the ground. You got to remember, you know, Common Boys, they're orbiting, man. They're spinning quick, 60 miles an hour bangs. Trying to keep an eye on everything. Things happen like that.
They got away.
We can sit back, quarterback it all we want. Yeah, it sucks. Fuck, it sucks.
Gone. Gone.
This isn't the first time we've seen this happen. You know, like people picking another person up. It's not the first time. See, they're in the car now. They're in the car now. You can see there's nobody in that car. Lack of cord.
They're gone.
Let's get into it as we watch.
They look fucked.
Round 3. Smoke. Nobody's in there. Just like I thought, Ghost riding it. Let it go. Have your homeboy waiting underneath there. Or maybe they just pulled up next to a car that was sitting there, but I doubt it.
What's that? Oh, that's earlier.
Now you can't catch them all.
Conscious choice, the origins of slavery in America and how it matters today and for our future in outer space.
That was no BMW X line. No way. No way. So they pulled all the way out of the white truck. No way that was an issue.
Dog. I have no idea how they got away. But that was baller as fuck.
Old switcheroo, man. And like I said, you could do that with 20 or 30 homies when you have that kind of reach and pull and power. We have that. No, Elaine. CHP. I believe it originally started with the sheriff posse. Then it went to the CHP. LAPD was.
San Francisco Bay. They have to say.
Watch how hard that car pulled the left, jammed onto the railing. That's what was the telltale sign to me.
Show.
That was it. I'm telling you, I was looking at the rear tail lights. There's no way that car is a black issue. It was black, but it wasn't an SUV. I'd be willing to bet since it's a Honda.
Then no raindrops
That's not true.
fall.
We didn't hear that, Rooster. When did you hear them say it? Other than a few seconds around this.
History.
I'm gonna tell you, it's pretty rare.
Ride, Captain, ride upon your mistress ship.
They don't do that.
We won't
There
pay,
might be some that are more
never
chase
pay,
happy than others.
give it on your tip.
But they all want to get you.
Ride, Captain, ride upon your mistress ship.
Gosh. Let me take a look at Scott on the ground. Alright, I'm looking at Jason. As soon as that dumb zone's been on Scott, I see him on the ground. That's for movies and extra epics and a new standard, not just for movies about movies, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, Godfather's prospects for success will fall. Yeah, but it's easy for us, to watch this. And like I said, quarterback. That's why I was so impressed about how well Deputy Smart handled that chase we saw. Friday night we watched Deputy Smart. And she did a phenomenal job being a deputy by herself, having to chase that car and use her radio at the same time. Difficult balance.
No self-promotion. What does that even mean? Oh, you're done, son. Oh, you don't know who I am?
Enjoying these nuts. What you doing?
Why does my skin not pop to the downtown LA has no goddamn lights. Look at the lights right there. They're not even working. You see 2 lights, 3 lights in the picture, and not one of them are working. Like the actual city street lights.
Dizzle Gaming.
I think so, honestly, if they actually do have you, I honestly think they would have
Up on your mistress ship. How many fucking minutes, dog, you loser?
For real? Not LAPD. LAPD wasn't even in this game. I mean, they're here now because, again, this is their jurisdiction. So they got to close the street off and all that. That's CHP right there. California.
Run, Captain, run. On your mistress ship.
There is no Air One. Air One's a dangerous deal. There is no Air One.
With limited cell phone connectivity in parts of the
bill by State Senator Paul Betancourt orders the Texas Water Board to identify flood-prone areas. The local government will then be required to install the early warning signs, which will be paid for by state grants. The report says Pentagon is being directed to use military force against certain drug cartels. President Trump has ordered the Pentagon to use military force Proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival. And services to its customers.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna get a piece of
Commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now.
Chase, huh? Like I said, this isn't the first time we've seen this happen before. Guys picking each other up. That's not anything new. What's new is to see it happen that many times or that many carjackings. I mean, it reminds me of the best chase I ever saw. The one I showed you guys in Colorado. Dude got 100. Did he get 140 years in prison? I think he got 140 years in prison for 4 live carjackings, and he tried for a 5th. He didn't get the 5th. The troopers were on him by then. They chased him way halfway across Colorado. What are you doing up there? Stops to get the ground shot. I'm looking at Jason. He's rolling, but I don't.
This athleticism, folks. Feeling pissed.
Hey, ow, that's my arm. Ow.
Broadcasting live upon your mission.
Bro just totally pinched my skin for like a minute right there.
Why the fuck are you clipping streams and slapping your name under them? Go fuck yourself. Yes, sir, motherfuckers.
Look, Adam, that chase was wild, man. Movie shit. That was a wild one, man. Sucks ending.
Give me the old west side. Why the fuck you? Say you clip my live on Kick. I was playing DCS. Are you actually live? Can you hear me? What the fuck is this? It's the west side, pimp.
This is like a nice, ugly little creature. It's really just a predator. He's a predator. He catches things, he hunts.
Why? Why not? You gotta pick a side. Pick the west side. Why? Well, there's east side Little League, but the west side. Hello. It's Chris Erickson. Oh. Shout out to Chris Erickson. I know who that is. Shout out to Chris Erickson. That woman is great. Person is great. Little scat pat. Yo, are you actually live? Can you hear me? Nobody's paying attention to you. I'm as sick as I am.
We're still in good position. Holy smokes! You know shit on the stage feast. I told you. They ain't giving up.
No way. It's still going?
Hey, I won't be wrong to say
Oh, tight. This thing is on fire.
Did any of you see it as a black BMW?
Dude, I saw it.